I shall do this. Alright, I have fixed the camera. Let's mute this. Turn off cup cam by moving this somewhere else. Usually I want it over there. No. Alright, whatever. Hey everyone. Good morning. Alright. Okay, cool. So, yeah, I gotta fix up my to-do list this morning and then start tackling it on the to-do list. Morning, it's 5 p.m. Alright, good afternoon. You're actually live, yes. Wait, Splinty, I thought you knew this. I start streaming at 9 a.m. I randomly just joined the channel at 6 p.m. here. Oh wow, alright, cool. Hey Roving Eye, welcome back. Happy New Year to you too. Yeah, so Roving Eye, what you missed was a whole bunch of stream problems. I don't know what exactly started causing this, but sometime over the last 2 weeks, I'd say, my CPU usage has been a little bit too high, and it's resulted in the stream lagging a bit. So right now, I have essentially just the stream and the stream tools running, and it's at 22%. So I think we should be fine today, but we'll see. Part of what takes up a lot of CPU is Flash in Chrome, which is, I guess, needed for Twitch or something. I'm not, like, streaming. It shouldn't be needed for streaming Twitch. I don't understand why. The bot doing well so far. Yeah, the bot's doing okay for right now. Then again, it's only been, 2 minutes? So let's give it some time to screw up. So anyway, recap number 16, updated Phantom bot. I'm going to ask people about this later today. The REST server is now totally different. Oh yeah, so this is now api.bot.land. You decoding with QSync or NVENC, or is it just X246? It's X246. So I don't have the option for the other two. And I think at least for QSync, there's something you need to enable in your BIOS. And even then, it's only for integrated Intel graphics cards, I guess. Was in Cuba, no connection, missed everything. Yeah, there isn't, 264, yeah. There isn't too much you missed, I think. Hey, Red Kazan. Okay. So, and I think this is news. I don't know if it's news. I guess you guys could have already known about it, but I started working on accounts almost a month ago. So, the stuff that's been done in that time, well, you guys would be the judge of whether that's good progress or not. I don't know. Hey, Kalyan. I'm doing pretty well. Haven't seen you in a while. How's it going for you? And QSync is on your Intel processor. Oh, processor. I thought it was with an integrated graphics card. NVENC is on... Okay. I'll have to look into that then. Anyway, one of the things... This I got rid of. There was a bug. Oh, this I need to look into. So there's some miscellaneous stuff that I need to fix. Let's put roadmap to do week of 1/4/16. MISC fixes from last week. Alright, there's that. And there's that. Now, right, shoulders. God, I gotta not destroy my back. See, I keep sitting with my shoulders hunched forward, and that's not good for like 8 hours a day. Looks like you shaved at some point. Hey, Walter. Yeah, I have started shaving with my old, whatever those things are called, double-edged razor. Is that what they're called? Yes, one of these things. So, I now shave once a week instead of like 4 times a week. Splinty says, how are you doing those checkboxes? It's something called Plain Tasks, a Sublime plugin. Panda says, hey Adam, can't stay long. Hope you had a nice holiday in YouTube chat. I got a new puppy, so I'll be busy in AFK for a while. Oh, cool. If you want to link pictures, you can. Kalyan says, I'm doing fine. The animation's coming along as well. Yeah, and let me know if you need a re-record on any of those things. It should be a little bit quicker for me now that I've set everything up. But, I mean, ideally I don't have to, but I don't mind doing it. Because you can't exactly find someone with another voice for one sentence in a video. That'd be very strange. All right, so I said week of 12/28. Much of this is a continuation from last week. Well, in the recap video, I went over everything that I did last week, and it looked like a lot of refactoring. So bot bays is the top item on this thing. Bot bays is still the top item on this thing. But I did write this. Make sure for the next roadmap that I've fully designed the flow for everything. Once you can make bot bays, you need to change the UI practically everywhere. It's going to be much slower. So I'm going to add that as the first thing in my list up here for once the miscellaneous tasks are done. Design. Adam, who do you love more, me or your wife? This is probably a trick question by my wife to find out what I'd say. No, my wife, definitely. Nasimico, if you happen to be someone I know in real life, then maybe you're near and dear to my heart. Otherwise, you're just a near and dear chat viewer. Nasimico, the answer is neither. It's actually me. QuickSync Video uses dedicated media processing capabilities of Intel graphics technology to decode and encode fast. Huh, okay. Hey Akko, Happy New Year. I actually reduced the amount of monitors in my setup. Now I only have 7 monitors. What is this? Whoa, this is like, is this your house? These are like professional desks you've got. Wait, are they the kind that can increase in height? This one looks like it. Although it looks like the kind you have to use a mechanical, what are those things? I don't know, like an Allen wrench basically. Wow. It's pretty sweet. I'm jealous. You were both false. You lads have never met in my description. Okie dokie. Alright, I wonder if I should implement like a points thing when people tell me that my posture is bad. I'm jelly for sure. Okay, so design is definitely one of the things. I also want to wrap up this old roadmap, so let's do that. Wrap up old roadmap. Ah, yes, I see. That's pretty good. Pretty nice. So need to figure out how creating users in Baze will work. I guess I should copy this up here. In fact, maybe I should copy this entire, I don't know. Let's leave this here for now. We need a bad posture command. Yeah, actually. Also, in the spirit of pointing out non-water on the stream, this is apple cider. It's delicious and gives me a very sugary morning. By the way, one of the things, well, I'll talk about this throughout the day, I think, but if you try running top 10, for example, what used to happen, I actually looked at my CPU for this, what used to happen is my utilization went up to like 30% or something, just for the top 10 command, and I looked at Phantom Bot. Actually, just long story short, I wrote my own that uses the same information and runs in like half a second and takes hardly any CPU. So Phantom Bot is just bad. But yeah, you can see who's in the lead. I can zoom in on this. You can see who's in the lead. You can see who's in the lead points wise. That Adam guy sure has a lot of points. Tenbroya is the first real person who has the most points. Because you can't count my bot, and you certainly can't count me. But yes, I am going to try to... So, should I slide over? Is this my... Alright. So this we're going to mark as done for now. This I'm going to mark as done too. We're going to eventually archive this whole thing. We just need to pull out any to-do items that haven't been done yet. So try to figure out why Phantom Bot sucks so much. This is done. Connecting state is likely never used anymore. If you press this, you'll get an unhelpful error message. Unhelpful error message. I think that my REST server calls next too soon. I'm sending too much information. Figure out which items need to tackle next. I'm just going to cancel this. Hard code a bot bay for someone and then have this. Okay. So all of these items, this I'm just going to cancel right now. So all of these items need to be pulled into the new to-do list. And then, and here's the cool part of every week, here's where I get to archive this entire list now. So let me put the other miscellaneous tasks here. All right, cool. You ready for this? So we have how many lines in this file? Oh wait, we can't tell unless I... No, I'm not going to do that. Okay, fine. Archive. Done. Spent over a whole work week here. Where's my paycheck? It's in the mail, Wouter. It's in the mail. So it seems I really didn't miss much if I'm still in the top 10. Well, you were here for quite a lot of time, so I don't think you'll get bumped out of the top 10 after just a couple weeks. But, yeah. But yeah, you can see PhantomBot's got slightly different output now. It says you've been in chat for 1D5H12M. I think it always used to tell you how many hours you'd been in chat, which for very large numbers was not super helpful because you'd have to convert it to days so you'd understand what it meant for a reference point. So that stuff's fine. Shoulders, yes. I'm just going to leave this on my list and just keep... If I don't... Whoa! Chair just broke. Hang on a second. Okay. Also, there. Heat is now off in this room. All right. Yeah, if I don't fix this problem, I'm going to end up like screwing up my entire back. Oh, wow, cute dog. Let's take a look. Is your dog licking that? No. Wait, no. What's that red thing? Is that on the... Ah, it's on the toy. Oh, I see. Okay. It's not in the mail? Oh, it's in the mail. It's in the mail. Don't worry about it. Okay. So one of the other things I wanted to mention, and then we're going to start tackling some items from last week, is Botland is going to be online only for right now. This is not really... So, we didn't want this to be the case, really. But the problem is this. Until there's an app, it's online only anyway because you have to go to a website to use it. You need to be online to use that website. But there's a lot of really weird design decisions you make once you make a game sort of online but not really online, which is when you log in right now, if you go to... that was weird. All right, if you go to play.bot.land, I have deployed the new server. So right now if you hit connect and then you hit join game, that's when you'll join a game. Well, just imagine if this said single player here and you didn't need to log in to do that. You play for an hour, let's say. I don't even know what you'd play with because I don't know what bots you'd have, but let's say we figured that out. You play for an hour. Now you're like, oh, I want to save my progress. How do we verify you did what you said you did? Anyway, there's a lot of issues to that. So for now, this is going to be the case. The Botland is online only. It might end up being the case into production, as in release, but then maybe eventually we say, yes, there's a single player mode. Do I need to rebuy? So because I redeployed, yes, but it's still free to do that. So, yeah. Hey, Oscar. My back is doing much better. I slept for a very long time, and I took as much time away from the computer as I could until there's just a ton of stuff I still did this weekend. I probably spent at least 8 hours, I think, working on things. Although, oh man, okay. So here's something I did that I don't know what to say about this exactly. If I try SSHing into something, let me find the IP address for this really fast. Yeah, let me do something really fast to find the IP address here. Alright, so if I go to this, and let me just make sure that this doesn't do anything bad while I'm... Yeah, okay. So here's what's happening. And I'm thinking of writing a blog post on this. Like, this was just so frustrating to figure out. On Saturday, I thought, oh, this is one of my to-do items. Stop using PuTTY. I'm going to start using SSH. That way, if I want to, I can always scroll up and down in this. I don't have a bad scrollback buffer. I can zoom in on the text. I can lump it in with all the other Conemu tabs that I have. Well, it said permission denied public key. And so I looked into using this. I have a PPK. It's a PuTTY private key that I generated using PuTTygen. But SSH can't recognize that format, so it can't ever provide the correct password or just somehow. And then you look into SSH agents, and Windows, I have something called Pagent, and long story short, I wrote a script, I finally hooked everything up, so now I can do this, but I have to run it through a script that I have. And if anyone's interested in that, I could do a blog post on that. Hey, Original Pepper. It's better to code in Lightroom? Also, what is this thing that you linked? Whoa. 5 monitors. Why am I not on your monitors? Why in Nisimico? What are you coding? Time to hack Nisimico. Watch this. This is called the zoom in on an image hack. Oh my god, I'm such a hacker. Alright, and now we can see set preferred window size. Writer.write line. You spelled preferred wrong. You see that? You see that? Oh my god. Alright, there. I would like 3 points. 3 loyalty points, please. Yeah, my SSH config, or I can use -I with a pen. So this is one of those cases where after doing it, and I remember feeling this on like Saturday or Sunday or whenever I did this, I thought, I created a problem, and then I solved that problem that I created. And I solved it. I almost don't want to even show you guys this. I solved it by making... Alright, I'm just going to press enter, and you're going to see the insanity of my brain from the weekend. I made an SSH butler, which speaks to me and compliments me on my actions here. So if I quit the program, it speaks like a butler speaks. So good. Have I considered using an SSH plugin inside of Sublime? I have not, actually. I like having all of my terminal programs lumped into Conemu right now. Anyway, this is a huge waste of time. It works, and I wrote like a 200-line PowerShell script, and anyway, it was stupid. So yeah, we're gonna not talk about that. I might write a blog post on my stupidity at some point. So let's see. Finish incorporating REST server everywhere. That's done. This is now 1/4/16. This is not really a continuation. Basic UI for bot bays. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. So we're gonna say create bot bays, fetch bot bays, require them in game, and then inventory if we get done with that. So unfortunately, I hate to say this, but I am going to tackle this stuff next. I don't expect this to take longer than 3 hours. So yeah, let me just write one more thing here. I'm going to leave this on my list up here, and we're just going to write one last thing of update today. This isn't a recap, is it? No. You can convert RSA keys into PPKs and vice versa. Yeah, so converting it into an RSA key, let's say, would have been perhaps the best way of doing things. It would have taken probably 2 minutes. Everything would have been fine. In fact, even generating a new key with SSH, what's it called? There's some generator for SSH. It's probably like keygen or something. I don't remember what. Anyway, that would have been better too. Hey, Wasabi, and hey, Wheatley. They're Wheatley. Now the... Yeah, all right. So let's see. What did today say? Adam is designing how bot bays will work, then hopefully gets to start coding them soon. Last updated. That's actually relatively accurate. I am going to update that. So Adam is finishing up some miscellaneous tasks from last week. Then it's finally on to bot bays. Woo! Last updated. Now. There. SSH keygen. Yeah, that's it. Yep. Oh, and so another thing, did I write this down? Yeah, the REST server is now a totally different VM. So if you connect to Botland, it is now hitting a different API, and hopefully, we got to test this throughout the day, actually. This is one of the things I'm going to write down up here. Test whether that offline bug is still happening. Is this a recap or not? Oh, it's not a recap, but it's still a good video to feature on Reddit, I think. So anyway, what this means is if you try going to api.bot.land:8080, this is now its own VM. This is responding with my typical REST server, just give you a JSON object. But now if you try doing something like this and you go to super users, is it? Let me take a look at this for a sec. Hang on. I gotta make sure this stuff's saved correctly. I wonder. No. Get super token. Yeah, so check it out. Before, the password used to be password. So if I go to api.bot.land and I say send, it's going to say password invalid. This password, I don't even know it. It's some randomly generated super long password. But now there's actual like decent security. I wouldn't say it's good security yet, but it's better than it used to be. So if you do find some way to end up creating a super token or getting a user that you don't have access to, then definitely let me know about that. And because that's not expected now. Now, if you happen to do it by, I don't know, seeing the password on my screen or something, that's kind of different. But also let me know about that. Again, I'm not so concerned about passwords leaking right now. There's no information for anybody really. So what team am I on? I'm on the red team. Okay. Well, I'm just going to kind of leave this. Anyone who's playing today, I want you to just take a look and make sure, if you ever see me not have a tab open for Botland, just make sure my name doesn't show in the game after the match ends. Hopefully that made sense. If not, I'll check in throughout the day and make sure. As replacement for how to play Botland or besides it? I don't know what you mean by that, Wouter. There actually was a recap video from this last week, but it was very short. I'll link that in the chat. Also, there's one other thing. I know I've been saying a lot of stuff. It's because I missed all of Friday. So there's now a wiki page for commands you can do in Twitch. That's because the bot is different. So if someone doesn't mind kind of claiming filling this out, that'd be nice, and I will give you some points for that. I mean, some of this stuff, it's just coming up with what are the parameters for these things, or what does it do. So like keyboard, it tells you what keyboard I'm using. Specs, it tells you the specs of my computer. And I don't mind filling this out either. I just didn't yet. So I'll link that in the chat as well. And yeah, hey, Mr. Maher, thank you very much. And my back is definitely feeling a lot better. I think I'm going to try to do yoga every day. Okay, update today, done. So great, let's start this. There was a bug in get user by name on the central server. I had filter by name instead of a username written. The game server happily returned a password for me. That shouldn't have happened. So let me go do this. So, and by the way, the reason I said someone should claim it, which Wouter just did, is because the wiki doesn't show concurrent changes. So you'd have to save and then realize, wait, someone else already saved this too. Okay. Let's go into central server. Good, and then I need to start up, so BLCE watch, BLGA watch, and BLCL watch. So I need to watch these three things. This third one's going to take a while, and actually this is probably going to kick my CPU usage up. That's fine, because these things are actually doing some real work. Hey Gramanja, yeah, I'm alive. Yeah. Friday was just a kind of a scary day for me. I was like that close, I think, from putting myself out of commission for a couple of days by just sitting here. So I went and laid down, and then I just slept for 3 hours, and I thought, if I could sleep for 3 hours after being awake, that probably means I'm not getting enough sleep. So I'm also thinking of going to bed earlier. So where was this API? Get user by name. Here. So what I had here is this. I had a variable that does not exist. And as I test this stuff out, let me go make sure that I don't have any other changes besides this. Yeah, that's it. Okay. And hey, Pettermaster. Okay, so this is definitely going to cause a failure because I'm going to call this database wrapper.getUserByName with undefined. Now, getUserByName in the database wrapper, let's take a look at that. We have connects.users where name equals name. Oh, it's going to select where name equals undefined, which is kind of correct. This should have happened though. Let's do this. Let's do that. We should have all of these things get changed. Good, perfect. And I'm also going to change this. And then I'll start up the central server, run. I'll start up the game server, run. And I'll start up the client. The client probably won't work. Yeah, I might need to wait for this to finish. Well, let's try it. Maybe it'll work. Oh, okay. I guess it's working. So far, CPU use is pretty good too. All right. So all I wanted to try is what happens when I create a user here. In order for me to do this, how do I do this? Yeah, how do I do this indeed? I need to call into, I know what I gotta do. The connection manager has an API called add pre-beta user. So what is the constant for this? It's add pre-beta. All right, let me do this then. I'll connect to the game server. This should give me chat. Good, perfect. Then I will manually call this API from the client. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to say, also that shouldn't print out, got a token. Stop printing got a token on the client. Don't command text. All right, debug main dot socket interface dot emit. So we need add pre-beta, and then we need to figure out what the arguments are for this thing. This calls into add pre-beta user, which is here. So it takes in a socket, an authorization password. So it's password, username, and points required. All right, let's try this out. So password is going to be password. Username is going to be Adam13531. Points required is just going to be 50. So now we send this, and what happens on the central server? Actually here, someone tried calling add pre-beta user but did not have the right password. Oh my god, this is, okay, that's stupid. That's what that is. I don't know why I did this. Game server run. I set this to random. I want to just set this to password. But fine, let's go figure out what the random password was. So if I say just this should tell me what it is. Oh, whoops, m dot that. Env is not defined. Oh, process.m. There it is. There's our password. Okay, so let's take that password and put this into the call for this. That should have worked. So yeah, here's the bug I ran into when I tried this yesterday. Create user does not exist. Co-catch error. Unexpected HTTP status 500. And that's because on the central server it says generic promise chain error, reference error, variable that does not exist is not defined. Okay, so I know what's happening now, I'm pretty sure. Here's what's going on. This doesn't exist, so it's throwing into here. And then we get generic promise chain error, which is returning 500. We're pretty much positive that's happening because that's the text that we're seeing. Now, the database wrapper, I don't even know if that gets invoked yet, actually. It's this get user, right? User is authorized true. That's strange. Right, I called add pre-beta. I should have been calling here. And then it should have said this though. Someone connected with the right password. Do I see that in here? No, it's not here. Actually, maybe this is not really an issue. We tried getting a user with that username. Oh yeah, get users is failing. Okay, let's go take a look. So filter by name. I guess this exists. Yeah, we'll have to take a look at what this is. Stringify filter by name. I'm gonna write get users at the beginning of this. Hey, long P. Oh, and see a pattern master. Oof, all right, nice. Okay, yeah, let's restart this and try this out again. So I'm going to restart the central server, and we're going to get a little bit more information into what's happening right now. So now when I try calling this exact same API, what happened? It says get users filter by name Adam13531. Oh, the name is sent. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, got it. So then we call into here, and now it's filter by name. It doesn't exist. Okay, good. So yeah, get user by token. I got it. So I needed to look at the REST client this whole time because get user calls into users with a specific name. The name is going to be, that's going to exist. What's not going to work is this part. So we drop down into the catch and it should say REST server returned. Does it say that? REST server returned 500. Perfect. Then we return null. But we actually shouldn't do that. Yeah, we shouldn't do that. Okay, so here's what we need to do. We need to say if HTTP status equals 404, then return null. Otherwise, we throw an error. Yeah, that's what we need to do. All right, let's try that out. All right, there we go. Now we reconnect over here. And then we try calling that command again. Except for the password would have changed. The password is now password because I restarted the server. So let's modify that. I know I'm modifying this where you guys probably can't see it, but that's fine. Cannot read property emit of undefined. Oh, I never connected. There we go. There it is. So REST server returned 500 from that URL. And then it says this error was created by throw responses error. So what's happening now, finally, and I believe this is correct, is connection manager is hitting here. Add pre-beta co-catch. Yep, perfect. So now the only problem is that this is an unhelpful error message. In fact, let me just make it a helpful error message. I don't know why I even did this. Throw new error. Got HTTP status from get user API URL. Yeah, that's it. That's all I need to do. Now let's try that one more time. It should not take very long at all. And now we should at least have a proper error message from here. Now then the question becomes, where else did I make this pattern of mistake that I should go fix? So I hit connect, I hit join game. We joined correctly. I passed this thing in again. Here we go. So that's the new error message. Got HTTP 500 from localhost. The only other thing I need to do here is let's take that URL. So here's the URL. And then let's call it here. So I'm just going to do this and hit send. Oh, it says JWT expired, so I guess I need a token. So create a super token for me. Password invalid. What? Come on. What's the password? Super token password is password. What? What's going on here? Oh, I'm connecting to the wrong... Oh, this should have been localhost. Oh, whoops. There. Okay, good. There's our super token. Now we can use this and go hit a random URL. Can I do something just for testing here? This, I guess? Yes, perfect. All right, HTTP localhost 8080 slash users name equals Adam13531. And then in the header I said BL token to this. Variable that does not exist is not defined. Sending them this error is actually what we should be doing. Yes. Okay, good. Okay, so that's what should happen. what we should do is this, and then we should say resp.body.error. That's what should happen here, but that's only if that exists. So now when I rerun this, we're getting there. And hey, Super, read above. Adam, when someone quits on Botland, they're still offline and / online, but the tab still has them. So that's fine right up until the game starts a new game. So you are still actually considered to be in the game. So if I hit join game here, we have a minute left in the match. So if I were to close this tab, you would still see me in the game until 2 minutes and 15 seconds passes. So how about this? Walshy, I'm going to quit this. And like I said, wait 2 minutes and 8 seconds now, and then you should see my name get removed. So let's see if that works. Yeah, so we'll test that out. Okay, and then I'm going to test this part out, which is pretty much the same thing that I've been testing, but just one more time. So I refresh this page. I go to connect, join game, good. Yeah. Cannot read property, error of undefined. That's bad. That's... Oh, resp.response.body.error? Seriously? Alright, fine. Look at this description for why Bing. Yeah, I mean, sure, that's fine. I don't expect that commands page to be like super serious or anything. If it was the Botland API page, yeah, that should probably be a different tone. All right, so this is what throw responses error should be doing and is not doing. And that's really bad. So let's go take a look at this. When we get an unexpected response that isn't necessarily an error we changed, then we want to throw the response into our catch, custom handling. All right, how about this? So resp, yeah, I don't want to do this, I think. Response equals resp.response. This is so strange though, like why? And this isn't even correct. All right, let's do this. So const error equals new error. We're gonna say if util.exists response, then we can get the HTTP status code of this. My back is doing a lot better. I think I just needed some rest that day, so I'm going to try to finally have better seated posture. Okay, this resp.status, but this is in then. So I guess how this should work is this way. Let me think about this. If not util.exists, then response equals resp. So now we get const HTTP status equals response.status. If util.exists HTTP status. So let's just start forming an error string. Let error string equals error. Then we can say error string plus equal HTTP status of HTTP status. In fact, let's have these things add the spaces. Then let's get the error message equals. So if util.exists response.body const error message plus equal response.body.error. If util.exists error message, then we can do this. Actually, this is where object.get is probably a much better way of doing things. Let's go take a look at how that works, because I think that's a better way of coding things. So we go here, and then run the console for this. Yeah, you got the game for free because there was a period of time where I had screwed up the whole account system. So it's back to working, and I'm gonna only make it free for this week, I think. Then it's going back to normal. And remember, I think I see a lot of people using these commands. That's totally fine. But just be careful, because I think only Wouter is editing the wiki right now. Because if multiple people do it, you'll stomp on each other's changes. So we have underscore.get. Let me make an object. A equals an object. Underscore, actually, let's give it something in it. X5. Also, let me make it so that you guys can see this too. So if I do underscore.get a x, that gives me 5. If I say x.y.z, it gives me undefined. But if I actually put in an x.y.z, so x, y, z of 6, then it would work. Okay, but x.y.a, for example. Okay, good. This is perfect. We need to do this. This is a much better way of doing things too. So we'll say const error message equals underscore.get response body.error. That way we don't need to check multiple levels of util.exist. We can say now error string plus equal the error message. Let's just do this. Error message. Okay. And now what we can do is actually, let's do this. Else error string plus equal no error was returned in the response. This is happening on the REST client, so I think just stringifying the response is fine. Where would this show up though? No, maybe this is all we do. So now when we make an error, let's do this, because we're probably not going to catch the error. We'll probably just print on the command line. Yeah, let's just use the error string. Okay, looks good. As long as we're saving these things off, let's save off resp as well. Alright, so now you can call throw responses error with either one of these things. Let's try out whatever code I just changed. So if I go to diff current, we should see, what line was this? Like 198 apparently? Yeah, there it is. This. So if I just say this.throw responses error, resp, let's try this out. So previously, here's what we saw. We saw REST server returned 500 from this. No, that should have been an error though. Cannot read property error of undefined. Oh boy. Wait, what? Cannot read property error of undefined? Strange. Oh, right. That was the whole response.body. Whatever else. So it's actually the one up here that I want to use as my, yeah, this. This is what this used to say before. And now my after is going to be, well, let's find out. So I can close that. I can close that. Reopen this, hit connect. Join game. And now it says error HTTP status 500. Variable that does not exist is not defined. That's almost perfect. Other than the formatting of this message, it's pretty much fine. So like error shouldn't exist twice in here, those little things. So here we just get rid of this entirely. There we go. And then it says HTTP status here. And then let's put the error message in quotes. Perfect. All right. So that's how this stuff should be happening. Cannot read. Maybe your bots are an alphabet. Don't you invest in education? Cannot read. I don't even remember where. I don't even remember where that is. By the way, Walshy, if you're still playing, do you see my name in the leaderboard now? Because it should be gone since I disconnected and then the game ended. All right, I think we're good on this front. Oh, this should be gotten rid of. Okay, and same thing with this. This should be gotten rid of too. Oh, and then this too. This was not a good change. Also, busy. That's not good. It's not good at all. Where's this coming from? Yeah, here. I apparently can't save this file from here. Server.js. Oh, that fixed it. I guess I just can't make changes from Tortoise. It's kind of strange. Huh, okay. But anyway, I changed the password to this. That's pretty important. And then the REST client finally got a proper, yeah. So let's go into throw response as error. Do I have any console.logs here? No, good. Okay, so when we get an unexpected response, in order for that to work, the error that we throw needs the response property similar to how, this is stupid. It's totally stupid. The error that we throw will be formatted with the error. Yeah, with the error message from the REST server and the HTTP status code if either of those are present. No, it's all good, Adam. Okay, good, cool. It's 40-0. Hey, Skynet. All right. Yeah, looking good here. Yep, cool. All right, so fixed. I'll say change the pre-beta auth password. What's it called? Server run.cmd. Yeah, this. Changed this from a random number to the word password for development. Then fixed a bug where a REST server error in, what was it, get user by name, but that's on the central server. This is really coming from anything that calls get user by name, which is really the get user API. We just need to keep tracking this down, so fine, I'll just say this. Fixed a bug where this from the game server would not handle HTTP 500 well. It would treat it as though the user didn't exist, not as though there was a server error. I fixed the error handling / throwing logic so that I am now throwing an error with as much information as I have. This should be better for debugging in the future. Publishing wiki page right now. Wiki is slow as always though. Yeah, when I've been editing the wiki, I think it's been fine. Oh, cool. Okay. And then I don't think any of these require arguments. Yeah, so I think you're good on that front. Links to a silly video user Wouters. By the way, something else I need to check every once in a while is recent changes to make sure there's no more spam through my wiki. So Wouter doesn't know it, but Wouter is on a special list of people who do not need to see CAPTCHAs. In fact, the only user on the wiki right now who's not on that list is probably Decatech, because there are only 3 users on the wiki, so it's very easy to add them manually to this user list. Actually 4, I guess, if you count myself, but I'm on that too. All right, there, done. So that's good. Stop printing got a token on the client. Yeah, that's actually pretty important. I don't want you guys seeing like authentication tokens on there. And we save it off anyway, so that's fine. That's it, done. I don't even need to test that. I just deleted a console.log. I don't think anything can go wrong with deleting console.log code. So what do I say? Remove noisiness on the client about auth tokens. That way I don't show my own on stream. I get chapters. Oh, wait, right. Yeah, I wanted to give you points for doing that. Oh, CAPTCHAs. Oh, you do? Oh, that's probably a bug then. Yeah. Oh, maybe I screwed this up. Alright, I'll need to do this after the stream, I think. So, apparently getting CAPTCHAs. It shouldn't be. Well, the question should be easy enough for you to answer. Okay, stop printing out a token. Done. Make it so that init database takes in the root password and the user password. Yeah, here's something that's not happening right now. Points for bug report, please. Actually, that is a bug report, so thank you. And by the way, some of you might notice that your point totals are higher than normal because I was testing the bot a lot this weekend, and that meant that everyone was getting points during the time. By the way, something else about PhantomBot, they have updated it so that now it uses a proper database. Well, not a totally proper one, but it uses a flat file here. So check this out. If I load up SQLite and I take a path to this, so take a look. I can browse your point values now directly in here. Not a number. Okay, a couple of people have not a number here. That's strange. But everybody else, look at that. And I can just edit these on the fly if I want. In fact, let's try this out. Let's make mine an even 500,000. No, 5 million. Let's go 5 million. There. Now, what are my points? My points should be 5 million. No, they're not. All right, well, who knows? Who cares? Do you want to save changes made to the... Oh, I didn't realize that's how you had to do this. Well, no, I don't. I don't really care that much. What, a banned phrase? Banned phrase number 5. Wait, yeah, what? How did that get banned? Where are the banned phrases? Hang on a second. Let me reopen all of that. Banned phrase number 5. That's weird. Is there a banned phrases? Auto purge phrases. Auto ban phrases. Number 5 is articles4daily.com. What? Here are all the banned phrases. Why would you be banned for saying what you said? I'm at a small 321. Oh, 2-1 is in here. Num phrases. Oh my god, that's terrible. Oh, I know exactly how this happened. So anyone who says the numbers 21, well, 2 and 1 next to each other will get burst. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible. I wonder how I... Okay, so here's what happened. This is what's really stupid. Okay, so here's how PhantomBot used to work. It used to work where there were just any files storing things like phrase 1 equals, you know, like some banned phrase. Phrase 2 equals whatever. And then finally it would say num phrases equals 2, right? All right. All right, you guys should probably stop auto-banning yourself. Anyway, it put this into an ini file, and then when it converted it into a database, it just took everything from the blank equals part here and just crammed it into a column. So now, as far as it's concerned, num phrases is a banned phrase. So yes, let me fix this. Let me reopen this database. Hey, old man. All right, we're gonna load up the database again. I'm gonna try to fix this really quickly. Auto purge phrases. Can I just delete this row? Delete record. There, save. There, okay. Now can someone try typing 21? Someone please type 21 now. We'll figure out if that worked. Okay, yeah. Monster made it through. Alright, good. Blackjack. Blackjack for everybody. Alright, here. There's 4 hearts. The Goldmine link is listed as banned, but it isn't. Let me see. Wait, if you're talking about you hit it through a link shortener, then that's not banned. I'm not going to look at this right now. I haven't been having problems with actual spam in my channel, so I'm going to... Yeah, I'm not gonna look at this anymore. And I'm not sure about the delay. Everything should be pretty much fine on my side. My CPU usage is fine. I'm not dropping any frames. So many bans today. They're not really bans, they're just timeouts. In fact, if anyone did get banned, just email me or make a new account and message me or something, I guess. Okay, so make it to the init database. Oh, Wowter, it looks like you put campaign wrong. You said campag, which that link probably doesn't resolve, but whatever. Again, like, if people start... So, if you guys remember, when I started this stream, Twitch spammers ran rampant everywhere, and you'd find these, like, Goldmine links, and you'd find these other things, and that's all died down. So that's why I don't think this is worth looking into right now. So make it so the init database takes in the root password and the user password. Yeah, that's pretty important. So we're going to say database root password and database user password. Aye, sir. All right, good. Now this turns into this, and this turns into this. And so we connect with the root password, and then we pass the user password in here. In fact, I think that's it. I think we're done after that. Yeah, let's go try this out. You can't fool me. You can't tag me in a message deleted message. All right, so let's try this out. I'm gonna go to mysql-u root-p password, use botland, select star from users. Okay, so yeah, this is our current database. Let's now drop database botland. Okay, so now we have no database. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to initialize the database, but I got to set all these variables. So let's go into central server run. We got to set most of this stuff, but then there's some more stuff we got to set too. So let's do database root password and then database user password. So now we're going to set the user password to chickens. This is the most secure password anyone has ever come up with in the history of time. So now we go to BL central server and we run the init database command, which is, let me find it, here. So I go into the database folder and I run this. And it said created it. So it says create user Adam at localhost identified by chickens. That's kind of funny. If you ever need to pick me out from a police lineup, just go to your local KFC. They'll find me. They will hunt me down. So now if I connect with, how do I close out of this? Exit. All right, there we go. Oh, it says bye to me. I can't say bye to it. In FTP, I'm pretty sure you can just say bye. Oh, I ran out of apple cider. All right, so if I do mysql-u adam-p chickens, access denied. Oh, because I'm not an admin. How do I connect then? Can I specify? Oh my God. I didn't realize there would be that much documentation for this. Can I specify the database I connect to? -d database name. Yeah, let's try that. Whoop. -d botland. Enter password chickens. Why does it still say access denied? Right, I created. Where did I even run this? Yeah, here. Oh, error, create user. Oh, operation failed. Error, cannot user. What? Error, cannot user. Is this a real thing, or is my text getting cut off somehow? Huh. No, it is a real thing. You'd think they'd put cannot verb. Cannot create user. Okay, well, what is this doing? Message, operation... Oh, that's not helpful. What is going on here? Adam at localhost identified by chickens. Okay, let's just try this from MySQL. Excuse me. Alright, MySQL-u root-p. Alright, so if I try running that exact command from here, use botland, create user Adam at localhost identified by chickens. Operation user failed. Why? When I said password, this worked? Oh, or the user already exists. Oh, that's the problem, I bet. Yeah, I gotta remove that user somehow. MySQL delete user. Hey, let go. Drop user Adam at localhost. Okay, drop user Adam at localhost. Aha! Now I bet this will work. In fact, let's just drop database botland and try this again. Okay, that worked this time. And now I should be able to log in with the password chickens. So let's try just connecting without -d botland. Let's say chickens. Oh, I'm in. Show databases. I shouldn't be allowed to do this. Oh, I just can't see the databases that I don't have access to. So now if I say use botland, everything's totally fine. Nice. So what happens if I'd connected with -d botland? Select star from users. Botland.users doesn't exist. Yeah, actually that's correct. It doesn't because I never ran connects migrate. Oh, I just learned. Oh. Let me write something down. Note, if you already set node M to production, then you'll have to specify development. Since I didn't make a production migration. Aha! Alright, so we shouldn't name this database user password. It should just be database password. Because that's what I'm using everywhere else apparently. So let's I don't know, maybe I want to change that. Yeah, let's just call it database password for now. Okay, so when I ran this should be this way. And then I should be able to initialize the data. Okay, so let's do this. Drop database botland. Adam apparently has permission to do that. But then I've got to say drop user Adam at localhost. I probably can't drop myself, can I? You need at least one of the create user. Okay, so let's exit this. MySQL-u root-p password. Drop user Adam at localhost. Good, great. All right, now let's run this. Of course that's not going to work, but now we run it. In fact, let's go one step further here. Let's set database user password to nothing. That way if we did accidentally leave it in, it would fail. Then we do connects migrate latest. Done, everything worked. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I don't even know if there's anything to test here, but let's go test something anyway. That way we feel good about ourselves. Hey Sloan, it's going pretty well. Whoop, user does not exist. Oh, that's not good. Okay, I've got to create a utility program that's going to make users for me. Okay. So either create a utility program that will make users for me, or pass in an environment variable that will create a user if it doesn't exist. I think creating users is a better idea. God, that's going to be annoying. It's going to be really annoying. Okay, anyway, as far as making bots move in the game, let me connect to the server and see what's going on. So I connect, join game, and oh, the game's about to end. Well, anyway, to make a bot move, you can go into Blockly and you can just choose Terminators and then Movement and then drag move onto the canvas and pick whatever direction you want. If you don't want a direction, then I suggest putting an if before it, where you say if can move in any direction, then just move in any direction. So what this will do is it'll always move in a valid direction. So you can take a look here. My bots are just going to move randomly, but they'll never move like into each other, wasting their turn. So yeah, here it is. And then in 4 seconds, it's about to just freeze there. Nick says, haven't checked in for a while. You've made huge progress. Congrats. Well, thank you. Yeah, it's always nice seeing that. It's like if I were trying to lose weight, let's say, I probably wouldn't notice much change in myself day to day, but then someone sees me after a month and they're like, oh my God, you used to weigh 600 pounds. And that's kind of how I feel with Botland, in that the last month I feel like I got very little done, but I don't know. Anyway, Logan P, hopefully that clarifies this for you. And yeah, Orange Ray is right. I should run a giveaway. Alright, so this part's done. I don't know what to do about this next part here. But let's see what we got. Yeah. Init database now requires database password and database root password. The database password represents the password given to the user that you are creating for the database. Database root password is the root user's password. Well, that Walsey has one do Twitch giveaway. Alright, so what's next? So, okay, here's the problem. I used to have a variable set such that when I went to, by the way, am I? Okay, good, yeah. And if anyone wants access to the game, you can play right now and for the rest of this week by typing this into chat. It does not cost anything. You'll get access immediately and you'll be able to play the game. Anyway, what I used to be able to do, if you take a look at this connect window over here, what I used to be able to do is type in any password I want. I should type in password, just so it's something valid. And then hit connect, and then down here join game, and it would usually work. But I've changed that code path now, so this user doesn't exist. What do I do? What do I do? Maybe I make a connect button if I'm in development. Yeah, that would actually work. Or maybe just make a create button if I'm in development that will let me create the user by opening a socket and emitting the add pre-beta command. I don't know. F-O... What? Lowing P? Some new internet slang. Oh God. I can't keep up even reading. Hours and hours of Reddit every week. I don't think I'm going to do this part yet. I think I'm going to put this down to the bottom for right now. And also for right now, that means I'm going to need an account. So let's just create one manually. That's not a good idea, is it? Oh wait, I have the perfect thing. Get a super token. Then call create user with the super token. Done. And now, when I want to connect, join. Perfect. For now, just use Postman. All right, the connecting state is likely never used anymore. And for anyone new to the stream right now, I'm going to be working on these miscellaneous fixes from last week for the next couple of hours. And then after that, we get into the design and the work on BotBase, which I believe there's a command for that. Nope. No, there isn't. Okay, well anyway, there's a website for this. All this does is explain what BotBase are in the context of Botland. This isn't even true anymore. I gotta update this. Oh no, it is true. Never mind. Yeah, okay. So connecting state is likely never used anymore. I believe that's the case. So if we look at connecting, which is here, and we search for this dot connection. All right, let me just delete this. I don't think it's necessary. Yeah. Yep. And so here we go. Set connection state to connecting. Is this ever used? Probably not. I'm just going to delete it. Yep, it's not used. And then there is this. Is connecting. Is this ever used? Is connecting is part of the word disconnecting. So I shouldn't have searched for that. But either way, we can see that it's only here. Okay, cool. That part's gone. So now we don't even really need a connection state. Yeah, yes we do. We do need to know if players are offline. That part's true. All right, so your current connection state. Yeah, that's fine. So now let's search for the word connecting. And just see if I screwed up any comments here. So no, if this shows up out of the blue, perhaps the user connecting to the server hasn't been sent to all entities correctly. Yeah, that's fine. No, when we're connecting. Well, what? Sets the state of various classes so that they know we're connecting to the server. It's not even true. Sends your username and password to the REST server to download account information. To download your auth token for now. I shouldn't even write the for now part. Enter says, why do you use Sublime Text 2 over 3? So I use Sublime Text 2 kind of for historical reasons. There are a couple of, I think, big reasons. One is I don't want to pay for Sublime Text 3. I've already paid for Sublime Text 2. And the second is I have a lot of plugins, and back when I had considered should I switch, I don't think all the plugins existed in Sublime Text 3 since they needed to be updated to Python 3. And now it's just been, I don't see a compelling enough reason to switch. Oh yeah, Kairas, you should have control over it. Let me know if that works, because no one's done that so far today. Oh yeah, there. Yeah, I guess it does work if you just change it in red. Yep, cool. All right, good. The giveaway system works. All right, so all I did was adjust a comment there. This doesn't matter. When you try connecting and you get an error, we only, what's this actually? Interesting. Huh, okay, fine. This represents a user that is connecting to the server but hasn't finished authenticating. That's correct. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. This part's not fine. Well, I put this in quotes. I guess this is okay then. Yep. Don't care. Yep, that's fine. Yep, this part's not fine. Fetch world state. They will be able to receive chat messages. This part shouldn't fail. All right, there. I'm just trying to update this stuff so that it's consistent with now the state of my code base. That's fine. Not necessarily the first time connecting. That's fine. That's fine. Yep. Yep. Yeah. So all these other things are fine. There was one part I'm a little concerned about, and that was... Where was it? There's a console.log in here, not that one at the bottom. That's in test code. This right here. What is this? Launcher. There's no launcher. Okay, I guess we should probably just remove that code. Remove the launcher code from the code base entirely. So this is done. Now let's commit that. Sends username, yeah. So I think I just updated comments. Yep, comment changed, comment. Well, that's not comments, that's removed dead code. So now that the connecting state is no longer a possible connection state, I removed dead code and updated some comments. All right, great, cool. So BRB. That. All right, I will be right back. All right. Back. So remove the launcher code base from the code entirely. This is something I made on day one, I think. I don't even know if I have a video of that anymore. Not that it matters. But the design of the code base back then, so you can see I've got central server. That is the REST server. So that's what this connects to. So when I go to create a user, that's contacting the REST server. There's the client. I mean, that's pretty obvious. That's this thing. That's what's running the code for you. There is the game server. That's where you connect to figure out where bots move and everything else. And then there was the launcher. Now, originally, the game server was going to be run on users' machines. So you would say, hey, I want to host a Botland server. And we'd give you the server code, and you'd say, okay, I'm hosting it now. Here's my IP address. And you need the launcher to keep it up to date. That is no longer the case. So we made a decision. Well, we made the decision very early on that users would host their own servers, and there was a whole lot of things that came out of that decision. Then we thought about it some more, and we decided, all right, what would it take for us to host all the servers ourselves? And that was a pivotal decision, because when you can host the servers yourselves, you can start to do a lot more. I've made this comparison a long time ago, but if any of you have played Terraria, Terraria is a game where users host their own servers. In fact, I don't think there are central servers. And a user says what is in their inventory when they join a server. So I might say, I got 200 dynamite. Definitely. I got that legitimately. Like, believe me about it. And the server says, okay, I don't have any other authority to go off of, so fine, you've got 200 dynamite. And then you go and you blow up the whole world, and you come back and you're like, this time I got 400 dynamite. And the server's not going to do anything about it. It's just going to say, okay, you got 400 dynamite. I don't care. When you don't have some authority above a game server, you can't work on progress across sessions. And Botland progress is very different from, let's say, an RPG. In RPG, you are definitely gaining power, you're gaining experience, you expect to have that persist across your world. In Botland, you're gaining hardware, which isn't necessarily power. And you're probably learning about the game too, but that happens in almost any game. So now we can have that progress persist across game sessions since we control the servers, and our higher authority is our own systems, really, and that central server of ours. So anyway, it changed a lot of the design of our game, and this is now just a remnant of the old code. So I'm going to take a quick look through this just to make sure that there's nothing that I'm actually even using here, and then that's that. What is the you can? I don't know what roving, I don't know what you're responding to. Maybe something about Terraria, I'm not sure. Dist. So we don't need any of this stuff. We don't need any of these node modules anymore. I don't think there was really any code. You can see date modified September 11th, which unfortunately you can't say that date on Twitch without getting someone sending a stupid message. Almost 4 months ago. Yeah, and I don't think any of this code is worth saving. I think it's easily rewritable. Yeah, that stuff's all fine. App, do we have anything in here? Yeah, I don't think there's really anything to focus on in here. And a run.cmd. Take a look at the commit where this comment appeared and look at the game server's code for how BabelNode can be removed. Yeah, I'm just going to delete all this code. Alright. Happy late New Year's. Yeah, Happy New Year. You could implement client persistence without server-side persistent and be secure. No. What I'm getting at is that, okay, so here's the problem. Imagine if you go and you play, you hosted your own World of Warcraft server, essentially. You're the one hosting the server, so there's no telling whether you modified the code or not, or you modified just even network messages back and forth, even if you didn't modify the code, or you wrote your own server, and then you say, oh yeah, I just got 1 trillion kills, so that puts me at the max level right now. The client can maybe persist that without any problem, but it's persisting data that we don't consider valid. We as like the Botland creators wouldn't consider valid. So what I'm saying is you can't trust a server and a client that's running on just some random user's machine. And for an example of that, Team Fortress 2, there are games that people host that have like crazy settings that are just for the sake of getting achievements. Hey, Void Dreamer. So imagine if they did that in Botland, where there was a game where they just did for getting whatever items you get in the game. Like that would not be okay. Alright, so removed the launcher code entirely, which I haven't touched since day 3 of Botland coding. It was supposed to be used for launching the game server back when game servers would have been run on users' machines. But we are now going to run all of the game servers ourselves. Okay, if you press the connect button on the client when the REST server is offline, you'll get an unhelpful error message. At the very least, this should be very quick to test. So we close down the central server, we refresh the client. Eating leftover Christmas cake with sticky fingers. I hope the fingers are sticky because of the cake. Skilled Bubble says, will this be on stream? Will what be on stream? Oh, the Christmas cake? Okay, so we should get an error now. Request has been terminated. Possible causes. So the real cause is that this thing isn't even online. Does the client say anything about that? Okay, well, let's go take a look. Yeah, let me just... No. I don't want to do that. Okay, fine. Oh, will this be on Steam? Oh, whoops, sorry. I see the word Steam and I just immediately add an R. No, it won't be. So it'll just be a web game that's free to play. So right now, if you want to play, you sign up for an account through Twitch. So that's this command that I gave out for those who don't know. For now, you sign up for an account through Twitch, but then you go to play the game by just hitting a website. And there, that's it. Now, when you sign up on Twitch, well, you have a Twitch username, but then the password that my bot gives you is what you use for here. Okay. All right, so getting this to work better, will this get hit in here on the left side or over here as an alert? What do we think? Apparently got on the right side, or the left side, but not how I wanted it to. Okay, so let's just refresh and try. Whoops, wait, no, that's why, because I hit the wrong connect button. It was that connect button. There we go. Okay, great. So that was not what I wanted to happen, but I'll fix this. Oh, and for anyone who wants to learn how to play, you can watch this video. Now remember, your accounts will likely be deleted as of this Sunday, and then we'll go back to a proper point system for the rest of, well, for a very long time, I think. And then we'll do giveaways and everything too. But yeah, and it'll become, we'll eventually get to the point where a lot of the code that I'm working on is for the game, like the presentation of the game mechanics, the amount of content in the game, etc. All right, so I want to do this. I want to do debug main dot game server, no, dot simulation server dot add bot cooldown equals 1e9, and then arena dot wipe out all entities. There we go. Okay, so now when I hit connect, I can pause on caught exceptions, and this should break into the debugger. Perfect. So our error that we got was request has been terminated. Now if this failed, get error from caught response. Actual error message is, yeah, possible causes, the network is offline, origin is not, the page is being unloaded. Okay, so here's what I need to do. First of all, I need to turn this thing off. Second, I need to see what happens when you try connecting with invalid credentials. So if I had tried password 2, we'd presumably get a different message here. Oh wait, no, this is the server's offline, so we're always gonna see the same message. Okay, we're gonna save this. How's that sound? Yeah. All right, then I'm gonna start the central server. Ha ha ha. I enjoyed your chat spam on the weekend. Thanks for the online entertainment. I was wondering if anyone else would see that. Yeah, I was spending a lot of time with PhantomBot and trying to get things to work and just upgrading it and figuring out. They have made some good changes. The bot now uses a SQLite database instead of ini files. And what happened here? Oh, I changed my password to chickens. Oh, man. Why does it not produce an error? Man. Database wrapper. Where do I use this? There should be a test when this thing starts up. Alright, I'm not going to do all this now. I'm going to code this afterward. When the central server starts up, some check should be performed to make sure the database credentials are correct. Right now, it just prints errors to the console when you try X. Is that even true? Try accessing an API? I think it's just, let's see, if I hit run here, yeah. Right now, it just prints connects errors to the console without exiting. Assuming trusted server, untrusted client, server holds game state. Okay, so yeah, the very first three words, if I'm giving server code to users, then I can't trust it. But anyway, I'll read the rest of your message. So, untrusted client, server holds game state, signs persist to client, client returns. Yep. Yeah, I think that would totally work. And that's what I'm doing with my authentication tokens right now. So I do trust the server. I sign a token, I send it to the client, then I can trust that the client can't modify it without altering the signature or breaking very well-known security. Yeah. Okay, this part is disconcerting, but I'm not so concerned with it that I'm going to fix it right now. What I am going to fix is I got to recreate the database. Oh, this should be close. We're going to do drop user Adam at localhost, and then we're going to create this set database password to password. Now let's create the database. That didn't work. That was horrible. All right, drop database botland. Get this, sure, migrate, good. Create a super token. Is my central server even running? It's not. Now it is though. Okay, so now create a super token, good. And then create a user. There, done. Perfect. Adam, look at the game. Oh, wait, no, roving eye. Okay, hold on. So I want to clarify something because I don't think you missed a whole lot. Hang on. What's going on right now? Am I on the blue team? Oh, man. Red team has too many players. Why does that happen? Yeah, how could this happen? That's another thing I got to look into at some point. Although this is only a pre-beta issue, because eventually you'll know what teams you're on before the game even starts, and then people can't join during the game. But yeah, huh? Nice. Okay, so roving on. What I wanted to clarify is that here's what I was talking about, and I don't know which parts you saw or didn't see, but originally, as in 4 months ago, we wanted users to host game servers. Then, maybe 3 months ago, we decided we would host those servers. So what I was talking about is that the originally plan. So had we hosted game servers, we wouldn't have been able to trust any sort of progress on those game servers. Sorry, I said that wrong. Had users hosted game servers, we wouldn't have been able to trust any of the progress on those game servers. So now that we've switched, we can trust that. So that's the conclusion I was coming to there. So yeah, what you said is definitely correct. If we were trusting the server and we didn't have a trusted client, we could sign the game state and everything and then have them pass that back. I think that would be fine. But yeah, anyway, we change things around. So now what happens if I connect? I gotta try two different things. One, connecting with the wrong password. So let's just type password 2, hit connect. And our error message is now internal server error at request. It's a 500 error. Interesting. What does the error contain? Internal server error ... Oh, that's just the stack trace. So what did the central server say? Password is not correct for Adam. Okay, fine. So you got a 500 back. All right, so that's one case. What about the other case, which is we have an invalid user. So I say Adam2. And now here it says internal server error. Okay, cool. So if we got a response in here, error.response, which we do, so that part's good. Where did this come from? Where did this come from? Yeah, getting the real stack trace here is not easy. Stack error.resp. So this must have come from okay, let's put one other thing in here then. In the REST client, which is where I'm pretty sure this is coming from, we also say this. We say error.thrown from response as error equals true. By the way, when you have the scoreboard open, make a new tab and look back. Are you saying that the scoreboard stays open when you hold tab? Because that I know about. Because this part about like, I have now let go of my keyboard and tab is still acting as though it's held, that I know about, but I'm not sure if that's what you're reporting right now. Okay, so what am I connecting as? I'm connecting with the client. Is the client even rebuilding this? Empty REST client. Yes, it is. So what is not rebuilding this? The game server? No. What's going on here? Ah, yes, that is what you meant. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's a known issue. And the other thing that's part of that is that if you hold any key and then you let go, like you go to a new tab or something like that, then yeah, it thinks that key is still held down. So now it thinks my D key is held down, which is what scrolls to the right. So when I let go of my keyboard here, you can see it's scrolling me, and you fix it by just pressing the key again. That's something I'm probably going to fix, but it's kind of useful for testing actually. All right, so the part I'm still concerned about here is when I click connect, where is this error coming from? So now if I do error.thrown, it's not thrown from there. How did this response get here? Error.response.status code. Weird. How is this getting there? And if I try and the server's not connected, then response shouldn't be there. Where is this coming from? I'm gonna take a look in a sec. All right, this should fail. Good, perfect. All right, error.response should not be there. Good. All right, so then yeah, let's do this. Here's what I'll say. I'll say client main. What's this called? It's called fetch token apparently, and it's in the REST client. So fetch token here. Window.alert error.message. So we say this. If util.exists error.response, then we say the error that we got, I guess, error.message. Else window.alert the central server, I'll say the account server appears to be offline. Try again later. There. Uh-oh. Error in Watchify. What? What did I screw up? I changed hardly any code. Unexpected token on line 1. T import. Well, that is unexpected. Not sure if this would work for you if you're packaging the libs in one file, but you should check out this out in Chrome to remove libs from stack traces. Oh yeah, blackboxing. Yeah, I actually am using this for I'm using this for jQuery and for Socket.io right now. But yeah, thank you for that. And yeah, thank you, Enter. All right. Well, anyway, I probably got it there by not holding control when I press T. I don't know. That doesn't. Oh, whatever. All right, so I hit connect, and now I hit play. And what do we see? The account server appears to be offline. Try again later. All right, good. That part's fixed. Now let's put the account server online and then try with an invalid account. So now I try and hit connect, and it says, still the account server appears to be offline. That's not correct. Yeah, that's definitely not correct. Okay, let's wait for that to build. Come on, green, blue, there we go. By the way, how has the stream been as far as just frame rate goes and freezing? Is that stuff all fine? All right, so what? Error.response? Oh, it doesn't exist. Oh, error is user does not exist. Oh, that's not helpful. All right, let's take a look here. REST client fetch token. There is no fetch token. Oh, it's a different REST client. Yeah. Throw new error, actual error message. Get error from call response. Return response dot body dot error. Oh, that's not good. I don't like this. Where am I using this? I don't like this code at all. No freezing so far. It's buffered twice, but fine. Okay, good. That sounds good. I'm using this in exactly one location. Why did I do this? Why did I... Okay, here's what this probably should have been. I don't even know where this is coming from. In here, I guess, throw responses error. Yeah, this. Put this into the shared client here. And then this thing should have never been used. Yeah. And then in here, we can say this dot, whatever that function is, throw error. So if it is an error, resp.status, if it exists, I should do _.get response status. That way there's no way this can possibly fail. And I guess I should be doing the same thing up here. All right. So response could be an error object. Yeah, this is not good then. if it is an error object, then I need to fix this. So how about this? If error string dot length equals 0, then maybe resp was an error object all along. No, this isn't even possible because we have an else up here. I'm not totally sure what to do. Yeah, what do I want to do here? Okay, let's take a look. JavaScript check if object is error. Is this a Lodash function? Can I, whoops, documentation. Documents. Yeah, so if I check the documentation, I don't know if there is an error. Is error? They have this. I didn't know that. Checks if value is an error. Eval error, range error, blah, blah, blah. Oh, well. So if underscore dot is error, resp, then we say error string equals resp dot message. So now all of this stuff should be here. Let error string equals, yeah. Okay, so I gotta fix things here. I'm not super happy with this. I'll say, I think I'll put all of this into here. I can't do that, can I? Of course not. All right, how about this? Let me think about this. All right, so here's what I want to do. I want to see if it's an error. I want to return. I want to just throw that error essentially. In fact, let's just do it that way then. If it's an error, then just throw resp. There, we're done. Okay, problem solved. And then this doesn't need to be here because we only get to this if we are, well, gonna get hoisted in the transpiled JavaScript anyway. So it doesn't really matter where we have this. Let response, so get the response. If that doesn't exist, then try treating that as a response. Then get the HTTP status and the error string. Yeah. Okay, that looks good. One thing we can do here is put this property in here if we want. Yeah. Okay, cool. So now this no longer exists. We say error in fetch token, error, throw new error. All right, so now we wait for this to build. Then I try out exactly the same steps and I should see a proper error message make it back to the client. Yeah, let's try that out. So when I hit this connect button, we should see it. All right, so what is the error now? Error is internal server error. Error.response. Error.thrown. Oh, perfect. All right, so it says internal server error. Did we get any other information? I guess we got this. User does not exist. That's strange. Wait a second. Yeah, what happened with that text? That'd be pretty helpful. So error.message. Yeah, that's not the full thing though. There's some other. Where did I see this? Where's the whole user did not exist part of this? I just looked at this, right? Oh, error.response is what has it. Oh. And this is text. So wait, body.error didn't exist here? It does. Wait, so something's wrong then. Something's wrong in throw whatever as whatever. I don't remember the name of that. Throw response is error. Yeah, there we go. So let's do this. Let's load up REST client shared. Go to this function, put a breakpoint here, refresh the page. Oops, I refreshed twice. All right, no matter. Here we are. So what is RESP? RESP is, wait, RESP is an error? Underscore dot is error. Oh. What? Oh, right, of course. It'll always be an error. Oh, that was stupid. So whether it's a valid error or not, we only know once we get to here. If there's no response, so yeah, if there's no status, that's how we know. If there's no status code, then this was a real error object. Note that RESP itself is always an error object, but errors from the REST server will contain a status. Errors from, say, an undefined variable will not. That's the difference. There it is. So we say throw RESP, and then we say the whole part about here, RESP dot whatever. That's what I needed. All right, I probably just botched the build for this, but let's refresh and find out whether I did or not. In fact, while I'm refreshing, let me just rebuild and try this out. Okay, yeah, so I hit connect, and what do we see? We see that I get the stat. Oh, let's just hit play. I don't really care. And then play here. HTTP status 500. User does not exist. Okay, that's good. I think later we can change this into a more user-friendly error message, but for right now it's certainly developer-friendly. Before it was not even developer-friendly. And since window.alert is not a very user-friendly page anyway, I already know I'm going to have to fix this. So yeah, let's wait until later. So that was that. User does not exist. Now let's just try a couple of other things. So I'll just close this out entirely. All right, so I try a proper name but a bad password. It says password is not correct for Adam. Perfect. And then I try proper everything. Wait, what? Was that not the right password? What's my password? Password. Oh, that is correct. Okay, well that worked. And then we turn the server off. And then try one last time. Then we're done. Connect. Account server appears to be offline. Try again later. Perfect. That's done. We're done. So debugger, get rid of that. Util.exist. Good, good, good. All right. Yeah, it looks good. All right, REST client. Yeah, fix that up. This thing, we refactored the code over to here and then changed some comments about it. So I'm going to say wait a second. This used to be in here. Yeah. There was a function in the client called, what was it called? Throw this. That was not very helpful. I have changed it to this, which is now defined in the shared REST client. What else do I want to say here? So connecting to the REST server from the client now gives more descriptive error messages. To accommodate this, I changed this on the client. Well, I removed this from the client because it was not very helpful. I have changed it to yep. Great. Done. What is the client server watch program? That is Gulp, and Gulp is just a task system. So what I need it to do, I am writing code in ECMAScript 6, so you'll see things like class and you'll see import and const. Those are all ECMAScript 6 constructs. They don't exist in ECMAScript 5. So in order for this to work in a browser that doesn't support ECMAScript 6, it needs to be transpiled from 6 to 5, and that is done via Babel.js. So what Gulp does is I run a watch task, and it will transpile my code, and then depending on what options I want, it might also uglify it, which will condense the size of it. It might, what else do I do? Put it in different folders, something like that. Woodjammer says, anyone you used to work with at any previous jobs ever stop into the stream? Yeah, actually, there are a few people here who, let me see, let me look at chat. Maybe no one right now. Yeah, no, there's one person at the very least that I used to work with in here. There's usually like 2 or 3, I think. Lowing P says, how are my bots now? I want to see. I feel like Lowing and Walshy are sworn enemies. Alright, here we go. Yeah, so Walshy has 4 kills. Lowing has 4 deaths. I'd be very surprised if everyone had actually worked with me. I think it'd be strange if you had an email conversation with someone and they weren't like, oh, by the way, I'm blank. I'm 4-0, so I think I'm good. Well, let's find out what happens. So Walshy has cloaking and shield. See, unfortunately, the vision range is only 5. So for them to see, it's if we count this as tile 0, then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's like this rectangle. The corners of it are where one bot can see another bot. By the way, I was the guy who interviewed you at Microsoft. There were like 5 guys who interviewed me because it's a huge interview loop. Okay, there we go. So when the central server starts up, some check should be performed to make... I don't want to do this right now. Yeah, we're going to save this for later. All right, if you open a client and type debug main.join_game, it will fail with an unhelpful error message. Isn't this... Well, I don't know what's going to happen here. All right, so let's do that. Start the client. Hit F12. I'm all 5 of them at once. Well, you fooled me, definitely. And then I never saw you again. You somehow made it a point to seek me out. All sounds totally reasonable. Your auth token is empty or improperly formatted. Yeah, well, that is true. I was interviewed by a hive mind. That's the nice thing about a hive mind, is you never know that they're a hive mind. We got some like Ender's Game stuff going on in the interview loops in the text space. All right, there we go. So now I can check this box, press this button, hit OK, and that broke. It broke my expectation and my heart. It didn't actually violate any code. Well, where's that coming from then? Oh, this. It's probably right here. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. Join game. Yeah. What am I doing? Okay, let's go to socket interface. Let's look for join game, which it doesn't know how to parse that. All right, let's join game. Debug main. Oh, client. Here, join game. Yeah, here we go. All right, let's put a breakpoint in here. And now let's try this out. Wait, helpful eyes. Is that written in my... Oh, yeah. I was like, that rings a bell. A very tiny bell. All right, there we go. So here we are. And we go into where exactly? Something here is going to fail. Oh, authenticate to game server is going to fail. Whoops. Socket interface, authenticate to game server here. Oh, whoops. The server is going to emit back a generic response saying your auth token has failed and you're a terrible person. Okay. Yeah, empty or improperly formatted. I bet this doesn't even appear in my code base. Oh, it does. I bet wrong. I lose. Adam owes Adam money. Receive client auth. So, yeah, this. Wait, this shouldn't be a helpful error message, though. Because it's not really possible to run into this. What do I say here? Your auth token is empty or improperly available. Let's say this. Could not authenticate you. Try logging out and logging back in? I don't know. Make sure you try refreshing. Try again. And if it still does not work, log out and log back in. Okay, so here's the reason for this. There's really only one way this can happen if you're not trying to cheat the system. One way, and that's this. One, you connect to the central server with your valid username/password. Two, the server gives you an auth token. Three, you wait 24 hours before clicking join game. 4, you pass a now expired auth token to the game server. 5, the game server tells you that you suck. So that's the flow right now. That's the only way this could happen. And the reason why I'm triggering it is because I'm manually calling an API. Now, if you manually call an API, you go into the console and you're like, I'm going to get past Adam's system, and you say, join game here. And then you see that error message. Well, I don't care whether it's helpful or not because you're not using the game in a way that I expected you to use it. So, yeah, we changed the error message so that if you hit it in a real case, it's at least more meaningful. That's really all I care about for right now. Looks good. You shouldn't make the message too nice. In this area, you should really just say, sorry, didn't work, or better still, okay, up until you do something that matters. I don't understand the second part of your sentence, but sometimes having a vague error message is actually a good thing. And in this case, saying could not authenticate you is, I think, fine. For example, let's say you typed a password for a user and you were trying to hack someone's account, and the server told you, hey, that password is wrong, but it's pretty close. You're only one character off. Like, that's a very specific error message, and that's something you probably couldn't even do, but it's also something you wouldn't want to do because you'd only be helping people. It can also happen if you log in with an invalid login and press join game. So that shouldn't be possible. If you log in with an invalid login, you'll actually hit a different code path. Yeah. Right, so check this out. If I try an invalid login and hit connect, I don't even... Oh, wait, I see what you're saying. Oh, because join game shows up. Yeah, okay, so that's actually technically a bug. All right, let's give you a point for that. All right. Yeah, because you don't even have an auth token now. So yeah, that's going to happen. Yep. All right. So that's another thing I got to fix. If you can't authenticate to the central server, then we shouldn't show you the join game and manage bots buttons. Okay, well, I think I've helpfulized this. And yeah, that's pretty simple. Made an error message a little bit clearer when you try joining a game server with an invalid auth token, e.g. because it expired. Yeah. You could say yes, okay, password, but then at the point you try to do something, the operation fails. So signing in works, but the return to auth token is bad. I'm not totally sure why you're suggesting that. So if your auth token is bad, as a user, you don't know what an auth token is. So imagine like grandma goes onto Facebook and Facebook had an internal problem and grandma sees auth token bad and she calls up her grandson and bothers him. Grandson forgot his gender. Yeah, I think this is fine. I think this is fine. So if you can't authenticate, we shouldn't show you the buttons. That's another thing I'm not going to do right now. I think that my REST server calls next too soon. Because this is middleware, it should probably happen after all async processes are complete, meaning I should put this in a finally clause for each promise. I actually don't know what to do for this, but I do think this is an issue if I add other middleware. But I don't know what other middleware I would add. So let's just take a quick look at this. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I mean, one thing I am doing is I'm returning next no matter what in all of these cases, it looks like. Although I'm not really exhaustively checking the way I should be. Like here, for example. Oh no, this is fine. Yeah, I think this is fine. I think it's fine for now, at least. If I ever add in more middleware and it's not working as I expect, then it's probably this issue. But I don't think I'm going to add in more middleware. So I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to say I am not going to address this now for a few reasons. One is I don't actually know if this is wrong the way I've coded it now. Two is I don't have other middleware. And three, I thought I said there was a third reason. Nope. Guess there's just a couple reasons. Okay, cool. So we're almost done with this stuff. I'm sending too much information back from the REST API that gets a user based on a token, that retrieves a user based on a token. This is an API that users have access to, so they'd be able to get database information like number of logins or perhaps other information. Yeah. I'm just going to put this on the long-term to-do list. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter now. There's nothing I can even really leak yet. So let's just say this is created, yeah, Monday. That's fine. I don't care. I don't need to get an actual date there. Okay. Hard code a bot bay for someone and then have the game server make use of it. So this is the next step. So we're almost done with this list. And then it's going to get to the design part, and then at some point the lunch part, and then beyond that, the coding. So when this starts up, some checks should be performed to make sure that the database can be connected to. So let's do this really quickly. I right now have run.cmd. Let's go modify this so that it specifies the wrong password. Database password of just whatever. Actually, let's just make a password too. No reason to go crazy. So now I say run, and it's going to give me 2 connects errors, but it's not going to crash, and it should crash. So let's go make it crash. So let's see. How does this work? Where do I use connects? Database wrapper. Connects. Here. Right here. But this does give errors. Why does it not crash anything? Where do I make the database wrapper? Probably in main. Central main.js. Set up database wrapper. Here it is. New database wrapper. But then this doesn't cause an error? That's kind of strange. Kiksu says, I don't understand anything. So the game, if you're curious about what the game is, that video will explain it. And if you're curious about what I'm doing right now, I can explain that a little bit better. Right now what I'm doing is I'm fixing up some of the tasks I'd started last week. So I've been working on the back end for the game a lot. This is something, and I don't know what your level of tech is, so I'm just going to kind of explain things, and it might sound very basic. When you connect to most online games, you use an account. and then based on what you typed in, your username and password, you can go fetch your user details. So you can find out when you log into an RPG, okay, you've got this sword and this armor and this whatever else, and you're level 42. In Botland, you will also be fetching information about yourself, and that's the system I've been working on for the last month. And right now what I'm doing is just tying up the loose ends so that I can move on to the meat of this, which is the data that's being sent. So up until now, I was able to say, okay, yeah, your name is Adam, and you've got nothing on your account. What I'm going to hopefully be at the end of this week is, your name is Adam, and here are all of the bots that you created. So right now, what's happening is this makes a new database wrapper and then just doesn't error out. Let's take a look at Connex's documentation for this. So error. There's no error on connecting? No, there's got to be some... Alright, well I have a Connex testbed in here. Let's just do this. Require Connex testbed. This is actually a stupid way of doing things. Let's just do this. Let's say node var Connex equals require Connex. Let's pass in exactly what I'm passing in to here. So we're going to say global.test Connex equals Connex. So let's do this. All right, cool. Get rid of that. So we have a connection to MySQL, and then connection is database connection information. We don't have this. We get this from here. Okay. So host is localhost. User is Adam. Password is a fake password. And database is Botland. Alright, so let's try this out. This should fail. Good. Now, can we verify that it failed? There's a start and a query event. Global.connects. Like, what does this have in it? Oh wait, that itself, is that a promise? Let's go look at the Connex code. Node modules Connex.js, libindex.js. Function Connex returns make Connex, which is from util make Connex. All right, make Connex. They don't tell you what it returns. Well, that's too bad. Let's find out what it returns. Return table name. Oh no, that's a function inside of here though. Assign Connex version. Yeah, we're not there yet. Return Connex. No, so this returns a Connex object, not a promise. Look at the game, see who's winning. Are you finally better than Walshy now? Oh wait, no one's winning. No one's even playing. Alright, fine. I'll go make my own bots. Let's go, what did I just get? Did I just get damage dealt by 15%? Okay, let's go with Ultra Killer. I'm going to go with missiles, cloaking, reflect. There. Risa says you typed it wrong. You have left parenthesis on the second line. Or what are you talking about? This? I'm not sure. It's a game I wanted badly but need a code. How many years have you programmed? I don't answer that question because I don't say how old I am, and you'd know enough by how long I've programmed to know how old I am, given what I've said on stream before this. How about a scoreboard for the stream to show the current score while there's only one game going at any given time? It's actually pretty interesting. It's a good idea, Void Dreamer. I could make an API to get the score of this. right, I'll consider it. Void Dreamer suggests a Twitch command to get the score of the current Botland game. I'll have to think about that, because that's the kind of thing that I'm very focused right now on trying to get to this goal. Goal for February 8th, first Botland vertical complete. So actually this stuff I can start checking off here. Accounts are set up. Start with design, yeah. Sign up for another DigitalOcean droplet. This is done, but it's not DigitalOcean, it's Azure now. Get this done. Yeah, we haven't done SSL. I'm canceling that for now. Switch, well, I'll say to MySQL. Figure out, yep, that's done. Start using MySQL. Okay, cool. So yeah, that was what I spent the last month working on. Now the rest, I have a month to do this stuff. This should be, well, not all of this stuff. I have a month to do this stuff. And this should be doable. I expect this will take a week. This will take a week. This will take a couple of days. And this will take a day. So that's like, at worst, 3 weeks, I think. And we have 4 weeks. We have 5? I don't know. Anyway, we've got enough time. Why is that a secret, if I may ask? The age thing, I started this at my last job. I used to tell people how old I am. But I started at my last job, and people guessed like plus or minus 5 years sometimes from my actual age is. And I'm not entertaining any guesses in chat, so you can feel free to guess so that you guys have an idea of what you think, but I'm not confirming or denying. I have a feeling that if you know someone's age, you slot them into certain prejudices automatically. And by looking at someone, you can relatively ascertain how old they are, so you can already prejudice them anyway. But I think by knowing for sure, you start... I just have a feeling it puts you into, oh, I'm older than them, so I know more than them, or I'm younger than them, so they necessarily know more than me, or that... I don't know. I think just watch this. Which says 13. Can you imagine if I was... Yeah, that'd be pretty crazy. Also, Mag says, I don't know if this is a problem, but if you go into the JS console in Chrome and call main.start, it throws an error. No, I don't consider that a problem, because main.start is how you launch the game, and it's never supposed to be called more than once. How did I get an Azure account in the end? I ended up applying again, and it went through, and just thankfully that worked, because it was, yeah, it was pretty necessary. Most people miss your age by 15 years. Wow. All right, so most people think somewhere between 12 and 14. There are a couple of outliers. I'm 12, and what is this? I don't even remember what I was working on now. Let's scroll down to the to-do list. So this, when it starts up, there should be some checks. Yeah, I want to figure out how to make connects crash when it can't connect. Are there any events I can use? Query. That's it? That's strange. Yeah, I wonder, do any of their tests check this? Like, why is there no easy way to check? Or is there a connected property or something? Did I find that there? Oh, I know what Promise is. Promise is the entire Promise library exposed through Connect so that you don't need to require it yourself. Oh, so there's really only initialize and there's whatever. All right, let's do this. For var k in global.connects console.log k. This should just give us the top level ones. Yep, we have client. All right, so what's connects.client? Global.connects.client. Init listen count. I didn't only start shaving. I said I started shaving differently. I'm using an actual razor now instead of whatever those things are called, clippers. Fix that thing you just typed. What did I type? Risa, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, no idea. All right, yeah. So, oh, it's capitalized client. Whoops. Maybe that's what you're talking about, Risa? Maybe. I'll have a super in here. Yeah, I'm not sure how to figure out if it's connected then. Do they have a unit test to check to see if it just fails? Should I file an issue? Whoa, there are 254 issues. How am I ever going to make it through all of this? All right, let's search for startup, and then let's search for error. I don't know what to search. Connect. Timed out connection causes crash. No mock connection available. I don't know. No, that's strange. There's no timeout I see here. But even if it did fail, where does this code go? I'm going to have to go searching through all of this. Risa says the connects thing. I don't know what connects thing you're talking about. If it's this code works. This is actually totally fine. If it's something in the console, I just don't have access to any other information here. Not much wisdom in those eyes. Yep. All right, so let's see what this thing returns. So we have return a new connects, parse connection. All right, connects.client, connects.initialize, and we export connects from here. So this is just going to, call into this. So it is make connects that we need. And in make connects, oh wait, there's a destroy here. Convenience method for tearing down. Oh, that's what we have to call though. Query builder, raw, transaction initialize. Event emitter. Connects key. Yeah, I'll have to see what events they emit a start and a query. So maybe, here's what we can do. The lack of a start would mean that it hasn't worked. And there's got to be some timeout somewhere. Maybe we can just put in a message there. Let's go try that out. Database wrapper. So this .connects.on start function for var I equals 0, I is less than 100, I plus plus, console.log, it started. So now when we try this, connecting here, run. Wait, what? Kixu, that doesn't even make sense. I had a friend in high school who was hairy, so... Oh, I see. Do you think I'm hairy? I don't think... Like, I haven't shaved in, I think, a day or two. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so access denied. I did not get a startup call. Let's go take a look at central server run.cmd. And now let's see what happens. So this might print 100 times. It didn't work. Wow. Yeah, so I don't know what this start is for then. What is this? This.connects.on start. That's weird. And yep. Okay, I don't know. I guess here's what I should do then. I should make some just sample query. I should do connects.raw. What's that? What's the simple query? Select 1 plus 1 as answer. Is that valid MySQL? Select 1 plus 1 as answer. Yeah, good, great. Okay, let's try that. And then let's just do connects.raw dot. Do I use raw anywhere else? Oh, I thought this had a promise associated with it. It probably does. Let's just try this. Dot then function console.log. It worked. JSON.stringify arguments. Okay, let's try that. Harry Air Force. Couldn't you do an infinite death loop? Not sure what you mean by that. So it says it worked. Okay, cool. Where's the answer, by the way? Name answer. Shouldn't it? Oh, answer 2. Here it is. Okay, great. I don't really care what 1 plus 1 is, but it's nice to know that JavaScript cares. So if I go back to run.cmd and I change this back to password 2 and run this again, then that's much better. But it still didn't crash. Why is it not crashing? I should have an unhandled exception error in central. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. Aha! I don't. But that shouldn't matter. I have it in the game server. Alright, well, let me try this. I don't know where I did this. There's like an install unhandled promise. Alright, here it is. It's in the game server's main. What does this thing even do? Process.on unhandled rejection. So this is likely what's happening. Alright, let me go try this out. This dot install, what do I call this? Install unhandled promise rejection error. Install unhandled promise rejection error. Alright, let's put this here. Whoops. Install. There. Alright. So now will this crash? This better crash. There we go, finally. So wait, could I have done that this whole time and not even do what I just did in database wrapper? What if I just get rid of this code now? No, yeah, I needed what I had there. Okay, so run a test query to make sure that we've actually connected to the database. That way, if this doesn't work, we crash the program. If we don't do this, then we'll see a couple of connects errors on the command line, but it won't stop execution. Yeah. So, successfully connected to connects. All right. Just got a new Windows, now I have to install the virtual machines. Shouldn't installing virtual machines be easy though? You can save images of them. Most programmers are like, don't crash, don't crash. Adam, why doesn't it crash? Okay, so this should not be console.log. That's the only problem. This should be logger.log. And then if it fails, should I explicitly say something like could not connect to... No, I think that's fine. This will just throw an error. Alright, so cool. We want the same sort of thing we have here and install. Whoops, server main.js. Install, yep, this thing. Bluebird has global rejection events for promises. Sounds good to me. Let's put that here. And yeah, there, we're good. Yeah. And I think I should say one extra thing here. So game server main.js, there is this. Note that reason does not really contain any valuable information other than the message. Yeah, so if we've gotten there, then it's bad. We failed. In fact, I don't think we have anything in here that's helpful either, do we? Bluebird, this is all coming from main.js is the unhandled exception. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess what I should do is I should put a catcher around here. Okay, good. Yeah, so let's do that then. So then turns into this dot catch function error logger dot error could not connect to connects database. Throw error. There. That's much better. Yeah, much better. So I was writing something else that I have since forgotten. Yeah, this thing. Note that reason does not really contain. I don't bother checking the stack. All right. All right, great, cool. Let's try it out. I hit run, and now I should see a whole bunch of errors, but I should also see, where is it? Should have said could not connect to, what happened? It should have said this, could not connect to connects database. Does that not show up here? Weird. Is this not watching things anymore? Okay, let's see what happens. If I save this file, does this get updated? Syntax error. Line 37. Whoops. Okay. Well, that's stupid. So I must have been just ignoring those notifications that popped up? That seems awfully stupid of me. Huh, yeah, that was just awfully stupid of me. Oh, okay. Alright, well, stupidity fixed. Now let's write a comment in a couple of these things. I want to say in unhandled rejection. Well, I want to say what the fix of this is. If you want more information, this means you should find the offending promise and add a catch, even if it's just to log an error message before you throw. I am going to put this in the central server too. This is not something that they share code for so far. Should eventually be the case, but it's not yet. That was weird. There we go. Alright, nice. I think it should be working. Ginny says, hey, how's it going with your back? I miss your stream so much. It's actually pretty unbelievable because of the fact I've only known about this stream since the 29th. Well, thanks for asking. I think it's been going a lot better. I think if I sit back, I know this is like probably even worse posture, but as long as I'm not scrunched forward, my shoulders like this for 6 hours a day, I think I should be fine. And I stopped lifting weights. I'm going to start to do yoga. I'm going to try to do it all week. I'm going to see if that has anything to do with this. It didn't get to the point where it was like spasming, so that's good. Anyway, let me continue to sit like this, shoulders back, like I'm a Roman warrior. Something you might not have known about the Roman warriors is that Adam likes to make up things about them. So this is our test query now. So I'm going to say previously when connects would fail to connect to the database, e.g. because the credentials were wrong, it would error without crashing the program. Now it will. Now I test the connects connection by running a very simple query, and if that fails, then we'll crash the program. Yeah. Okay, so that code is fine. This code is fine, and this code is fine. Yeah, great. Okay, there, done. Where am I from? That's another thing I actually haven't been answering. Kiksu only cares about the questions I'm not going to answer. What's my social security number? How many Skittles can you eat? Let's close all this stuff. All right, so when the central server starts up, some checks should be performed. The database credentials are correct. All right, so then the only miscellaneous tasks that I have remaining, at least on this list, are if you can't authenticate, we shouldn't show you those buttons that come up afterward. That's true, totally. I'm not going to do that. Either create a utility program that will make users performing your passive environment variable. For now, just use Postman. Yeah, that's fine. So I'm going to put this somewhere else too. So this should eventually be going on my, what's all this stuff? Set up DNS, that's actually done. Do npm install dash dash production everywhere, that's done too. Make game server aware of the database server, that's done. Design UI, what is it? Yeah, I don't care about that. At first, that's done. Yeah, cool. So that's all done. We can archive that. That didn't work. Why didn't that work? Why didn't it take this? Goodness. All right, we're gonna put a bar there, a pipe, and see. Yep, that works apparently. Okay, so re-get token automatically when it says your token's expired. Let's do this. There. So there, we're done. All right, design time. Misc fixes finished. What does it mean to commit? I suspect that it has something to do with sending your code into official use. So committing is only for the sake of my repository. Most people use something called source control. I happen to be using Git, and whenever you see me do something like this, where I'm using this API with a turtle on it, I guess the turtle's actually really small up there. Oh, you see it? Anyway, this is Tortoise Git, and Git is a code repository. So what it does is it'll save multiple versions of your code. So if I were to go in and save a file like hello world, that would be commit number 1, let's say. And then if I later change it to, and here's more text, then that's commit number 2. And it'll save it in such a way that it's not saving entire files. So this gives you history, it lets you go back and change things, it lets you see why you did something, you can branch off your code, there's a whole lot of stuff it grants you. So by committing, I haven't actually really changed anything, but committing is necessary for eventually pushing, which tells my Git server that I've made these changes. In order for me to get these changes on another machine, I would need to push from this one and then pull from the other one. So every time you see me hide my keyboard camera, whenever I do something like this, it's because I'm typing my password in so that I can push. And if you guys could see my keyboard, then you know my password. Based on your stream schedule, I would guess West Coast. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm in the greater Seattle area. I'm not from Seattle though. That's the thing I'm not answering. SSN isn't confidential. Well, it's one of those things where it's confidential enough where you shouldn't be sharing it. It's like the lock on your front door is not secure enough to stop any sort of dedicated person, but it is secure enough to stop just your average guy who's walking by just trying to push open a door. Do I have back problems? I guess I do. I had something pretty bad happen about 2 months ago where I went to bed, I woke up in the middle of the night, and I was just in so much pain. The next 2 days, I just stayed in bed. And I think that was the first Botland sick day. The second one was Friday for almost the same reason. It hadn't gotten to the same severity, but it was the same general cause. Design, can we get graphics already? I've been talking to the artists about that. One of the 4 artists had a family emergency. Another one just got a new full-time job and is super busy. So this stuff is going to be streaming in. If I lose my social security number, I have a backup. Okay. So let's see. Make sure for this next roadmap that I designed the flow for everything. Once you can make bot bays, you need to change the UI practically everywhere. And it's going to be much slower to develop over things. Yeah. Yep. Totally agree with this. So one of the things I want to do, I'm going to start to write my conclusions up here. So one of the questions that I'd had, did I write this down somewhere? Yeah, this. When the account server validates whether a bot bay can be created, it needs to check to see if you're just modifying the floating bay. Yeah. So here's one of the conclusions I'm going to come to here. Conclusions. Oh, I don't want that to be pink. Okay, so conclusions. The central server should have code to validate bot bays. This code should be as thin a class as possible. It doesn't make sense to call out to another server just for the sake of validation, given that the validation rules are not that complex. There should be ways of fetching these things too. Why you should get up and move every hour or so. Yeah, actually, I should just stand up right. Whoop. What just happened there? I should just stand up right now, though. It takes a very long time. It's probably easier for me to just dig a hole through the floor and then cover that up with a cardboard thing and rest myself in the floor beneath me. Makes perfect sense. Okay, so the Essential Server should have code to validate bot bays. This code should be as thin a class as possible, keeping in mind that other classes will want to use it, so its interface should probably just take strings and provide bot bays out. Doesn't make sense to call out to another server just for the sake of validation, given that validation rules are not that complex. Great, cool. That's conclusion number 1. So next, this is not needed here. The only way to create a bot bay is to have something validated. So yep, then I say, let's put all of this under validation. So this is who does it. This is who, the central server. The how is this stuff. Do you have too much hardware? Are you trying to use hardware that you don't have access to, that you don't have in your inventory? And then also, there's, are you trying to use hardware from your floating bay? What do I want to say for this? Needs to check, see, okay, so yeah. Are you modifying your floating bay? If so, its current hardware is considered to be part of your inventory. Yep. All right, other considerations. Shouldn't do anything CPU intensive on the central server. Shouldn't even require an inventory at first. Just make bot bays work end to end. Yeah, I think that not require. Remember that we'll eventually have an inventory, but we probably won't start with one. Yep, good. How many games have I made? I've made a bunch of small things, but the only ones I've really released. Also, is my camera higher than normal? The last one I released, you've probably seen this before, but I'll still link it for the people who haven't seen this on stream. Last one that I released was totally open source. You can play it by just clicking the link on the site, and you'll see it load. I've been telling people it takes about 2 or 3 hours to beat. It's not very long. And it's sort of like a tower defense game. You make units, you click on the map, then you can deploy them, and then they just go off and they shoot enemies that come by. And you've got to protect these things over here. So your goal is to get to all the way to the other side and kill the boss. And you've got to defend while you do it. There's an inventory where you can equip your guys, and there's the shop and all this other stuff. So yeah, if you want to play that, feel free to play that. Other things, I have made some other games, but like I said, they either weren't finished or they're not polished enough, or just the last 5 years I've been spending on Botland, and it's been different iterations, and this is the one that's going to get released. Jindy says, by the way, will there be / is there a limit to how many features on your bot setup in Botland? I think what you're asking about is this stuff. Like, can you have lasers 3, missiles 3, artillery 3? And the answer is no. You can only have a total of 7 slots of stuff. So I can have lasers 3, missiles 2, artillery 2. And remember that this is all going to be this is one of the very big strategic decisions you make in the game. Do I have lasers 3, cloaking 3, regen 1? Or is it better to go with lasers 3, like cloaking 2, regen 2? And then do I even have the pieces to make each of these bots? So there are going to be cases where, yeah, you'll want more regen than you want cloaking. And there are going to be cases where lasers are bad. You really want melee instead. So that's the first decision you make. Then you write your code based on that. How long did it take to make? No, so Botland has been through multiple iterations, and none of the other iterations have been completed. So I can't really say it took 5 years to make all of this. This particular one had a prototype of about 7 months, and then I've been streaming now for about 4 months. So it's been about a year. All right, so serialization format, yeah. I got to come up with that. I think I'm just going to try to make this as basic as possible. So for now, that it should be as fast as possible to decode. Well, I'll just write to deserialize. Which JSON is pretty fast. I wonder if I should just save inventory as JSON blobs and then later change it. I don't expect it to be, well, I should also write tests for this stuff. The serialization class. Okay, yeah. Code all this stuff so that it can be shared. What did I say? Yeah. Eventually UI to create this yourself. Yep. Flow to fetch bot bays, yeah. Flow to require that you only use those bays. Who handles the bay creation? Client, yep, that's fine. Yep. Yeah. Need to figure out how much the user can do offline, yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm happy with this. So now I just need to make tasks out of this, and then that's it. So make tasks out of the design above. File the design away in a different section so that it doesn't consume the whole to-do list right now. And then start working on those tasks. Cool. Okay, but it was fun. Back to Cali now. Okay, see you, Kiksu. Oh, Jindy said, how do you fund all this? Yeah, I think Walshy is answering that mostly. Yeah, so I had some money saved up going into this, and yeah, my wife is currently working, and so I've been actually like moderately stressed out lately because that was a weird sound. Hang on a second. Okay. I think there's maintenance going on in the hallway or something. Someone was like peeling tape, and it's just the weirdest sound when you're talking to hear that. Anyway, I told you I was moderately stressed out because I have this deadline here. All these are self-imposed deadlines, but February 8th. I think this is totally doable. So great. That's fine. February. Oh, man. All right, so February 8th. Is my first deadline for the vertical of Botland. All right, great. Then I'd said August is beta and March is release. So here's what's stressing me out is that I don't think either of these are possible. And what's really tough about this is if I don't take any vacation time, let's say, then I won't do as productive work when I am working. And if I just stress myself out and try to get all this stuff done by these deadlines exactly, then I don't think the product's going to be good for that reason. So I think I'm going to need to modify these. And if that's going to be the case, I'd only plan for 18 months of development. I am probably going to apply for Twitch partnership soon. I don't think that's going to bring in a lot of money, if any. I think it's going to bring in like $50 a month. I don't know anything about their numbers, but I just don't expect it to be a lot. So it'll pay for some lunches. Oh, how long did it take to make the last game? Oh, so a friend and I were working on that together. It took 2 years, I think, but it was it was just a part-time endeavor. We're your family. How can you leave your family? No, I don't plan on leaving this as an unfinished project, but that's why I have to be very careful about make sure all these things were designed first, not UI yet. That's something we are working on. We just started talking about that. We're going to have meetings and mock-ups and everything coming up in the next few weeks. But make sure these features are designed and make sure I'm not adding in feature creep. I don't have tons of new features coming in. So make tasks out of the design above. So let's start with this. What is the very first thing that should happen? So I feel like right now, let's see what goes on. You connect. So I hit connect and then I hit manage bots. So pressing manage bots. What's going on here? Okay, yeah, that's fine. Oh, and the central server is offline, apparently. Yeah, it is. Did I change the run script back? Okay, good. Yes. All right, so you hit connect, and then manage bots should pop up your UI for that, which I think are just going to be text boxes for now. Make manage bots pop up text boxes. One will represent the floating bay. Two others will be static bays that need to be deleted. Each bay should have, well, so yeah. This is going to be pretty terrible UI at first. Hey Jack HGTV. And yeah, it was 2 years. I mean, there's a lot, and this is why things are tough. So the prototype for this game, Botland, took 7 months. My goal, and I hit this, was to get back to the prototype progress within 3 months of full-time development. So my part-time to full-time work ratio, while having prototyped at 2, I was able to work roughly twice as fast. That was heartening. That was nice. But then there are still these big deadlines. So make manage bots pop up text boxes. I'll just say pop up management UI. So whoa. Each bay will have a text box. Yeah, we can do this in increments. Each bay will have a text box. Floating bay will have an update button. Static bays will have a delete button. And then a create button. Okay, great. And then finally, and this is where I don't know how much I want to get into this yet. I probably don't yet. But you'll be able to purchase other bot bays. Also, I should update today when I start working on these things. So you should be able to purchase them, but I'm not going to worry about that yet. So let's just start with that. So there's the UI. That's it. Now we make it so that you can create/fetch bays that you've made. So when you connect, download all bay information for your player object. Populate the UI with that information. So just hard code something in the database for now. And then make it so that on creating/updating a bay, set those strings in the database. All right, that's good, right? So now we'll have text boxes on the screen. You can edit the serialized format for your hardware. You can modify it. Trying to join a game when you have no bots will not work now. When you attempt to, and actually getting rid of this thing, when you attempt to join a game and you don't have any bot bays, we should provide an error. Oh, what did I miss? Risa says, what if this game is not successful? So this is something, I'll talk about this briefly because I know I've talked about this a lot before. If Botland, there are 3 different outcomes. One, it's just not successful at all, in which case I'll probably spend a couple of months trying to shift it or market it or just do something better to try to get it to be successful. Second case, it's moderately successful. It's enough to sustain me, but it's not enough to hire 10 employees, or it's not a massive success. In that case, I'll work on it for as long as I can and try to make it as good an experience as I can, and yeah, just keep trucking with it. And then 3 is that it's like wildly successful, and then yes, I try to make this as big a thing as possible. So in all 3 of those cases, I'm still trying to make Botland as best as I can possibly make it, but at some point I need to worry about monetary viability. Solo Techno says, if I was a project manager, I'd say that you spend way too much time interacting with chat. I know you want to build a community, but you might want to consider cutting back. For example, I watched you one day spend 20 minutes trying to troubleshoot an end user's problem on a game that's still in development. Yeah, that's duly noted. I definitely think there's something to be said about the marketing aspect of Botland, which is done through Twitch, and I like interacting with the community, and yeah, it's all a balancing act. So I do agree with you. I'm not sure about cutting back yet, though. We'll have to see. If I'm honest, I've been here for like an hour and I don't understand single thing you're doing here. Well, Keksu, you can always ask me though. That's the thing. Like I'm happy to explain this stuff. How much of the code can you reuse? Code, maybe not a whole lot, but the knowledge that I'll have taken from this, like I've shown you guys the notes that I've written on some of this stuff before, and even over the weekend, I'll show you something I wrote yesterday. Yeah, this is a note. What was yesterday the 3rd? Yeah. So this is everything I wrote on SSH Pageant, which again I could have bypassed this whole process, but like now I have a bunch of notes on this, and if I ever need to use this again, I've got it. You should fire your project manager. No, I think it's good input. And look, okay, so here's the other thing I think. I don't know when this happened, but I finally hit the 5-digit numbers for unique stream viewers. So I had, not concurrent, but I have 10,300 viewers now. And I thought, I wonder how much I would have if I never talked. I'm sure that'd be lower, but I don't think you're suggesting that I never talk. I'm not saying you are. I think you're suggesting that I just cut back. So yeah, who knows what that number would be. Maybe it'd be 10,200 and I should have just done that. All right, so yeah, continuing to make tasks. Each bay will have a text box. So here's what I'm thinking, and I'll draw this out. We have, because this will also help me too here. So oh right, that was a bug I wanted to address. So I'm going to pop up some text boxes here. So this will be like, how do I show this the best? Yeah, okay, so there's going to be text boxes here, here, and here. This top bay is going to be a special bay in that it is your floating bay. So this is going to have just an update button here. And then these will have delete and create. They're not going to both exist at the same time. So actually, let me just do it this way. I'll just say this one's delete, and we'll highlight that white. And this one is create. And then this would have some text in it because it's already existing. And for now, this is going to be a terrible format. I already know this is going to be like 2, 3, semicolon, 4, 2, semicolon, 5, 2. So that's unfortunately what this is going to look like for now. It's not going to be a real UI yet. So you'll be able to manage your bots right here. In fact, this should probably pop up without you having even typed manage bots. Click manage bots. Actually have this pop up immediately as soon as you get the bot data. I think that's better. I think Void Dreamer is happy after being on vacation. I also want to see you succeed in this game. It gives me hope for my future. Yeah, so again, I think regardless of how much I interacted with chat, there would still be commentary. I still plan on pretty much continuing the way that I'm continuing. And what's hard is these deadlines, setting them many months out is very tough. So setting them, this was 2 months from when I set it. And I think this is doable. So after I'm done with this, I'll set another deadline for something like April. If I find that I'm not on track for that deadline, then yeah, I will start to crunch a bit more. Try not to do that. Start a RuneScape private server for the big bucks. I know what RuneScape is. I didn't think there was a lot of money in it, at least for private servers. So, all right, so we've gotten to this point, right? You can update, edit your bot bays. This is getting sent to the server. That's going to take a couple hours today. So we'll get done with that. Then when you attempt to join a game, you know what? Yep, okay, so cool. After joining a game, you should only be able to use bot bays that you've configured. This part is nearly impossible without UI. For now, I could just require that your hardware loadouts match your, well, I'll say at first, match your bays, then later make buttons to load your various bays and prevent editing. Really, it shouldn't even be Blockly in that case. This means it really shouldn't even be Blockly when I prevent editing. And then eventually what I'd like to be able to do is use the Blockly UI to get a string. Oh, in fact, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. I'd make a button here like get serialize. Yeah. Make a serialize button in the BotBay UI. So that means I need to write the serialization classes. So write the serialization classes, write tests for the serialization classes. Perfect. Okay, I think this is a good to-do list. This should cover probably at least to the end of tomorrow, maybe? I'm not sure. So make tasks out of the design above, done. File the design away in a separate section. Let's just go copy paste that. Yeah, shoulders back. Gotta keep remembering that. Design conclusions. Oop. Put this here. Adam, after watching your stream last month, made me finally start learning React and ES6 modules, and I love it. Well, that's good. Yeah. And I learned about something called Quick just the other day. So I try to keep up on some of the... Oh, that man. I can never search just Quick. I have JavaScript on my brain all the time. So... how do I find this again? I thought it was called Quick. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, so check this out. I have not used this. I can't talk about how nice this is or anything, but it sounds interesting. So if you want to start using React and Babel, this will set up a project for you, sort of like Express Generator. That's my understanding of it. I haven't used it. Like I said, can't comment on it too much. This should make it a lot faster to set things up. Okay. Oh yeah, shoulders. Oh god, gotta keep remembering. File the design away in a different section. That's done. In fact, I don't even want to mark these as tasks. Then start working on these tasks. So update today. That's the important part. Let's go do that. And then I'm going to start working on this. And like I said, at some point I'll go get food. So I'll go into commands, help command, and update today so that it's finally happening. Adam is finally working on BotBays. Last updated now. All right, cool. Today. So let's see. Adam is finally working on BotBays. And then that links to here. I just want to check this over really quickly. So what are BotBays? BotBays are essentially two things, hardware loadout and cosmetic items. You'll have a limited number of BotBays available at the beginning. They're more for purchase. For more about monetization, see this page. Perfect, great. What's a hardware loadout? This is simply a combination of hardware pieces you've applied to a bot. For example, lasers 2, cloaking 2, or Gen 2 artillery 1. Also perfect. What are the cosmetic items? Yep, not even going to do that yet. Committing a bay. Once you're finished making your bay, you can choose to commit it. By doing so, the bay becomes an inseparable unit. Oh, yes. So the next thing we need to do after all of this. Where did my... Oh, here. Yes. So work on inventory. Need some UI for this. Well, I'll say design inventory. What will the UI look like? How do you craft things? This, by the way, this is like the last month led up to all of this, and this is what I'm super happy about because this is finally back to where I wanted things to be. I think the next couple of weeks at least are going to be fun stuff that involve big changes to the game and big, like, we'll finally have an understanding of, do people enjoy Botland the way we have envisioned it? And once we get to that point, I want to have some real Botland games going. Maybe I spend an entire Friday just kind of playing the game with you guys, taking feedback, and seeing what happens. Also, at some point, something I want to do is find people, and there's a steady influx of people on this stream. So I want to find people who've never played, and then who've never even seen the game, and then Skype with them at some point and just watch them play and see what their gripes are, what their confusions are. We're like 6 months away from that point because the game doesn't teach you anything right now. So not going to do it anytime soon. But yeah, 6 months from now, I'll try to find some new person and say, hey, go play the game. So how do you craft things? It need to show bot coin and all of your items, and probably your bays as well. Then how do you craft things? And then make it so that making a bot bay requires your inventory. Well, actually consumes the items from your inventory, and yeah, so that only tier 1 of each item is allowed. Never seen which game? What? What are you talking about, Roving Eye? Oh, Botland. Yeah. Walshy asked. Or Walshy answered. Thank you. Yeah. I'm talking about, so about 6 months from now, people who haven't seen Botland, I want to ask them, hey, would you mind Skyping with me sometime so that I can watch you try to play the game and figure out where your pain points are in playing. So it's basically just a, what do they call this? Why am I blanking on this? It's where, never mind. I don't know. It's a user study. To make it so that only tier 1 of each item is allowed. Yeah. Okay, cool. So make a serialize button in the bot bay. Do I have any outstanding code? Nope, nothing. Let's push actually before I forget. Usability study. That's what it is. And yeah, playtesting. I have been in one usability study. I was behind that one-way glass, so the person in the room only saw a mirror there, I guess, but we could see the person, and we could laugh at the person. Actually, there were multiple people. One of them was really fast, and the other one was not. This had nothing to do with the game. This was for one of my jobs. So make a serialize button in the bot bay UI. So the actual button itself is not very important. Something I would put here. How do I want to do this? So when you connect just to localhost, I want to be able to press B, go over to here, and then hit serialize. It actually doesn't need to be a button, and by making it a button, I think it would take longer to do. So let's just make it, S is already used. Z? Yeah, Z. Z is what our key is going to be. So let's go into Botland app and search for, there. So on key down, else if key code equals key code.z, then just for now console.log serialization will happen here. What did I just do? Yeah. Adam can't get code for stolen, so I'm making a program to generate codes. Try them out, and after 100 switch proxy. This is bound to work. What is stolen? Video game stolen. Stealth video game developed by British video game company. I've not heard of this. Release date 2005. What? No, you must be talking about something else. Oh, it's an app. Look at Twitter get stolen. I'll look at this afterward, actually. While she is talking about get stolen, look at Twitter. Botland bot does not like lots of periods, you're right. Okay, so serialization will happen here, so let's just make sure that I'm actually doing this correctly. It shouldn't be a big problem. Huh. Oh, there it goes. All right, cool. So now our serialization code, I've got to write these classes. So let me think of what there's going to be. This would take in a hardware configuration, and this is where things get actually kind of difficult. I've got to start sharing code between 3 different components here. So there's client and game server, and that's where hardware slot configuration, hardware tier data, hardware slot, hardware data. That's where all this stuff exists. I got to move these around. There's no other way to do this. I mean, for the sake of the client, make sure these classes are available where they need to be. It's probably better to start sharing code in modules instead of specifically slotting it into client and game server or some such nonsense. Oh, that's going to be annoying. Alright, for now we can just do this based on the client though. So the serialization classes, let's think of what this would look like. I think it would just need to be a function whose API looks like this. Serialize to string form maybe. I already have a serialization format actually. I could just use that. Yeah, and ideally the serialization format would be, I have serialize here and I have a deserialize. And this serializes each individual slot. The thing is, a hardware slot, serialize just needs an ID and a tier number. So I happen to be making this JSON right now. Here's what it looks like right now. So this might be an ID of, let's say, lasers, and this might be the number 2, which represents lasers 2. What I could do is I could condense this down into just, instead of an object, I could just make it a string of 1:2. It's going to be much, much harder to read that. In fact, maybe what's a better idea for right now is just turning it into lasers:2. That way it's readable in the database as well. Yeah, that might be a better idea. I think I'm going to probably do that. Oh, hey, wow, too. Okay. Yeah, I think this is the first thing I need to do then. And this means that I don't need special serialization classes because I already have them. But we do need to test this. So do I already have tests for this stuff? How would I even find this? I guess going and looking through my test code, which is not Phantom Bot. Test, source, hardware slot test. Is that where this would be? Does this serialize stuff? Serialize. Huh. Apparently it does test this already. And the test is written in such a way that I shouldn't need to... Oh, no, I do need to update this apparently. Why did I do things this way? I should have made a slot out of it and then serialized the slot. Oh, but you can't necessarily make a slot that way. Ew. So yeah, here's what I'm thinking of doing right now. I'm thinking of changing the serialize function to return a string and not an array of objects. And then storing this in the database will be better. But then these constants can never change. Hardware constants. These things can never change. They shouldn't change anyway. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So what do I have? Write the serialization class. So right now what's happening, let's go hook up serialization to what we already have working right now. So this should fetch the current hardware config and serialize it to the console. Let's go do that. So where is that hardware config? We have bot config state. That comes from reducer temp. Got bot config reducer, here we go. It has XML text in it. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay, bot config. How do I do this? Get workspace XML, component mount. Where do I do this? Well, when you create a bot, this needs to get serialized. All right, how about this? Here's what I'll do. I'll find out what's going on. So let's wipe out all of the entities in here. When I go to deploy a bot, so we have landmines 3, let's put a breakpoint in hardware slot configuration and see where this gets called from. There's a serialize function here. Put a breakpoint there. Hit deploy here. This gets called. We check the stack trace and we see deploy button pressed. Slot configuration.serialize. But deploy, so this came from bot config XML. Get slot configuration. So Blockly.js is what's doing this. Does that make sense? It doesn't make sense. The only part that doesn't make sense is why I call this Blockly.js. Like, where do I handle code if I do this here? Oh, there's a get code function, and then I reuse this component for something else. Botland app Blockly component. No, I have one of these. It's bot config. I don't understand. What is this? I've seen this. Woucher says, oh wait, Nasimico said, I have enough points to play. Yeah, it costs 0 right now. Also wait, Mag says the scoreboard works on the menu. So if you're talking about, if you just go to play.bot.land and hit tab, that's intentional. So what's happening is that, and this is not clear, I know this, but what's happening is that you are looking at single player right now. And if you wanted to, you could actually start deploying bots. So I can put a melee bot down and say, let's use the melee script, and we'll also just throw thrusters on there, call this test bot, and deploy. So I can actually deploy into this game, which is why there's a leaderboard, because this is a real game. It just happens to be single player. Eventually this is going to change a little bit. Well, it's actually going to change a lot. We just talked about this last night. The title screen will probably become more like the bot configuration screen, and then from there you could test, you could go into single player, you could go into multiplayer. I've been most active in Latch's stream today, but I've also reworked the translating Trello board. You know, that thing I made a year in advance. Oh, cool. The Mr. Bank says, hi Adam, I just created a Twitch account to ask you how you're doing. You had problems with your back last stream. I've been watching you do your thing for the past 2 weeks. I have no plans to play your game, but love to watch you code it. Well, hi Mr. Banks, and welcome. And my back is doing better, definitely. I had a lot of rest on Friday, and just taking the day off and just sleeping for a while, I think, was probably more needed than I'd expected that morning. So yeah, I'm going to try to, every time I think about this, I got to work my way into this habit and then stay here the rest of my life. So I'm going to try to keep my shoulders back. All right, so the first thing I'm worried about is, why is this calling into, oh, wait a second. This is in, on deploy gets the hardware slot configuration from here, Blockly, but where do we get the code from? Code equals this.getCode. But the code is actually totally unnecessary. In fact, why do I even, what is this? No, that's not unnecessary. That's what's going on. All right, Blockly happens to control the deploy button, that's all. So it knows how to call get slot configuration from XML. What is this function? I finally understand what's going on now. or where is this defined? There's no checking any of this. I can't expand this function at all. Huh, that's strange. Well, I guess we could look through the code to find this. Get slot configuration from XML. Let's find out. I'm gone now concerning botland dev. Put your back in. Alright, so where does this get passed in? Botland app, passed in from there, which is passed in from root, which is passed in from main. So where's main? Here it is. And here's this. So this takes XML text. What did I do here? What did I do? Was this function even used? Man, I don't remember a lot of this stuff. Like this is the part I don't understand here. I went through... Oh no, I understand this now. Alright, I make a slot config out of this. Okay, so I guess what I need to do is pass in a serialize function that, given this slot configuration, would then just call serialize on it. So what am I missing? Man, I didn't expect this to be as involved as it is. And I don't think it actually is that involved. Is that I haven't looked at this code in like 3 months. So what I could do is I have the slot configuration here and I'm serializing it, but I happen to be sending it to the server as well. I could just duplicate this function and then just print out the serialized one to the console. That would work totally fine. Deploy button pressed is passed into, yeah, that's on deploy. And that's what was getting hit in this stack over here. Got it. And so then this was wrapped. All right. Yeah. So I need to change this. I need to pass in a serialize function. That's what needs to happen. So botland app passed in an on deploy here. I guess our serialize function would be this would be handled somewhere else. /b here. Bound actions, yeah. Okay. How do I want to change this then? I guess I could just make a reducer. And then this would... How does this even fetch state then? No, wow. Alright, time to change things. Let's just go into main, client main, and deploy button pressed. We're going to pass in just serialize equals false. So if just serialize, then console.log serialized config slot configuration.serialize return there. Out of my console right now is full of xxxxx equals that code does not exist. What does it look like? And do you know why that's happening? That code does not exist. Yeah, can you paste in a message using your cool pasty bin? Yeah, I'm curious about that. Alright, so now we need to call this in the correct way. So here's what we have. We have this set to on deploy. So this eventually gets called into here, which again, this is where I've been doing things. So Blockly Blockly calls in with code and then configuration. Here calls in with name, and this is Botland app. And that's on deploy, and we take in code and a hardware slot configuration. Yeah, this won't work. This just won't work. It's not a good idea. I should have just done this the correct way, right off the bat. I don't know why I didn't. Well, now the question is, do I do things the correct way, or do I continue doing things a hacky way? I'm going to look at something. Oh, I mean for my program, not Botland, by the way. Oh, okay. All right, so I wrote this down a while ago. Let's take a look. I've got to search for React. I have some notes somewhere for that. Here it is. But, man, there was like a way to call from... let me see. I can just read this on screen, I guess. I had just found a link recently, and it was, I don't know where this was. It was like how different communication works in React. React parent-child communication blog, React.js. I'm not sure how I'd find this. Yeah. There's some nice way that this was laid out. Oh well, I gotta figure out a different way to do this then. So we just make a button. Okay, yeah, that's it. I'm just gonna put it on test serialize. On test serialize. But all this is gonna do is print, so it doesn't need it to be passed in here. It doesn't need it. This is stupid. This is so stupid. If you want to see it, here it is. Oh. Yeah, okay. So I thought this was Botland originally, and that's why I wanted to take a look at this. But this is pretty similar to what you described it as. XXXXX equals that code does not exist. Okay, so the onDeploy is passed in through root to Botland app. So we have an onDeploy in here. So as soon as I remember how I'm supposed to do this stuff, we can get this stuff working. So Blockly component has onDeploy. So here's what we'll do. We'll say an onSerialize equals this dot on serial. I don't even need to do this. I could just add the key handler to the correct place, right? Key code dot z. Yeah, here, on key down. Let me just do this. I don't know why I didn't do this already. This is coming from name input. It just adds it to the window. Aha. So what do I have here? This and this code. And finally we get rid of this. Okay. Well, this should make things a little bit easier then. So now I go into bot config, and this should have a way for me to get the, oh, actually apparently Blockly does. Props get slot configuration from XML. Where is this passed in? Oh. Wait, seriously? And I just got to pass in the XML text correctly? Oh, I've been thinking about this so backwards. I gotta think about this some more. Also, this happens like almost every time around lunch that I just start screwing things up. So what I wanted to do was this. What I think is necessary to do is just get the XML text, which I get from just the props. So this is passed in through Botland app. I actually could just use this from Botland app. In fact, I have the hardware configuration here. So yeah, let's do this. I put this here. I get the hardware configuration. I fix my mouse. There. And now that I have the hardware configuration, I can just serialize it. I don't know why I made that so hard. I think it's because I keep forgetting how I'm supposed to be using React. Serialization, whatever, I already named it that way. So this is going to start to work, I think. Can says, could you give a quick explanation on how Socket.io works and does? Yeah, so Socket.io has, it's basically a transport. So you have two endpoints. So in my case, I have the game client and the game server, and all it does is it's a transport. So it lets you send data across. It doesn't encrypt it. It doesn't do anything else. So if I say socket.emit like add user, and I say name Adam is cool true. So all Socket.io is going to do is it'll send this message to the other endpoint with this information. And now the other endpoint can choose to say, oh, okay, I know what the add user means. That means that I should create a user, and I know the name now, and I know whether they're cool or not. And that's it. So that's an overall level of it. Lepko says, Adam, if it's a parent or child communication, then use props. If child to parent, you can pass a function as props. If it's multiple ancestors, probably best to use an event emitter. Yeah, and like, I guess what frustrated me here is that I didn't realize where all this data was flowing from, because this is what's kind of annoying about React. I have main, then I have a root, then I have a Botland app, then I have Blockly. And in order for Blockly to call a function in main, that means that main needs to actually pass this thing down all these steps into Blockly. And then when Blockly calls this function, it says, oh, okay, I'll just call the function you gave me. Well, that makes it really hard to figure out where stuff's coming from sometimes, especially because sometimes anyway, whatever, that's enough for now. I think this should work, so let's try this out. I refresh this page. Why aren't you using a switch statement? Because that many if statements is annoying to look at. It's mostly temporary code. I'm going to change how key handlers work eventually. I think this worked. Oh wait, no, this is being called from the server. Okay, so we hit Z. Whoops, we don't hit it here. We hit it here. Yep, serialization, good. So if I say thrusters and I hit Z, oops, again I screwed that up. Object. That's, I mean, not entirely correct, but it's also not really wrong. Stringify hardware configuration dot serialize. There. I'm checking 5 characters. The code is 6 characters long. Shouldn't you just be using dot equals, Walshy? Because if you do that, you shouldn't be doing substring checks anyway. Although I don't know the code, I'm just taking a wild guess. I think this will work now. So check it out. I make a bot. I say like lasers and artillery, whatever. Whoops, I trashed that. Okay, artillery. Now I hit Z, and it says serialize hardware ID lasers, tier number 3, hardware ID artillery, tier number 3. Perfect. So now the question is, what do I want the serialization format to be for this new thing? And I'd already kind of answered that, so I guess let's just move on. Let's go to hardware slot. Oh, by the way, before I change any code, let's run the test really fast. That way I make sure that anything that breaks, I know for sure breaks because of what I'm doing now, not because of what I'd already done. Also, what is happening with my viewer count? It went from like 30 to 50 down to 30. I do not know what's happening. Did you say something to me, Adam? I had to refresh. Oh, yes, I did. I said, why aren't you using... So I don't know anything about your code, but if you have a string in JavaScript, why wouldn't you just use equals on some other string? Because it sounded like what you might be doing is checking... Oh, maybe you have like a code and then some data here, and you're saying, give me this many characters, and you meant to do it as this many. I don't know. Okay, cool. Tests are passing, and now we see, yep, all of them passed. Okay, cool. So once I modify this, it's going to cause them to fail, but we'll then fix them and hopefully make them a little bit better, maybe. So here, what if I did this? Return a string of this dot hardware ID colon this dot tier number. So I saved that. Let's just comment that out for now. And then in deserialize, The serialized slot now has to be, oh man, this is going to be annoying. The deserialized slot needs to be a string. We need to fetch all of this stuff differently. We need to split on semicolons. So let's take a quick look at this. When I have a string lasers 5 dot split colon. Yeah, okay. That turns it into lasers and then 5. But that won't work. Will this? That won't work, I think. Because in our hardware constants, this stuff is all uppercase. How did this happen? The hardware ID is not capitalized? Or oh, it is. Never mind. I just typed it in lowercase here. I'm just laughing at chat. Nothing really that funny happened. I just still find chat funny sometimes. Okay, so let me change all this code. It's going to be mostly the same, so I'm going to just comment this out for now and then paste it in. So now the code is exactly the same, and now we're going to change it. So I'm going to say if it's not a string, then we say it's not a string. Good. We get the hardware ID. We can't do that anymore. So now we need to say const string parts equals serialized slot. Oh, and this is not a string either. Serialized slot dot split colon. Now it needs to have 2 parts. So if not string, no. If string parts dot length is not equal to 2, then logger dot error. The serialized slot did not split into 2 parts. Do I even log this? I guess I could log it. Return null. Okay, great. Then we say hardware ID equals string parts 0. That needs to be a string. And then tier number equals string parts 1. Actually, this didn't involve such a big change. String parts 1. Hey Walshy, when you do this, which I really shouldn't help you write a bot to go get someone else's game codes, but when you do this, you should what's the word? You should URL encode the code. Although if it's always a 6-character string, then it shouldn't have many problems. But if there's ever an ampersand in it or something, it's going to screw up. Adam, you should consider making a desktop version later too, Node Electron. Oh yeah. So that is definitely, that's on my look into much later to-do list. All right, so this thinks tier number is a number. It's not a number. We need to say that it's parse int. Now, is there any way parse int can fail in Node? Parse int undefined. Parse int. No, I don't think there's any way it can fail. I think it just returns not a number. (36 to the 6). Hey Bognar. Beginner interested in game dev here. Suggestions on where to learn, chatters? I think you should, well, how much code do you know, a fan of gaming? Alright, anyway, this should work totally fine now. Why did I make this a let and not a const? Oh, because of this, math.floor. But I already parse int, so that can't be a problem anymore. But this is probably worth doing anyway. All right, let's try this out. So if I reload the game, and let's see, I just put harvesting on and I hit Z. It now says it's a string harvesting 3. So what if I do this, put landmines on? Actually, let's make it landmines 2 just to test that too. All right, now I say that. Now it says harvesting 3, landmines 2. Now this is an array. I want to now turn this into just a string. So let's go into here. So serialized slots is now going to be a string. So this returns a string. See, what's frustrating about this is that I'm I had such a nice serialization format. It was very readable. Forming this myself was nice. This is actually, I guess, pretty nice too. I can form a string really easily by just saying lasers 3, artillery 2. That's good. What's not good is once I make it even more condensed into just 5, 3, 120:2. But it does save, how many bytes does that save? That saved 10 bytes. So, yeah, 10 characters, I should say. Adam, why are you testing not is number or is number? So the reason why is because with parse int, you will... Actually, yeah, I guess you're right. If I'm going to parse int, I only need to check if it's not a number. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, and just join semicolon. That's what I'm going to do, definitely. Aren't they returning the same thing? So, no, there's one caveat. There is something called is, I think is not a number is built in. Yeah, is not a number of undefined returns true. But Lodash's version of it, underscore dot is not a number of undefined returns false. So they are slightly different. All right, anyway, I should change this though, because we have parse int here. So if yeah. Okay, and then because I said parse int, I don't need to do this anymore either. So yeah, if I say parse int of this, it returns an integer. Is this rounded or truncated? 5.6. No, it's truncated. Okay. Is this even something I need to... Yeah, this is something I need to worry about because it's going to be on the central server. So this needs to be one of those bulletproof APIs, otherwise I've botched everything. So let's see. I think that part's good. All right, now here we want to return a string. So let's get... Actually, yeah, let's get the serialized slots. I see. And let's return serialized slots dot join semicolon. Okay, now we try that out. It'll take around 20 years to go through every possibility. But there's a chance, Xpixel, there is a chance that the very first code he checks is the correct one. He gets a game and he's super happy with it. There is a chance. It's an astronomically low chance, but it exists. It's like winning the lottery. Oh, is the @return string necessary, or is it just for reference? It's just for reference. I used to use the Clojure compiler, not for Botland, but for the prototype of this, and that would check the function comments to make sure that you're returning what you say you're returning, and there was a whole lot of extra things that could happen there. Okay, so regen level 3, cloaking level 2, and artillery level 1. Let's hit Z and see what that gave us. Deserialize config error. Oh, right. Wait, but this should have at least printed out the serialized config, right? Nice. Here we go. Perfect. All right, so now let's write deserialize, and then we are finished. Oh, well, this one at least. So if it's not a string, then it is not a string. And string, there. Otherwise, we get the individual hardware slots. We don't actually do that yet, right? We need to make sure... So this is where, this is totally untrusted. So we just have a string. We need to, this could be anything. And they could try breaking this too. So now let's just check this. If serialized config dot length is greater than, what's going to be the max length on this thing? You can have 7 pieces of hardware. So let's just come up with something reasonable. Let's say I had some long name artillery :1, and I had this 7 times. So yeah, if it's greater than, this is 154 characters. So if it's greater than, yeah, 150 characters, then we'll just do logger.error. Now that should be a constant somewhere, and this should be a constant that we extract in a nice way. For right now, I'm going to just put this here. In fact, are there any other shared constants here? This is called from everywhere. I'm not not sure how I'm going to do this. Well, whatever, I'll say this for right now. Export const max serialized slot config length equals 150. A serialized slot config currently, which means now, looks like this. Lasers 3, artillery 2. This constant represents the longest it can reasonably be before we know that the client is trying to scam the server. Trick the server, I should say. Nick10U says, can you tell me about the game? And then Magzuz has linked in the video. So cool. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water. Okay. So yeah, let's start to make use of this. Now, when we deserialize, we say if this is greater than constants dot that logger.error. The serialized config. Actually, I should just write this the same way I wrote the other ones. Deserialized config error. Serialized config is longer than const max size equals constants dot max size. So now I can just say max size here. Longer than max size. This actually, we should, what happens if you try this with Unicode strings? Like, now that I'm passing strings around and stuff needs to be checked, although it probably need to be checked anyway. How many lines have I written right now? I do not know. I'd guess it's somewhere on the order of between 10,000 and 20,000 lines of code, but I don't know. 10 lines of code. Yes, I think I've written 10 lines of code in the last 4 months, but they're really good 10 lines of code. Wait, Unicode. I thought I wrote UTF-8. Here we go. Okay. So this string, what happens if I take this string, just refresh the page. What happens if I take this string and I do split on a semicolon? I don't think this is going to pose a problem, but we'll find out. And in fact, I should write tests for that too. Make sure I'm testing strings like that. Just because it's 10 lines doesn't mean it contains a lot of code. Actually, you know this minifies into something like 10 lines of code. Does that count? All right. So yeah, here, that's the first thing I wanted to do. Then I want to say const slots equals, well, I'll say serialized slots equals serialized config dot split on semicolon. Okay. So now I go through each of these. And I deserialize each one. And that's it. Okay, yeah, let's try it out. Ooh, Phil Pant just laid down the gauntlet. Why does your keyboard have a bump? It's an ergonomic keyboard. So this split in the middle, my hands are angled in such a way that's more natural. Actually, this is, I guess, pretty comfortable. I haven't had any hand strain, but I haven't had any hand strain even before using this. So I don't know how much the keyboard helps. But a lot of people have asked about it. Okay, let's try it. So I put Zapper. Oh, actually, we'll know if this is working because, yeah, we know it's working because there are bots there. So we know this is going to work. But let's do this anyway. So serialize landmines 1, Zapper 3. Now, if I deserialize this string, how would I even do this? I don't have access to the class right now. I need to set a breakpoint somewhere that does have access to the class. See, this is the annoying part about ES5 transpilation. I guess I just put a breakpoint in here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's say this dot deserialize. Is that even a function? No, it's not. Hardware slot configuration dot deserialize. That. Except for not that, because it already had quotes around it. Ah, perfect. Okay, cool. Yeah, we got 2 slots. We should have landmines 1 in the first slot. Landmine slot cost 1, perfect. Zapper should be in the second one. Zapper slot cost 3. Is that what we made over here? 1 and 3, perfect. Yeah, looks good. All right, cool. So if I were to run the test would fail because I've now changed the serialization format. But now we've taken up, what was the old way of doing this? We used to say hardware ID lasers tier number 3. How many bytes did this stringify into, or how many characters? JSON.stringify that. Oh, actually, this wasn't too terribly bad. So it is here is what things have changed to. All right, and then this should be artillery, this should be lasers. So our string used to be 82 characters long, and now it is 20 characters long. So 82 chars to 20 chars. So our new serialization format saved a whole lot. It's like 25% the size of the old one. And we could get this even lower by doing, like I said, just coming up with random IDs for these things. The IDs would likely be 3 digits at some point, which we'd then simplify to 20 chars down to 11 chars. So yeah, we can cut this down in half later. For right now, I think this is good enough. Is there a set schedule for public builds? Are you talking about for me? The Maxis? Chat is now on the hunt for the answer to this question. How long does it take to scam someone out of a game? I don't know if it's a scam. I don't know if this is the goal of this or not. All right. Yeah, I think this is good. I think I just need to change the test. Now, if I didn't change the test, let's go take a look at what would happen. So I just run the tests again. This is going to fail in like 5 or 10 cases, something like that. Because I have these tests, and everywhere that I specify a serialized slot, it's not going to work. There's no validation done on these things, though. So I really should have just constructed it through hardware slot. In fact, that's, I think, what I'm going to do. No, this won't work either. Once there's validation done on here, this will break the test. All right, well, whatever. Where can I start to learn that kind of software? What kind of software, Kappa? The bot is dead again. It isn't giving Philpant the game. Let me see. Did it get a whisper from you? Private message, Philpant, :P. Did... I don't... Philpant, did you whisper the bot the word game? I don't see a whisper from... Nope. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, it did get it from you. Got game. Philpant has not a number of points. You have not a number of points. Oh, wait, so did you get a whisper back? You should have gotten a whisper back saying you don't have any points. So... you hadn't been in the channel for long enough at the point. So try typing this again. Try typing botland bot game. Try whispering game again. If that works, then I think it's a very, very minor bug in the bot, but it's not gonna be considered a bug because it'll actually cost points and you didn't have points, so that wouldn't have worked. The tests, let's see if they failed. I believe they would have. Yes, 5 tests failed. Yeah. Okay. So I gotta fix this stuff up. Now, one of the things I wonder about is why. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so should require lasers hardware. Let's go take a look. Should require. Wait, what? Where does that exist? Arena integration test. That's strange. Should require lasers hardware. TSS empty slot config. Well, that might be. Huh. Yeah, 2 of these should not make terminators terminate. Yeah, it's the empty slot config that's failing. What is going on here? Empty slot config. A new hardware slot config. Oh, I think I know what's happening. It can't serialize a blank hardware slot config, which is really important to test. Well, it's moderately important to test. Okay, so it should be able to serialize and deserialize an empty config function. So let hardware slot configuration equals new hardware slot configuration. That can be const serialized equals hardware slot configuration dot serialized const deserialized equals hardware slot configuration dot deserialized. That's not how you do this. It's this way. And then we make sure that it validates. Is that done automatically? Hardware slot configuration. This does not validate itself? Apparently not. Okay, fine. Okay, wait. People are able to get the game, right? So did Phil Pant get it too? Okay, good. Yeah. Cool. And yeah, it's 0 points for pre-beta for right now. Your accounts will all be deleted as of Sunday because I'll have made enough progress by then where I don't think I need to offer the game for free anymore. And by offer for free, it'll still only cost loyalty points. For anyone who did just get access to the game who doesn't know how to play, please watch the video I just linked in chat. It'll hopefully make enough sense. Alright, yeah, we got a bunch of people in here now. Alright, so I'm going to make just a single bot. It's going to be artillery, missiles, thrusters. I'm going to use a pre-made script, and I'm going to go camp the corner. Done. Look at that. Just hit Walsh bot for like 700 damage. Take that. Killed. Look at this. Look at this. 1 kill, 0 deaths, infinite KDR. Oh, here comes another smackdown. All right, I'm gonna stop trash talking. So here, this should validate, and actually that's all we care about. So let me go back into test main and cut out all these other things. So we had. I want to eventually test all of these, but for right now, all I care about is the hardware slot test. So let's run those. Let's do CLS and run. Camper. Wait, how am I salty? I'm the one winning. And I'm only winning because it didn't look like Walsh even had any offense on his bots. It's like hitting a person when they're down. Alright, these tests, it's just going to run the slot config test. These are still going to fail, by the way. The very first one should fail, and I'm going to fix that. It's a real bug. Yeah, 3 tests failed. So let's see, did the first one fail? Wait, the first one succeeded? No. How does that succeed? Okay, it's breakpoint time. If I try deserializing an empty string, serialized slot did not split into two parts. Yeah, that's a problem. That's definitely a problem. Why did this not fail though? That's the weird thing. So when I serialize this, what happens when you join, happens if you join an empty array on something, you get an empty string. Okay, so when you deserialize an empty string, we split it into, so it's an array of an empty string. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. So we got to do this. We got to say const serialized slot equals serialized slots I. Take this into here. Then say if serialized slot, if it's not a string, I don't know how it couldn't be a string, but I'll just say if not util.exist serialized slot or serialized slot.length equals 0. How about this? If not is string, then continue. So we ignore empty slots. Ignore empty slots. That's not a good idea, actually. No, if it's not a string, we should fail it. Yeah, we should fail it. That doesn't make any sense, though. We know that this is a string, so this has to be a string. Right? Yeah. Yeah. That's the only way this can ever work. Yeah. So ignore empty slot. That part's fine. All right, good. Hey, SwiftBlue. You're not validating this deserialized version, but the original. Oh, whoops. It's actually a really bad mistake. Ooh, that's points. How many points to play the game? It's 0 right now. It's usually, since it's Monday, it would usually be 100. So, yeah. Wait, me and Phil Pant versus Adam? I'm not even paying attention. My bot's probably getting destroyed over there. I left when I had an infinity KDR, so if it's anything lower than infinity, you guys are cheaters. Up, cheating confirmed. 0.9? That's much lower than infinity. Cheaters. Just cheaters everywhere. Only 2 points. The points don't mean anything. You can give points. It's just not that command. It's gift. Which actually I forgot to put on the wiki. So let me write that down. Need to fill out gift. Make sure it says username and not username. Ban them all. Ban all the cheaters. Bunch of no good jerks. Alright, so yeah, now I can start fixing this up. So in hardware slot test, let's go here. Everywhere that I say what a serialized slot is. Oh, null. I never thought about null. What does that do? That would fail, right? Yeah, that would fail. Ooh, no, SwiftBlue, it's free actually right now, so you don't need that amount to play at all. But that's nice of you, nonetheless. All right, so there are only 3 tests that are failing. This one should allow deserializing a good, so should allow deserialize, this one, yeah. So serialized config, this is now wrong. This needs to read hardware constants, whoops, hardware constants. Oh my god, I can't type this. .IDs.lasers, :1. That's it. Okay, so serialized config, do I do this anywhere else? Should not allow deserializing a bad hardware slot configuration. So these tests depended on knowledge of how slots are serialized and deserialized. That shouldn't be necessary. Would the game bug out if you had cross-site scripting code as a name? It shouldn't. I mean, the mags is you can try this stuff. If you don't have access to the game yet, you can just get access and then try taking down whatever you want. The only thing you shouldn't try are denial of service sorts of attacks, because I don't do anything to try to protect against that. But I'm saying if you want to try sending whatever data you want over a socket, or you want to, I don't know, other stuff. If you ever have any questions, you can run it by me if I think it's kosher or not. All right, let me join the game. All right, I can see that the blue team's cheating. They're just cheating. Look at this. Actually, my regen's actually, it's doing pretty well. Besides how many times I'm saying actually per sentence. Look at that. Pretty nice. It's almost tied. Oh, no, I got cornered by a bunch of Philpant lasers. Oh, wait, the Magzas is playing. Oh, sorry, I didn't even realize. Okay, we're winning by 1 point. Nice. They're still winning by 1 point, although Philpant was cloaked. Cloaking is cheating, by the way, Philpant. Everything you do that beats the red team is cheating if I'm on the red team. Well, it's a close match. I'll leave this open over here. I'll take a look at this stuff. So serialized config, passing in arrays, passing in objects. I need to test for different data types now. Make sure I'm testing different types, e.g. arrays, objects, functions. You can't serialize a function over the network though. Well, not with JSON Stringify, you can't, as far as I know. Long strings, strings with tons of semicolons. I really need to test this stuff. So wait, it's 42 to 42. Oh. Go red team. Look at that, 42 to 43. All right. The Magzas had two. Whoa, what? Oh, that's a problem. That's a big problem. Wait, yeah. People somehow have like way more buffs than they're supposed to have. Oh, that's not good. How did this happen? Okay. I don't know how that happened, but yeah, it's definitely wrong. CG. So there are a couple of bugs that I've found so far, just today. That's not good. So let's see. The Magzas had all these buffs. The new game's going to start in 12 seconds. They should all go away. I think they're from the menu. I don't. Oh, actually, no. I don't know. I don't think so though. So let's see. Everyone has no buffs. Good. Now someone should start to choose them pretty soon. So I should see this change. Or just no one's paying attention. Oh, there we go. Alright. The Magzas has chosen this. So, oh wait, maybe it's every time I connect it doubles it? No. How does that happen then? Weird. Huh. I don't know how that happened. I'll have to look into that. Actually, next time it happens, I should see if it's a client-side issue or a server-side issue. Could be either one. Not sure yet. Okay. Well, anyway, I got to fix up these tests. So I'm gonna go through all these. I'll fix the ones that are broken right now. So this should fail. Not util.exist deserialize config, right? Should allow deserializing a good hardware. This one. What does this do? Yeah, that should be fixed now. What else? Unit test should deserialize a valid serialized slot. Should deserialize a valid serialized slot. Yeah, this is no longer valid. What it should read is should read this. Just hardware ID is invalid? Wait, what? Why would I have even written that? Doesn't matter. Okay, what next? Unit test should round floating point tier numbers down. That's actually a good test. Floating point tier numbers down. I'm going to say should truncate floating point tier numbers. And now this becomes 1.4. Okay, let's run those tests now. Hey, Bailey. When you select a new one, it adds to your buffs. I already told you about this bug. Wait. But what? Like, that's how it's supposed to work. You're saying the second time you get a choice, it's going to double it? Oh, that might be possible. I don't think I have that one written down. Oh, nice. All of the tests passed. So let's change this. Let's go into test main. Let's get all of the tests running. So I'll just comment this so that I can uncomment them all in one swoop there. And then let me take a look at what's going on in the game. So I'm on the red team. I'll just make bots for you guys to totally destroy. I'm not going to worry too much about what they've got. Cloaking, reflect, missiles. There. Great. There. M. Mecking says, is this just kind of a programming test, or is it supposed to be a real game some when? Yeah, it's supposed to be a real game. It is not quite at that point yet. So if you want to find out more about this, you can go there. Can you explain that 1.4 function call? Oh yeah, sure, GStar Gaming. So that is in a test that I'm writing. So this test is going to, it's going to specify lasers : 1.4. So that's like level 1.4. And this is testing to make sure that it doesn't process this as 1.4, it processes it as 1. Which then means it shouldn't be saved that way. Excuse me. Oh, good. All of the tests passed. Oh, perfect. So then I can fix up the tests and write new ones, and then we're good. Yeah, nice. All right, this has been going pretty well. Let's put that there. So now I need to write. Wait, how did this work? No, these tests are not testing anything anymore. Yeah, no, never mind. I gotta fix up the rest of these tests. Thank you, Echo. Yeah, Mecking, let me know if you have any other questions about this. The game, it's playable right now, by the way, if you want to go play. There are actually a bunch of people online. So if you do want to get access to the game, you can type this. All right, so yeah, all of these tests that specify how they're going to make this, that's not correct right now. Like this, should disallow deserializing a bad hardware. Yeah, I got to fix this. I gotta fix all this. Serialize config. So here's how this should work. I should say lasers 1E9. Let's just do 1,000. Okay, good. Where else do I specify this? Serialize config equals null 5. I guess this should just be the number 5. Okay, and then serialize slot. Let me search for this. Yeah. So here's what we're going to do here. We'll say all right, we'll say that this equals an invalid ID. Good. Then here we'll say we want lasers with tier number 1000. Here, what do we want? Both params are invalid. This is invalid ID 1000. This is what? Hardware ID of a number? Param types. Yeah, oh man, there's a lot of stuff to test here. I'm gonna write a better test framework once I fix these tests up. It shouldn't take very long. because these are just API tests. And then what do we have here? Yeah, invalid param types. This is not actually even possible right now. Yeah, let's just get rid of this. Okay, now let's try running all the tests. In fact, let's just run all of them. Test main. There. Hey, Weedly. Adam, look, you have 2 buffs now. It shows that I have 1. In fact, what does it show you on your screen, Walshy? It looks like I have 2 to you. Watch the vid. Sounds like an interesting concept. Well, thank you. Yeah, and I hope it shapes up to be a fun game. I mean, right now people are playing and there's stuff happening. I can't pick one of these buffs right now because I do want to know. Walshy, do you see... well, actually, anyone can answer this. If you hover over my name in the leaderboard, does it show me as having 1 buff or 2 buffs right now? Because I should only have 1. Hey, everyone. Do I have 1 buff or 2 in the leaderboard? Because for me, I have... Oh, Magza says I have 2 also. What are they? So there's 15% laser damage dealt, but then what's the other one? Because, yeah, it's a big problem. Same? Oh, I just have 2 of the same. Okay. So it's this thing repeated. So then if I pick another one, it's going to shows to me as being those. All right, and then everyone else has normal buffs apparently. So how did it get to the point that it got to on mine? Weird. I'm not sure. All right, I'll write this down. I meant to do this. When the new buff choice arrived, I showed to everyone else as having a copy of my buff, even though I hadn't even picked a second one. Oh, thank you for the print screen. Mecking says, is this also your day job? I am here for the first time. Yes, it is also currently daytime. But I quit my full-time job that I had before this about 4 or 5 months ago at this point. And so I've been streaming since September 8th, and that's when I started the code base for Botland. So before then, there was only a prototype for this particular iteration of it. And yeah, this is helpful. So I'm going to write this down too. And I don't think I'll need to look at this again. That's why I'm putting it into Paint and not a text file. So I'll say here, file bugs from MS Paint. I'll just say from Paint. Is there a plan to bring this into some kind of engine and polish the graphics? Do you want a rather minimalistic approach on a browser base? So the plan is not to ever bring this into an engine, but the graphics will be improved. In fact, if there is a video right now on some of the concept art that you can watch there, the graphics are all temporary. The UI is temporary for right now. What I'm working toward, and this is something I want to get done in the next month and 4 days, so I don't have very long, but I think it's doable, is the first vertical of Botland. Now what that means is that you're able to create an account, you're able to manage your bots, essentially, your inventory, you can buy things with real money, and then you go into a game, you can play, you can, I don't know about progression yet, maybe, I don't think that's really part of the first vertical. But anyway, you can play a game and then you can finish a game and you're done for the day. Something like that. So that's what I want to get done in the next month. And then after that, it's working on, yes, finishing up the UI, adding more content to the game, adding in graphics. We don't have the graphics yet because, like I said, there's only been concept art so far. I see this happening now for the Mr. Banks. I think it's people who join after you when the game is currently in progress. When did Mr. Banks join? Yeah. Okay, so I think this may have to do with people who joined after you when the game was already in progress. I don't know. adding leveling. Leveling will probably not be a thing, but there will probably be some form of progression. And the progression will, I picture it to be kind of like Hearthstone. In Hearthstone, there are levels for your heroes, but they don't mean anything to other players. Whether you're level 50 or you're level 60, you just have different golden cards. So in Botland, I don't think there's going to be a concept of golden items, but it'll be something like that, where as you level up, you get maybe just more rewards in the game, but it's not like you're stronger or something. Is the manage bots button supposed to work? Yes, it should print to the console that I haven't coded it yet. So, not really. It's not supposed to. It looks like I'm not able to manage the bots once logged in. Yeah. That's what I'm working on right now. So, manage bots is going to be the whole bot-based thing, and eventually you'll see a UI that looks really terrible. It'll look like this. Then eventually we'll hammer it into a real UI. But yeah, we're not so close to that just yet. Did the tests finish? They did. Okay, I'm gonna check this in. And then I'm going to write more tests for it. And then I'm going to proceed with other to-do items, which will actually probably be eat lunch at that point. This stuff should all be gone. None of this is needed anymore. Right? Yeah, I think this is all. All right, so then main is no longer even modified. Next, Botland app. What changed in here? Key code Z. Serialization will happen here. So we'll just clean this up that way. Done. Looks good. All right, constants, good. Hardware slot. Yeah, we don't want any of this code in there. This does not return an object anymore, it returns a string. Param, string, serialized slot. Make sure it's got 2 parts to it. Get the first part, get the second part. Good. Yep, and then delete all this code. All right, looks good. What about this? Returns a string. Yep, super easy. Takes in a string. Excuse me. Also, do we ever serialize slots individually? We don't. Yeah. We don't need to do a length check then in the slot, just in the config. All right. Yeah, try with max length. Try with a very long string. Just think of other ways to break the server, essentially. Ignore empty slots. This can happen when the entire config is the empty string. What did I do there? Hardware slot configuration. The empty string, yeah. Okay, there we go. So I think we're good. Oh, well, just the test. Tests need to be updated. Yeah, I think this is fine. All right, cool. So slot, hardware slot config, and hardware slot objects are now serialized into strings instead of objects. This converted a laser/artillery configuration from 80 characters down to 20. So a 75% saving of bandwidth and storage. I'll just say it's 75% savings. Did the match freeze for everyone? Yeah, it's over. Which is probably what's going on right now. Yeah, so it says the match is about to start, so you can't actually... There are 3 phases. There's a phase before the game where you can play. So this is a time when you'd pick buffs and you'd say, okay, what did my enemies pick here? Zapper lasts longer. Okay, I'm going to pick a certain strategy based on that. So now you change your strategy like, oh, they have Zapper, so I definitely want to stay at range away from them. So I'm going to put my missiles code up here or something like that. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up right now. And then you can do all that without there being any chaos in the game yet. Then the game starts, the game plays, you know how gameplay works. Then the game ends, and only for right now, yeah, the game freezes and you can't do anything. Afterward, you'll just have like a quit game button and you'll go into the next game afterward. But there's only one game server, so I had to do something for right now. Freezing the game was the most realistic thing so that you could look at the leaderboard still. Also, I shouldn't even be logged in unless I plan on playing. Let me scrap all this stuff. I'll put my Ultra Killer bot back in. I'll just put a couple in. There we go. Oh, well, sorry, I missed some chat from earlier. Open source? No, it's not open source. Am I working on it alone? No, I am coding it alone, but I'm not working on it alone. There is a co-founder with me. We've hired sort of an art designer and UI lead, and then there are 4 artists working sort of beneath him. Spammy the Pig, which is a nice name, by the way. Yeah, Adam, how do you live, e.g. monetary-wise right now? So I had some savings going into this, and also my wife has a job. So we still have income. I'm not really pulling my weight right now. I have no income. I'm not making money off Twitch or YouTube or anything. I'm thinking of applying for a Twitch partnership, but even that wouldn't pull in a lot of money, so not sure. Sounds good. What do you plan for the graphics part? Like a really realistic approach with good animations, or more like 8-bit style or something else? I think you could watch the concept art to get as much of an idea as I want to share right now. And if the concept art video doesn't talk about it, then I think, and it doesn't talk about it too much, I guess. But I'm saying if by looking at the concept art you don't get more of an idea, then just wait for round 2, because I'll show this. And yeah, as far as buying the BRB lunch screen, CD token more lunch, yeah, 4 people have it. Well, I don't know when this was from. Is it from today? Either way, whatever. Those 4 people will be on it today. Okay, and then what else did I miss? Can you check? Yeah, okay, cool. So yeah. All right, great. So I am now serializing these things differently. Because I changed the above, I had to modify the tests since they were based on objects and not strings. And I think I already verified all of this code. Yeah, I did, because I went through and cut a lot of it out. So now the number of lines modified, not too bad. Now let's check that in. Any more keyboard keys I should know? Control K will kill all of your bots. There's a page of keyboard commands somewhere. How to play, let's see. Keybinds. Yeah, here we go. Here are all of the keyboard shortcuts. This is mostly thanks to Wouter. He modified lots and lots of pages on here. So it's going well. I'm seeing Adam selecting all kinds of things on the screen, setting your strategy, but I'd like to know if I can do that as well. Okay, so I don't know if you've seen this video yet. You should probably watch that video for now. That'll tell you how to do all of that. Okay. So the serialization classes are technically written. I want to update the tests. And I think after updating the tests, I'm going to go for lunch. This will probably take at least 20 minutes though, but I haven't eaten since breakfast and I should really get some food. The items you buy for this game at a later stage, will they mostly be cosmetic or will they be part of... Oh, so everything with the exception of bot bays can be unlocked with in-game money. Bot bays are the only thing that you need to spend real-life money on if you're going to play. It's essentially equivalent to inventory size. So it's not quite, but I'm trying to say for other games. So imagine in World of Warcraft, you can equip all the same items as anybody else, but maybe you buy a larger bag, so now you can store more items so that if you wanted to switch, you could use them. But it doesn't give you any inherent advantage other than that extra utility that you have. But yeah, you can read about this for what's going to be purchasable in the game. It's a very short page. Archer says, I'm making an MMO server client, and I think I've done a miracle. I can send packets with TCP while the header of those packets containing all required information process the packet is only 20 bytes. I don't know how large TCP headers are to begin with, but that's good. At least it's nice that you're working also directly in a TCP layer. I have abstracted a lot of that out, which is good for me. Let me get on the road pretty quickly here. So make sure I'm testing strings like Unicode strings. In order for me to do any of this, I need to write a better test framework, or at least a better test function in here. So let's do this. Let's say test. Let's do, because all of these have the same setup, right? Set serialize config, try deserializing it, and then make sure it exists or does not exist. So we'll say test slot config, serialized config. Right, is that how I want to do this? And then yeah, should validate. Yep, and then let's copy the code from here. So done, and done, done, and there we go. So if should validate, then assert dot equal deserialized config dot validate true. Else assert that it doesn't exist. Okay, looking good. So now we can use this everywhere in place of what we've got. So should not allow deserializing a bad config. This would just say test slot config null. Done, 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 done. Same thing here. This would be the string 5. Done. And that's why what we're eventually going to do is condense all of these into just one function. But we're not there yet. Here we take this, put this here. This should not work because it's level 1000. Here, this should work. So we say true here. I guess that means we should have said false for all of these things. There, done. Okay, good. And I think that's everything with the deserialized config, right? Do I say slot config? What did I call this? Yeah, that's it. What test framework is this? This is Mocha. So what Mocha lets you do is you specify a category of tests. So these are the hardware slot configuration tests, and then each individual test here. So it is just a cute way of letting you have an English sentence. It should be able to blah. It should be able to blah, whatever. But it's just saying run a function, that's all. Okay. So next up, that was test slot config. There should also be a test slot, I believe. Should serialize. This is like test serialize. Test deserializing slot config. Okay, there, that's good. Next, there is another one where we check this. Should deserialize a valid serialized slot. So this is test deserializing a slot. But then the assertions are going to be different when it's valid. Yeah, I know, maybe this is not a good idea. Maybe I do things this way, because I really should make sure that these things deserialize into what I expect. Let me see. Yeah, where do I use this function? All right, I'll take a look. So this is false, false, false. This one's finally true. So we can say const deserialized slot config equals this. And then we can say to make sure that the first slot is, well, let's take a look. Hardware slot configuration. Does this have a get slot? Get hardware tier data? That's actually, we can use that. We should make sure that this returns, so it returns tier information. This is going to be hardware tier data. This is going to be laser tier data, which should have a tier number in it. Yep. Okay. We should be able to do that then. We should be able to say laser info equals deserialized slot config dot get hardware constants dot ids dot lasers, and then assert dot equal laser info dot tier number 1. Perfect. What am I missing in chat? Okay, I see what I'm missing in chat now. Yeah, so for those of you who aren't fully aware, I'll explain this very briefly. A TCP packet has a header in it that you typically don't have to do anything with as long as you... This says where it's going, what its time to live is, I think. I don't know, it's got, yeah, all this stuff. Source port, destination port, sequence number, ACK, Data offset. Oh, it doesn't have a time to live. Huh, shows how much I remember about this stuff. Anyway, this is all stuff you pretty much should never need to use. But then what Archer is saying is that for the information that they're sending, they first say something like, I'm going to send 800 bytes. And then the following TCP packets might start containing the data for those. So this might be, 80 of those bytes, and then there might be another 80, 80, 80, whatever. So there's two headers, the TCP header and then the like semantic header of what you want your data to be. Bot names should be immune to XSS scripting because of the name length limit. Well, yeah, so should be and are definitely two different things, and one is worth asserting. I am testing, I'm pretty sure I'm testing a name length limit. I'm not positive about that. All right, so now we have a real assertion here. Yeah, so let me write the same thing here for slots. Test deserializing slot. And this should go above the other one, because that way if I'm searching for the test deserialize function, I can narrow it down correctly. All right, so this is going to be a serialized slot, and then I should validate. So we want to do this the same way that we do things here. Put this code up to here, and let's see what we got. So we get a deserialized slot, hardware slot.deserialize with the serialized slot. If it should validate, then assert that it validated. I guess we just return the deserialized slot. Otherwise, we assert util.exist. Yeah. All right, and then that would say return null. Actually, how about this? Assert util.exist deserialized slot. That's what I forgot to do. Yep. And then because I have that, I don't need this here. So this can be changed into this. And then this, I can change to this. Assert.equal, this comma should validate. Perfect. All right, so that's a much better function. Let's change this one over to that way too. So deserialize config. There, perfect. Okay, so test deserializing slot config. I'm not using this function right now, so I need to go use it. So let's try here. Test deserializing slot. We take in this, and we say that it shouldn't work. Good. All right, same thing. We do this. We got to test invalid formats and everything. So this was what, lasers colon 1000, and that shouldn't work, I guess. Yeah, because it's level 1000, which doesn't exist. Same thing here. This is an invalid ID. I really can't backspace that how I want to. Should that be a colon? Yes, it should be. Okay, both params are invalid. That's already set to false. We're almost at the point where I can test this, and I would have deleted so many lines of code. It'll make this much more readable in the future. But then, even after that, there's a lot to fix still. And then finally here, we want to verify things on this slot. So we say, let the serialized slot equal deserialize this slot. I guess we don't need to do this. We should really never call that with true, should we? Yeah, because this should just work. And if it fails, then our asserts down here will fail. So then I think we're good. I also want to change really all of these lets into consts. And this too. These things. Yeah, great. All right, nice. So now let me run the test, and then I think it's lunchtime. I think writing the rest of the test is something I can do after lunch. So let's just make sure that this worked. I'll start to write the commit message. It's possible that I broke something, in which case I'll fix that before going to lunch. But I wrote a couple of helpful test functions for the, what's this called? Hardware slot test. And we can see I added 43 lines of code, but I removed 52. I'm going to end up removing even more. And part of this is because these return whatever it is they need to return. I don't even think that should be the case. This should just deserialize this, because I'm going to verify things on it anyway. That's fine. Why do you write a star in front of every commit? It's just consistency at this point. It's not really necessary, but I like bulleted lists. So yeah, one thing is failing. Line 76. It's called deserialized slot config. That's exactly why I shouldn't have done things this way. Well, that's not actually why. I should have just looked at my code. But every single other test passed except for that one. So I think we're good to check in. Wrote a couple of helpful test functions for the hardware slot test. Refactored the hardware slot test so that they are now making use of a couple of helpful test functions. Yeah, that's a better way of stating this. All right. Now wait for that to finish. While that's working, oh, that's faster than I thought. All right, cool. Yeah, everything's good. Check in. All right, I'm gonna go put people on my lunch screen. Resume token s lunch. Gotta remove these people from this eventually. Remove people from lunch BRB. Oh, I should paste them in here too. All right, so let's form this BRB lunch. Let's say 35 minutes. I don't really need that long. All right. There we go. So I should be set to go to lunch now. Yeah, and when I come back, I'll be back for about 3 hours. So I think today's been going pretty well so far. I hope you guys have been enjoying it. And I'm going to go get some food, which I desperately need. So take care, everyone. I'll see you in about half an hour. Alright, what did I miss? What did I miss in chat? Is there no one brave enough to face Echo 9 Hotel and his Zapper bots? Alright, we're gonna add that. Ah yes, shoulders. Stand correctly. I'm gonna edit your quote to just make no one have a space in between. I don't know if Bubba's been to the stream too much. Actually, let's find out. Because I would not want to watch it share as well. Time Bubba. 3 minutes. And I'm assuming Bubba's no longer here. So, yeah, I don't know if it's best that I do that exactly. To just leave a stream running for the, 30 minutes and I'm gone. I think what's nice about it is, well, I'm not going to talk about it. I think it's nice. Okay. So let's add quote. Did that work? Hello bot. Are you going to respond, bot? What's going on here? Look at this. Add quote. It's not even responding to me. Do I have that disabled somehow? Scripts, handlers, no, commands, no, systems. Where's the... I don't know where quotes come from. Oh, quote command, here it is. There's just an add command? Oh, is it bang quote space add? Aha! Found it. They changed the syntax for that. Hey, Qua. Yeah, I am feeling better. I think I was like right at the verge on Friday of being in a lot more pain than I ended up being in, which was very little after I slept for 3 hours. I don't know what it was exactly. I do think my posture has a lot to do with it though. So yes, I am going to continue to stand like this. There. Okay, so that is figured out. And now Echo 9 Hotel has their own quote. The bot's not temperamental anymore, I hope. I think what had happened earlier, so Phil Pant had tried getting the game, I think, but didn't have points because they weren't in chat for at least 10 minutes. So that's something that I don't really consider to be a big problem. Although I guess it's a small problem. And then adding a quote is they changed some of the commands around. So now it's quote add instead of add quote. Writing other tests, that's what I have to do. Why do I stand while coding? Again, I think it's mostly posture reasons. Plus, you'll see me shuffle around every once in a while. That's some movement I just otherwise would not be getting. And I think movement is a very good thing. It's hard when you're programming to also get up every hour, to stretch, to do everything else, because your job doesn't incline you to do those things. Actually, most office jobs are that way, I think. It's especially hard when you're working out of your apartment because you don't have meetings with people in other office rooms. Posture, yes, let me remember this. So make sure I'm testing strings. So here's where I finally need to get a lot better at how I'm testing this stuff. I'm going to try to test all of the different bad arguments. Should not allow deserializing a bad hardware slot configuration. Param test. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to test null here. We're going to test the string 5. So we can just delete these entire thing. We can get rid of this. Where else do we test this stuff? Anywhere else we pass false, we got to test this. And we should put little descriptions here. Null param. Bad string. This is going to be to tier number invalid. So this is hardware slot configurations. Should I just keep going down this list or what? Because this is a whole configuration. Maybe there's a configuration that's invalid, like too many slots. Do I have that? Am I testing that? Here. Greater than the max amount of slots. Yeah. So these are just serialization tests. I guess I should also test it with more than the max amount of slots. Greater than max slots. Original Pepper says, why not go to a cafe and place a secret webcam on other people? There's a show I saw where a guy has to take an interview in... Oh, it was Master of None, Aziz Ansari. Yeah, Aziz had to take an interview in a cafe, and it was an acting interview. So he had to act in this cafe where no one else was involved. I just go up to a random patron. Hey, can you hold this for like 6 hours? Just point it at me. People are gonna love it. Okay, so for this thing to work, let's make this proper. So we're gonna say const too many slots. Too many slots. All right, let's do this. So we're gonna go with lasers. We're gonna go with missiles. And we're going to go with absolutely anything else. What else is short to type? Melee, I guess. All right, so here is the too many slots. What else do we have? An object, I guess. Object param. Hardware ID. Lasers. Tier number 5 to 3. How about that? That used to work. So then let's try a function param. I don't even think this is going to do anything. Let's try an array param. Just got to test all of this stuff, because if users find a way through this, then we have a problem. Okay, then bad strings. So bad string formatting 1. Now let's try a bad string because of other formatting problems. Actually, this might be valid, this string. Let's try it out. Do I already have this saved? Nope, because I don't even have Botland running. So let's go try it this way. Why do you talk as if to small children in your videos? It's much nicer listening to you on stream. Let me think about this. Do I think that I talk differently on my videos? Noble Tom, you're going to have to give me an example. Also, I didn't realize I'd missed that message from earlier. Sorry. JSHD said, I only got here on day 54. Oh, so you've been here for 10 days? That's pretty good. It's because you're reading? I don't have a script when I record those videos. I just come up with stuff and then say it. All right, I think this is gonna work because I ignore empty slots. So yeah, let me try this. Yeah, it does work. Okay, wow. I guess this is actually a valid string. So we say that this is true. This many semicolons works. It's probably a bad thing though, right? What does that split into? So when we do that string dot split semicolon, this should turn into, yeah, it's got a lot of these. The length of this is 7. So here's what I'm going to do. How many semicolons does it take to get 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it takes 6. Yeah, one less, obviously. Okay, great. So we got to paste in 6 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Many semicolons work as long as it's, because each is treated as an empty slot. But then too many won't work. Too many semicolons will not work because that is too many empty slots. It's a more presentation way of speaking, so I just assumed you read. Yeah, I don't typically. Well, typically I don't ever. If you want to see what it's like for me to read as I'm recording a video, the hacking tutorial video I was reading from, but then again, you don't see my face in that video, so that is not a thing. So in deserialize, here's what I'm going to do. If your serialized slot, if this dot length is greater than, what's the maximum number of slots? Where do I take this from? Apparently in constant somewhere. Max something. I'll search for equals 7. Num slots per machine. Logger.error. Too many, I'll say deserialize config error. Too many slots, even if they are all empty. Const num slots equals this. It's not really though, it's more like num string parts. I don't like this string. Whatever. Why not just do slash tick instead of... Oh, yeah, so the reason I don't do that is actually a Sublime reason, which I really should work around. But when I'm typing strings out, so this is a test. Now I say don't do something. So I type DON \apostrophe. The problem is it overwrote the apostrophe that I already had there. It's an option I could turn off and just having it. You know what? Maybe I should turn it off. Let's try it out. I've never turned this off. I don't even know where to turn it off. Man, come on. Gotta be in here somewhere, right? Maybe not. I don't see this. Yeah, I don't see it in there. I'm gonna have to search for this. Sublime, stop overwriting parentheses. Toggle overwrite? Trying to write a plugin is, no, that's not what I want. How do I, is this even an option I can configure? I'm not like super, I don't think this is incredibly important. If this doesn't happen, then table cursor position overwriting characters. That's not it. Turn off parenthesis matching. Ah, here. Add this to your key bindings file. Parenthesis, command insert args context. Oh my goodness. Okay. I don't know about that. I just want this one, I think. The apostrophe. Wow. Weird. So this is what I gotta do. Let's change it and try it out. And then let's take the Stack Overflow post that it came from. There. Thanks, Void Dreamer. Thanks for commenting on your lunch. Now you think you're better than me because of it. Alright. So now let's try this out. So now if I said, whoops, console.log, hello, don't you know? Hey, cool, it works. All right, great. So I'm gonna say what this does. This prevents apostrophes from being swallowed in strings. I'm sick of typing something like console.log don't do that. And having the first apostrophe, or having the last apostrophe disappear. There, yeah, that's pretty good. Do I get a point for that? Actually, if anyone's going to get a point for that, it's Monadic Bind, who's apparently not here, because he suggested that a very, very long time ago. Whoops, that's not even the format of this. Probably laughing at you for eating unhealthily. I don't. No, I'm not. No judgments. Okay, so now we can say even if they're all empty. Oh, wait a sec. Whatever. Whatever. I didn't mean to do whatever just happened there. Alright, so now I've got that test. What next? So tier number invalid. This is not really something that should be checked here. What else do we have? I guess just bad string formatting too. So what if we said something like this? Lasers semicolon 3. Yeah, let's run the test now. I could lower the minimum amount of points you have to gift to someone when you're going to gift to them. So then the other thing I want to do is test individual slot deserialization and then move on from this, because I think there's been a decent amount of time spent on this. So hardware slot deserialize. In fact, I should probably make sure that all of this is getting hit. Let's take a look. So if it's not a string, we're good there. If the string is too long, I didn't do that. How would I do that? I guess just pass in any very long string. So Lodash should have a function for that. It should be called repeat, I believe. Yes, it is. Underscore dot repeat. Star, comma, 300 plus colon 2. There. String too long. One test failed. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no... Oh, that's not good. So, assert message. I forgot to put this on here. So we have no idea where that's coming from. I mean, it says line 27, which it is coming from there, which I guess then comes from 70. But I just added a test, so it's really this one. This is not causing it to fail. False. Too many semicolons will not work. Let me take a look. So I checked to see if num string parts is greater than the number of slots per machine. Oh, it doesn't return null. Oh, wow. That was a bug. You can't fix everything. I don't want to run out of things to complain about. I don't want a perfect world. Yeah, I can't fix everything. I know that. Imagine a world where everything you programmed worked on the first try. Yeah, but what if that came with some like terrible consequence? Like you were always uncomfortably cold or something. That's the price you pay. You wrap yourself in 10 blankets and you're still freezing. But your code works. Underscore is not defined. It's right there. Why is it not defined? You gotta be kidding me. Where is that coming from? 68. Oh, but that's over here. Oh, whoops, I was in a totally different file. Yeah, it's not defined. You're not lying to me, JavaScript. I'm just dumb. A Brandon Sanderson book. I am unfamiliar. American writer, best known for his Mistborn series. Wow. Do you mean that you're always one temperature? If so, that means you can't freeze to death. You've broken the laws of my hypothetical world. I'm not going to state it in genie speak so that it can't be misinterpreted, because I have code to write. Code to write correctly the first time. Yeah, except for it won't. So here, deserializing slot. Here's where I need to write a lot more of these things. Yeah, here we go. So what did I write as the title for this? Yeah, param test. So should return null when trying to deserialize an invalid slot. We're going to combine all of these things here. There. Okay, so we're going to say bad ID. So that's good. Then here we're going to say, did you see what I just did, by the way? I'm so ingrained that that's going to swallow the apostrophe that wow, and it deleted both that time. I pressed apostrophe there. Okay, so this one is going to be bad tier number. This one's going to be bad ID and tier number. This is going to be, let's see, numerical ID. What else can we do here? We could pass in null, param type null, param type an object, it's taken an array, a function. I don't even know how you get a function in here, but there it is. Let's take in a number. Maybe a really long string. I don't know if that's something that we should make fail, because that's something that yeah, I don't think that's something we should do. You never deserialize an individual slot. There's no reason to do that, right? Nah, it doesn't matter. Let's just write the assert in. So the way this should be written, where is the max? Yeah, this. So we should say export const max serialized slot length. And we should make it 150 divided by 7. So yeah, 21. See max serialized slot config length. Great. Now here we can just say this times num slots per machine. Good. Lurker Mike says, sorry, behind a few minutes. Any chance you could post your Sublime text to key bindings? I saw some interesting ones briefly, like the now one to insert a timestamp. Any other useful ones? Yeah, I can post it, and then anything you find that's useful, you can just take from it. The now is actually a command that I have that, what is this? Oh man, okay, that was something I wrote for the sake of the stream that I never ended up using. And I'm never going to use. This is practically pointless. Yeah, I'll post this online. You won't be able to use all of this without... yeah, well, whatever. I'll just post it right now. So syntax highlighting, I guess it's kind of JSON, but it's not really. I'll just say JavaScript. Paste expiration, a week, unlisted. Paste in the stuff. Okay. Okay, so there's that. Create new paste. Possible spam detected. Okay, so there's the paste, but you'll need, in order to use the insert timestamp thing, that's something I wrote that's like incredibly simple. So I'll paste that in too. It's this. So I guess I'll upload this too. And anything else you want of my Sublime settings, if you go to blog.botland.net, you will find all the plugins that I use. I haven't been updating it though. But anyway, this is Python paste expiration, yeah. Yeah, so there you go. All this does, really all it does is puts in a timestamp into your buffer. So yeah, when I type now, Control I, that's where you see these dates come from. And so that's the same way that this old text editor I use called Cite used to do things. Don't let him lie to you, he uses Vim. You want me to send my Vim key bindings? So what do I want to do here? I want to make sure that something exceeds the length of this. So we say bad param number, then we say underscore dot repeat, star, comma, string too long. What else do we have? What other things? I guess I should just look through the code, make sure everything's being hit. Did I already look through all of this? So something's too long, something's too many slots. The slots don't deserialize, and that's it. Okay, so slots not deserializing. It's not a string. Oh, it doesn't have exactly 2 parts. That's another part of this. I should check. So let's copy this one. Too many colons. Let's do this. No ID or tier number. All right, what else do we have now? So get the hardware ID, make sure it's a valid hardware ID. Am I testing this anywhere? Yes, I am, of course. Then make sure the tier number is valid. Then, yeah, that's it. Okay, cool. All right, let's test it out. Then we're done with this. I tend to go back and forth between Sublime Text, Vim, and Atom, so we'll probably see it about adapting the general ideas more than copy-pasting code. Yeah, I don't like bouncing between text editors. The only time I do that is when I'm on Linux and I use Vim instead of Sublime. That's about it. Other than that, I like just sticking with Sublime. It's pretty great. All right, nice. We're done. So I can check this in. Let me keep lowering my desk. See if I can commit code with the height of my desk changing. All right, that looks good. This is good. And then the test change. That's good. All right. Why does this want me to scroll all the way over here? All right, there we go. That part is important. We got rid of a bunch of test cruft and all the test pass. So wrote the rest of the hardware slot tests for serialization / deserialization. Doesn't looking at a screen for long periods of time hurt your eyes at all? It doesn't hurt my eyes. At least I don't think it does. I'm probably doing damage to my eyes and I just don't realize it. The other thing is, people haven't been changing my lights a lot actually, which probably means I'm not getting followers, which is almost definitely the case. Let's take a look. Yeah, that is the case. I used to be pretty heavy TextMate user, then it stagnated, so jumped to Sublime Text, but I fear it's headed for the same fate. Very few updates these days. I mostly try to add them because the sources out there in the community. Yeah, I think that's very, very good reasons for switching for things. If you look at the Sublime Text 3 webpage, I think it's still considered to be in beta. And yeah, the last update was in March. I find it interesting because I'm sure this person has made a lot of money and it's a very widely used text editor and it's been the inspiration for so many other editors out there now. I feel like Sublime is the thing to which you compare the next generation. So Atom, Visual Studio Code, probably Brackets to some extent. And now, yeah, it's just going to fall by the wayside maybe. So yeah, maybe I will switch to Atom at some point. You should make it so we can mess with your lights 24/7 no matter what. It does actually happen sometimes where I leave the bot on and I'm here like playing Hearthstone and all of a sudden my lights change to like blue and I think, oh, I guess I left my command prompt open. Testing Unicode strings. I'm not actually doing that. I'm just going to cancel that. Testing different types. Try the very long string. Okay, good. So all this stuff's done. So now make sure these classes are available where they need to be. It's probably better to start sharing code in modules instead of specifically slotting it into client and game server or something such nonsense. Yeah, so the problem with this is that they need different, they have different node modules requirements. But the issue right now is if I go into Botland REST server, no, I actually do have both things in the shared code here. Maybe, I don't know what I'd do then. Okay, let's take a look at the central server. Yeah, so I'm already using things from there. God, it's just not a good idea. How do you mark them as tick and cross? What are the key bindings? Oh, so I remapped Alt-D to be the thing for done. Actually, it might have been that by default. And Alt-C is the thing to mark it as canceled. So Alt-C for cancel, Alt-D for done. Atom is nice. I just can't get the same autocomplete like you can in Visual Studio Code. Atom has that power mode, which I think is the one big redeeming quality. It's actually probably got a lot of nice qualities. I just haven't used it too much. So make sure these classes are available. I'm going to cancel this too. I'm going to say, for this one, I'm going to say I'm already haphazardly placing code around, and it's not something worth focusing on right now. All right, so make manage Bopland pop-up management UI. Actually have this pop up as soon as you get bot data. Okay, so in order for that to happen, let's go, how do I want to do this? I guess make the class for bot bay edit, but then would there be a static one and there'd be a non-static one? Yeah, I guess the first thing is design this. Design the code. So we could have bot bay UI and floating bot bay UI. The only difference between these things, that was this mock-up that I made. So bot bay UI would have either create, so all have a text box. This has create or delete, and this just has update. Yeah. It's Atom is slower with small or with large files. Okay. Bopland, new game. Bumper Car Land. And yeah, Lurker Mike, I don't know too much about how Atom is made. I haven't used it for longer than about 10 minutes probably. You Googled Atom Power Mode? Is that that's what it's called, right? Let me see. I used this on stream once. Yeah, activate power mode. I thought this was like the coolest screenshot ever. This right here. Particles come flying out of this thing. Then I used it and it was very slow. Alright, so we've got these things. Then where do they pull their data from? Get rid of this. Actually, leave it in and just turn off breakpoints for now. Where do they get their data from? So you connect, you download, you need to do store.dispatch something. So I guess store.dispatch, let's see how client main is doing this right now. We could say set bot bay contents, and then we'd say the ID, so 0 maybe, and then a string, lasers 2, missiles 3. Yeah, I think that would be good. So then there needs to be a reducer for this stuff, which means this should all be stored there. The UI should be different. What I'm wondering about is how much should I differentiate a floating bay from a static bay? And yeah, how much do I want the UI to be different too? I guess each bay can know which one it is. So based on, yeah, I'll just make one thing, bot bay UI. Just have one class for now. It can know whether it's floating or not based on its ID. And it'll be pretty obvious how you try modifying this stuff. Or maybe, yeah, I think the first one should just always be the floating one, because everyone has one floating bay. If we ever change that assumption, it's going to be a little bit different. Am I tired? I'm a little tired. I only got about 6 hours of sleep. I was watching Hearthstone. I don't know why I do that. I just don't know why. I really need to just go to sleep earlier. And then... Okay, I think I can get to coding this then. So let's start. Let's go into chat box, which is probably the most similar thing for this. Actually, it's not even a container that we want. No, so we want to go more into something like chat input, which is a component. Yeah, so let's save this as botbay.js. Okay, next. What do? I make this. Oops. Botbay. We don't need to set anything here. We don't need to do actually a lot of this stuff. That was a mistake. I want the render function. Yeah, okay. So got this. Enter key code. Yeah, that what was that doing in there? Enter key code. Which streamer was I watching? I was watching Dog last night. Actually, I don't usually seek out new Hearthstone streamers. I'm kind of surprised though. Dog was in school and now is not in school. And my immediate thought was, if you put off getting your next degree, which he was talking about doing, then it becomes much harder to go back to school. Which, I mean, teach their own. And I don't know what it is that Dog wants. What is this? Key constant. Yeah, I should put... Yeah, okay, this needs to change. Botland app, key code. Let's take this into here. Okay, good. Enter key code is the number 13. I already have that there. It's called return. So we get rid of this. We change this to keycode.return. Yeah, it looks good. He doesn't like donations. I already told him to take money. Wait, what? What did I miss? ND Gamer for life. Hey, ND Gamer. How are things going? I see you're back to the stream now after however many months. How long do you have in the channel? 13 minutes, pretty good. Void Dreamer, you know you can cut out the part about getting my banking information and probably just take my money and people would think it's going to me. Alright, so here's what we're going to start with here. We're going to make a div with... Do I care about the style so much? I guess. Fine. Well, the width of this, we're just going to set to like 300 for right now. So it's going to be a div, and we're just going to say hello in here. We're going to say position absolute, and that's probably pretty good. Did this trigger anything in client watch? Probably not. No, it didn't. I got to rerun this. Oh, you know, we're working on games too. Okay. Alright, so if I have this, I need something that tells us when to show them. So Botland app has the concept of show post auth buttons. I don't believe this is a good idea to do. This needs to be tied to a reducer. Okay, so let's go into reducers. I'll make a new reducer for this stuff. Export function. What do I want to call this? Bot bay reducer. State equals bot bay. Initial state action equals null. Switch action dot type. Okay, so case. We don't actually have a case to do. we're going to say return object.assign. We don't even have anything else to put into state right now, so that's fine. And then default is return state. All right, so that stuff's fine. Now let's put the initial state over here. All right, so that's that. Yeah. All right, see you, Andy Gamer. Okay, so the things that this has to control is whether or not the bot bays are showing. So is showing false. Actually, let's start it at true. That's probably a better idea. And then the contents of each of these things. So bay contents, serialized bay contents. Now here's where we want to be able to update these by ID. Also, we should say number of bays. Number of bays, 3. Serialized bay contents. Let's start with just lasers, 3, semicolon missiles, 2, semicolon cloaking, 1. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so we eventually need to fill this in, but not for right now. So now we have bot bay reducer. Next we need to go into the reducer index and make sure that this thing's being used. So we import and use it, done. Then we need to take it, wait, how do I do this? We need it in here. What do I call this? Bot bay state is the bot bay reducer. Okay, and then if that's showing, then we show, there should be like a whole bot bay UI. I don't know what I want to do here. Bot bays, bot bay. All right, let's save this as like botbays.js. There are two very similarly named things now. All right, I'm gonna delete all this stuff. To do add bot bays here. Okay. So there we have it. I need to rerun this now another time. So then in Botland app, I need to make sure that they show up. So let's do that. So where we have chat box, we want bot bays. In the render function, I want to make use of these. So where would we put these? This would show up on this screen right about here. Well, there's no chat, so we could just put them, I don't know. I'm just going to throw them on the screen for right now. It doesn't really matter where I put them. So let's see. They probably should go behind the Blockly stuff, though. Bot config is Blockly showing. Yeah, here. Game phase display. What is that? Oh, it's a timer. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's more than a timer. What's this timer then? Oh, what? What is the difference between these two files? This doesn't look good. Yeah, this doesn't look good. I have a timer and a game phase display. They have the same comments here. I'm using them both. I think this is game phase. This is not good. Let's go to React and find out. Timer, here it is. So what is this exactly? Okay. Yeah. So it's actually showing the timer. What is this thing showing then? Time left in match. So all this is doing is saying that's it. This is a text component. And I need that much code to just display this. Oh man, that's not a good idea. Yeah, I don't know what part of me thought that was good. So then, where are the team things coming from? Oh, here they are. Render team scores, yeah. Then there's a timer and a game phase display. So I need to change the comment of this. All this does, actually it's a pretty small class. I don't know why I thought this was like too much. It's the styling that's too much. Yeah, this isn't too bad then. I just need to change the comment of this. This displays text underneath the timer like the match is about to end. How long does it take to be as good as you? Well, first of all, thank you for the implicit compliment. Second, I think in order to learn how to program well, it is a multi-year process. I don't think it's something that you learn any sooner than, let's say, 3 years. It takes a long time. There's a lot you need to do, a lot you need to learn. But each step of the way, you definitely feel like you're progressing. And even now, I still feel like I'm progressing. I'm learning new things, and I don't know, if you watch the VODs of the last month, you'll see me messing around with REST servers and backend things and just a lot of stuff I haven't interacted with before. Considering he breaks at least 29 things a day, I'd say a week. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Yeah, and that's actually, I think that's also part of it. I think there was someone, I don't remember who this was, they took statistics over years of what they typed and how frequently they pressed each key. And what they noticed is that even though they would have considered themselves a skilled typist, they were still hitting backspace something like 5% of the time. I imagine most of you watching this, when you type, also press backspace at least 5% of the time. I probably do the same thing too. And I think with almost anything we get good at, what that sort of represents to me, and I know they're not direct analogies, is that you'll get very good at coding. You might have days where you can write 200 lines of code and have it compile and not have a single warning, but I think most of the time that's not the case. And it's the same with programming. You're going to have bugs. And I think it's more fancily named than this, but the law of preservation of bugs, which is that you can't fix all of the bugs in your software at some point. I don't know how dated that philosophy is, or if it still holds true to this day. Definitely holds true with my code. So this displays text underneath the timer like the match about to end. Great, that was just adding a comment. Don't care about the diff anymore. Next, I wanted to make it so that, I wanted to rerun this, which it appears as though I have, and then bot bays should now trigger rebuilds. Does it? Yes, perfect. Check out what pulse. Is this one of those heat map programs? Let's find out. How much do you type? Interesting. Where do you click? Detail history of how much work you've done. Application usage, bandwidth. Interesting. That's pretty neat. I'll look into this, because one of the things that it immediately makes me think is you're basically purposely installing a keylogger on your machine. Maybe it doesn't keep track of the order in which you type the keys, but it'd be trivially easy for them to harvest passwords if you're using that. Is the web client HTML5 compliant? I don't know what compliant means. You'll have to go into a little more detail there, EOJ. Does that mean there's certain APIs I can't use for it to be considered HTML5 compliant? Because in that case, it's probably not compliant. Okay, so we have the game phase display, then we have is Blockly showing, show the Blockly component. So we're going to do this. This.props.botBaseState.isShowing. If it is showing, then let's show bot base. We're eventually going to need to pass things in, but for right now we don't have that stuff. So let's just do this, then say null, then close this, and then make sure that we have bot bays included here. We do. So what we should see once this is done building is whatever stupid text I typed into here, to do add bot bays here. So we should see this on the screen, and it shouldn't even appear in a good location. But hey, that's that, right? So let's try it out. Oh, this broken. Is showing is not a thing. Wait, buff summary state. Where's this coming from? Botland app buff summary state. That doesn't exist. That means I must have... Yeah, I must have screwed something up. Let's take a look at what's in this .props. There is... Oh, there's a bot-based state, and it's showing. Okay, cool. What about buff summary state? Okay, well this likely means that I screwed up some code. So this is one of the 29 things that I'm breaking today. Let's go take a look at this file. Nope, not bad. This, oh wait, unless I named it wrong. No, I didn't. What about this? Bot bay reducer. No, that's fine. Weird. What did I screw up here? That's a comment. This shouldn't matter. Bot bay and bot bays. Strange. Buff summary state doesn't exist. It's called buff choices state? Huh, the buff summary state doesn't exist though. How is that possible? Buff summary reducer in Botland app. It's not even being used apparently. Buff choice reducer. Oh, what's going on? I never even used this code. How does... What did I delete to get this to break? Oh, that's what I deleted. Okay. Whoops. Whatever. I broke something. On old version expert. Best nerd game ever. So it can run on any device. It'll eventually be able to run on every device. The problem now is not that it can't run on other devices, it's not really usable on other devices. So if I were to load it on my phone right now, it would work. I didn't do anything special to make it work on a phone, but yet it would work. So check this out. We should see, there it is. To do add bot bays here. Hooray. Hey, Judge Bacon. My back's doing better, definitely. I've been trying to focus today on sitting correctly. My shoulders back and down. React renders into compliant DOM, so as long as he's not using any custom DOM nodes. Yeah, I am actually using custom DOM nodes. Purple Flurple. I'm using CodeMirror and I'm using Blockly, which is going to make it a little bit tougher, I think. Alright, so time to get this working. Here's what we got to do. Bot bays should know about each bot bay, which means we need bot bay state pointing at state.botBayReducer. Then we make that e lowercase. Now I have access to the state. Let's go into here, bot bay state. So how do I want to do this? Here's the state. How do I want to do this? We need to give each one a key, so that should be easy enough. We can do a div here of bot base state. Let's give the div a style. Const style equals position absolute and top of 50 and left of 5. All right, so there we go. Next, I want to look in chat log and see how I did things here. I mapped, the only important part here is keeping track of the key. So I need to do this. Bot base state dot Oh, I don't necessarily have the code that can... Oh, man. How do I do this then? Okay, I thought of an idea. We import the logger from here. Bot config. We import... Yeah, this is not what I wanted. No, this is what I wanted. I was afraid of this. Okay, let's look at this. So if I go into botland client, what's the rest of the path here? Botland client, public, JavaScript, React. That's far enough. So if I go into there and then I do find stir snip hardware configs.js, it does show up in here, but these are functions that have been sourced from somewhere else, which likely means I should do the same thing here. All right. Here, Walshia, how would I give you control over my lights to not do that? There. Hey, Lulong. All right. So if that's how I'm going to do things, then, well, I've got to just write some more code for this. So let's take a look up here. I have the serialized bay content, so we want to take each of these, we want to map it to serialized bay. For now, let's just do this. Let's just make a bot bay, and we'll put contents equals serialized bay. Oh, this actually won't work, because I need a key. So all of these would need an ID as well. It should just be the number in the array though. So it's not really map that I want to do. It's like a for each here. React.js. Convert array into children. I don't know. What am I trying to accomplish currently? Use the map index. Is there a map index? Oh wow, there's a second arg. I didn't realize. Okay, cool. Well, thanks. All right, thanks. So I can say key equals index, content equals that, close this thing, close this. This is not corresponding to the correct thing here. Why not though? Oh, because there's a parenthesis there. Okay, now I need to get rid of this, of course. But then the other thing I need to do is make it so that botbay.js contains, what is it called? Contents, I guess. This should not be absolutely positioned anymore. But I should say what the top is. Top is this top props.top. So let's put contents in here. This dot props dot contents. Good. I can say contents of bay. And then over here I can say the top is equal to, I don't know, index times 30. Is Bing better to search than Google? I don't know if it's better. I think for me they're almost the same, and when they're not the same, I'll just use the other one. Sometimes I find myself using Google still. Bing rewards for free money. Yeah, so in the US at least, it's a program that they have available where you just pretty much get money after you use Bing for long enough. So it used to be about every month I would cash out about $5, but now because I'm on stream, I'm not searching as much as I used to, so it's like every month and a half or something. It works out to about like $40 to $60 a year. All right, let's try this out. Okay. Yep, I screwed up. So this doesn't exist. Oh, it should be It's probably the bot bay state that doesn't exist. Yeah, I screwed that up. I didn't mean to put is showing there. All right. I wonder where else Bing Rewards is even available, because it sounds like a lot of people have said that it's not available where they are. Here we go. Already going, sorry for the short stay. All right, see you long. Can you not just make a bot to search? You could. I'm sure there's a way around that, but I haven't really looked into it. So we need to import, oh, here we do. So some of these things were unused. I wonder if ESLint tells me about that stuff. Bot bay. Like these things aren't being used. Probably just comment them out for now. All right, here we go. Just gotta wait for this to finish building. And there. All right. Oh, cool, it worked. Contents of bay. Lasers 3, missiles 2, cloaking 1. All right, that is exactly what I wanted it to show. It doesn't look good because I never made it do what I really want, which is to make this into an input. So I guess let's go do that, which is going to mean a lot of these changes here. So style, what style did I use? A width? Okay, let's just hard code that here. Width of, what's good? This can, yeah, pretty much the width of this. Or something like this. Yeah, 300 sounds good. So ref. Ref is going to be really just the input, I guess. Contents input. Text, placeholder equals type serialized bay here. This state is going to be this.state.contents. Handle change, handle submit. Okay. And then I don't need anything else, right? Value is this.state.text, yeah. And then handle change, this.state text. It should really set the state of itself when it's created. And it won't do that right now. Handle change and handle submit. Does pressing enter even make sense on this thing? Let's just do on change. I think that's better for right now. So yeah, on change is what we'll do. Handle change. Typed message. So this will be contents. State.contents, good. So it starts as this.prop.contents. So we can set that in here by doing this. Okay, good. Now every time you change it, we get the typed message, truncate it to max message length. This is going to be, while this is kind of correct, it's not totally correct yet. It needs to be max serialized slot length. The pink is lasting forever. Yeah, it only lasts for 5 minutes. But like I said, no one else has really been changing it today. Also, what keeps happening with my webcam? This should be pointed more this way. And it is not. I think it's the wire on the back. Yeah, it's like pulling itself away from me. Come on, you can stay there. All right, that's pretty good. Okay, so typed message, set the contents to that. Looks good. What about this stuff? Yeah, so I think that's fine. Next, there's one other thing to do here. Maybe there isn't. Maybe I'm making up things to do. I'm probably going to remember very quickly as soon as I reload this page. This .state.contents doesn't exist. What did I call this? No, I called it contents. Oh, it's this props.contents that's passed in at first. This .state. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Are you able to use custom widgets for the interface? Yeah, you can make your own, and you can also download ones that have been made before. So I happen to just be writing these. What's nice about React, and this is something I like, and a lot of libraries will give this to you, it's not unique to React, is that I can make some component here. So this is going to be a bot bay, which is going to look roughly like this. It'll look like a text input and a button. And now I could say, okay, I want this thing to appear here and here and here and whatever else, and I can just keep using it wherever I need without needing to specify, okay, I want a div there and an input. I can just say instead, give me a bot bay. Just put a bot bay on the screen. Okay, so let's try this out. There we go. Okay, so this looks good. This is obviously not going to be the final UI. I'm not going to have users type in like, oh, I want lasers level 3, so I'm going to type lasers:3. But for now, that is what's going to happen. Oh, the problem is this is not limited by that length. It's limited by the other length. What's this thing called? Yeah, there. It should be limited to about 150 characters. So maybe we should make this a little bit bigger. Also, let's change the top of this. Okay. Yeah, that's good enough. All right, next up, a button. So we need to know what kind of... Actually, we should know, can you as a child fetch your key here? I'm not sure if you can do that. I don't know if it's a parent-only kind of thing or if we can get that as a prop. Let's find out by putting a breakpoint in render. There's a breakpoint, and there we go. Oh, that was easy. Wait, what? Oh, this got hit. I didn't want that there. All right, fine, whatever. Let's just hit space here. So now we're in render. Can we do this? Oop, util doesn't exist. This is broken. All right, well, we'll try once I can reload this. Long ago, I was deep in the internet, and there were websites that pay if you do really weird stuff like search strange and nonsensical, etc. keywords in Google. Maybe it's like search engine optimization, and they're trying to use you as like a worse botnet. I'm not sure. Okay, so now when I hit space, this should break in. Good. Now if I do this dot props dot key, do I have access to that? No, I don't. Okay, well that's fine. We can just pass in an ID as well. We'll say ID equals index. So now in here, what we can do is we could just save. I guess we'll say this is floating bay. Return this dot props dot index equals 0. Try this dot key. Oh, is that all it would take? No, that didn't work. What's in this? Props, context, state, refs. Wouldn't be in state, would it? No. Props doesn't have it. Context doesn't. React internal. Yeah, I'm not going to dip into there anyway. It's fine. I don't mind passing in an ID there. But yeah, I don't see this anywhere else. That's okay. Refs, contents input. Yeah. All right, that's fine. Okay, so if it's a floating bay, we're going to have, what did I say? An update button. If it's not a floating bay, we're going to have a delete or create button, depending on whether this thing is filled or not. All right, well then we put a button here and we just say test for right now. It doesn't do anything at first. We just want to see how does this thing display. But then what we could do what I did in Botland app, which is like get button. So I have this at the very top, render team scores, and then render team scores returns its own JSX blob here. So I could do is the same thing for this, have it return a button based on what it needs to be. Yeah, I might do that. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, well, test appeared on a new line. I don't like that. I guess I need to make the width of this thing bigger, or not even specify a width here. That might be too much. Say a width of 500. Okay, let's try that. Next, let's see what I did over here. Yeah, I'm moderately happy with that. Render action button. Return button test. Adam, what would you suggest someone to do if he has no graphics people to do graphics and he wasn't exactly very good at making graphics? Totally not talking about myself. So in the last game that I made, I used graphics that cost me a total of $40. I had no contact with the artist or anything. I just bought them from his site, and like now I had a game with graphics and I didn't need to write any of them. So that was pretty good. And it looks much nicer than stuff that I could have done. It doesn't look like a super professional game or anything, but it's fine. So you could look for sites like that. You could also look for Creative Commons licensed artwork, and you'll find some of that through Reddit sometimes. And if you want me to specify it, I can probably go find some. Is it harder or easier if you work with other coders on the same project? Like let's say you had 5 people working on Botland, would it be easier? Would there be new challenges merging everyone's work? Certain parts would be harder, certain parts would be easier. So what's nice is all of a sudden there's scope that I don't need to necessarily worry about. I could delegate, oh hey, I need the UI for this working, you should go do that. And I need the serialization for this working, you should do that. And I really need the test framework up to date, you should go do that. Now, if they're all working on disparate aspects of the code, merging it back should not really be a problem. If they're working on the same stuff, then yeah, you run into merge issues sometimes, and you talk to people about that, and here's what we want to settle it, and you go figure out what did your code mean, what did my code mean. There are other problems though. There's overhead in delegating, which is that you need to manage everyone's resources well. You need to make sure that they're motivated. You need to make sure, I mean, there's a lot of different components there. So right now I have a mental map of what Botland is, and even then it sometimes fails me, like when I got back into React here for the first like 5-10 minutes. So it all depends. Okay, so render action button. We're going to do this here. We're going to say this dot render action button. Now this needs to check some logic here. So here's what the logic is going to be. We're going to say let button text is just a string that says like no button text, I guess. Then we'll say this: if this dot is floating bay, then button text equals update, because there's only an update button. Otherwise, we need to know whether this bay has contents or not. So is bay empty? Return this dot state dot contents is an empty string, I guess. 0. Or that when you trim it, its length is 0, something like that. No, that's not even correct, because that means once you fill something in, it's gonna. No, the bay needs to know itself whether it's empty or full. Yeah, it's just got to be a prop. It can't be anything else. Okay, well that means we need to pass in the prop. So is empty equals, which means this needs to be. I guess there's a difference between the passed in bay and the one you're typing in. Think about this. Because I'm not doing edit buttons. An edit button would fix this thing, because then you'd have a state in the UI of, oh, I'm editing this. So yeah, whether or not something's empty is really just, all right, here's what we got to do. We got to go into, got to go into reducer temp, and in the bot bay reducer, I've got to make more of these where some of them are empty. So let's just say null maybe, and then an empty string. So there's 3 bot bays. Also, what? JavaScript. I guess that's what I expect to happen. Okay. So in here, the contents could be null or an empty string. And that would have been passed in as contents. Okay, got it. Yeah, so I know what we have to do here then. I say is empty bay. Well, is empty. How about is bay empty? Yeah. So return if not util.exists this dot props dot contents, then return true. It is empty. Otherwise, return this dot props dot contents dot trim dot length equals 0. The trim isn't necessary. Yeah, that's not necessary. All right, so here we go. If the bay is empty, if this dot is bay empty, then button text equals create. Otherwise, it's delete. So I guess let's just say it this way. Well, no, we can't do that because we got to set more than just that. So yeah, let's do it this way. Button text equals delete. I'm never going to get over this apparently. So then the other thing we need to do is set a handler. So let onClick handler equals null. Then here we say onClick equals onClick handler. Here we say button text. And then we need to have different onClick handlers. So one should be update bay, one should be create bay, one should be delete bay. So update bay, create bay, and delete bay. And let's just do this. There. So now I've got some indication of what was clicked. Now we also need to just set the click handler here. This equals this dot update bay dot bind this. And then same thing with these, except for instead of update, it's going to be this. There. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. All right, let's test it out. I don't even think I have all three cases though. I need a bay that's, yeah, I don't have all three cases. And one of these is null. Well, all right, let's just hit refresh and find out what happens. We should see update, create, create. And instead we see error. What is this? Oh, pause on a JavaScript breakpoint. That's actually really nice, which means that we didn't screw anything up. Oh, check it out. This just says delete instead of create, but other than that, we're pretty much fine. And it's because I called it index, but I called it over here ID. So that's what I meant to say. Okay, but then let's also fix this other one. So where's our reducer? Here. Instead of null, we're going to say that this bay is taken up with artillery 1. Yeah, whatever. Artillery 1. Doesn't need to be anything. That should, yep, there we go. Come on, finish building. I sped up every other build system I have except for this one. I wonder if it'd be possible. No, I don't think it would be because I need to browserify everything. Maybe it would be. I need to look into that. Okay, check it out. This is exactly what I wanted. So this is considered to be the floating bay. Because it's a floating bay, you can always update it. These though, this actually should not even be editable because it's, what are you using to build and bundle your code? I'm using Browserify and Babel. I've used, so I actually haven't used Webpack. I looked into Webpack really fast, but I didn't end up using it. I couldn't get something working with it and then I just gave up. This was like 4 months ago. So I didn't even have code yet. I was just trying out Webpack. I think switching now, I guess it'd still be possible. But yeah, I should devote some time to that at some point because that's the last area that I think really needs speeding up for my workflow. To consider that again. So consider looking into Webpack again. By the end of today, all of the above items should be removed, filed elsewhere at the very least. This is a to-do list that is not allowed to accumulate. It's an easy switch. This is a bit old. What is this? is there an, oh, I see, module Babel. Yeah, I'll have to look into this. This switches away from a code-based config and it switches into a config-based config. Well, I guess it's plugins too. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'll have to consider this. But you can use it as a base for your stuff. All right, I'll write this down at least. All right, so we have the ID. Now what we need here, we need to modify a lot of things based on whether the bay is empty or not. And if it's a floating bay. Oh, and these buttons should also work, hopefully. Let's test that out. Update clicked, delete clicked, create clicked. Okay, good, they do work. So let's set, how do you make an input not be editable? Probably just disable it actually, right? What happened to, yeah, let's close that. Disable, no, let's do it here. Disabled, there. Yeah, now it's not editable. Okay. There might be another way to do that. HTML input set not editable. Oh, read only. Is it an attribute or is it a style thing? Read only. Okay. It's a style. It's an attribute. So I could say this here. Yeah. All right. Just started playing Op Hog. The game is really fun. Is this hosted anywhere? Like Congregate? No, it's not. I never tried making money off of it. So it's just on my own personal website. Also, it's only going to take you about, well, a couple hours to beat maybe. And if you want to hear music that I made, you can press E once. Don't press it multiple times, otherwise you'll blow your eardrums out. Okay, so we got to set read only if. Wait a second. Where do I disable stuff? I disabled the connect button in the connect to server component. Disabled. Oh, cool. So I can set this to true or false. Okay, I want to do the same thing over here. So an individual bot bay. This is disabled if. I guess what I'll say is this. Can be is editable. How about that? Return is floating bay or is bay empty. Yep, and I only forgot one thing, which is the this here. So then here we have this. Disable is editable equals, oops, no, it's read only. Equals not this dot is editable. There we go. You still have disabled now, by the way. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Lurker Mike. Glamvine says, what game are you making? I don't know what the E is for, everyone, but it's this. Oh, yeah, and someone did post it about it. It was Walshy. Never mind, sorry. Yeah, so it's Botland. And that video will tell you much more about it. Right now, what I'm working on is letting people create their own bots before they even enter a match. So, whoops. Did I screw this up? Oh, I just didn't build this. Yeah, sorry. Every once in a while, chat will scroll by this much, and for some reason, I only see like 3 lines. I don't know what it is. Just disregard the rest of it. All right, this should work. All right, I don't think that did work actually. Yeah, and that's not allowed to happen. Yeah, read only didn't trigger there. Like, I think here's what probably happened. This probably has read only set to true, and that's not how you actually set something to read only. It doesn't. Weird. Not this dot is editable. It's editable if it's a floating bay or if the bay is empty. Huh. Yeah, that definitely shouldn't be true. All right, let me take a look at what's it called? Bape.js. Render. Yeah, so let's put a breakpoint here. Then modify this. And now what are this dot state dot content should be artillery, whatever. Yeah, okay, so this dot is editable. That is false, so it should set read only to false. So this must not be how you set read only to false, because everything else there looks good. Yeah, and this shouldn't be triggering other things. So I gotta say stop triggering WASD JD on typing there. I think I know what I need to do there. Actually, I never thought about that. It's probably not how you do this. I don't even know how to add mods anymore. Maybe this way? I don't even know how to use this. I haven't added a mod since like 3 months ago. Let's find out. Commands. Oh wait, is it a Twitch command? Oh yeah, it's a Twitch command. So that's why that wouldn't have worked. Of course, my bot is not going to make people moderators. Click on your name and click the lightning. Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't know that was a thing. I ended up typing /mod. Oh, cool. Well, welcome to being a moderator. So, yeah, we're going to change this. I think to just this. This dot is editable question mark read only. That's not how I would do this though, right? I don't know. React set read only conditionally. This is not it. React tags and attributes. Oh, read only is not cased the way I cased it. It's capital O because it's React. That's silly. Oops, I refreshed too soon. Yeah, read only is just an attribute, but it's just like how disabled is just an attribute. This is how you set them in React, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, now it works. So check it out. Now I can't set this, but I can set this one, and I can set this one, but just not this middle one. So that worked. The reason why this looks weird, I know this seems strange, because the way you do this in HTML is you say something like input read only, and then you put all your other stuff there. But in React, you need to say like input read only equals true, because React will do some extra parsing to turn this into this tag here. So if you look at my HTML now, it will turn into what you'd expect. This has read only. Yeah, take a look. So my equals true does not make it to the DOM. It only makes it into React, and then React knows how to use that. The weird thing is it's not obvious that it's read only, so I think I actually want that to be disabled. Because when it's disabled, it grays out. It'll be a little more obvious. Gotta fix this. Wonder how long Webpack would take to do what it needs to do here. All right, so now this should be obviously grayed out. Yeah. What is going on here? Oh, that's a white background. Oh, zoomed out, it looked like it was the same color as that one. Okay, maybe I should. Whatever. I don't care. I'm not going to worry about UI. I keep forgetting one of the conclusions I came to here, which is this. Any UI work I do add should be temporary. So ignore UI for as long as possible and just work toward the Bape and inventory system as soon as possible. Webpack is super fast. I'm almost done making a complete Webpack config boilerplate for you right now. Purple Flurple, that's very nice of you. I can't promise I'll be able to look into it anytime soon unless I spend some time on stream tomorrow. Let's all just use TypeScript. Java's on. Lightning Fury. Okay, so in the connect to server, I already take care of this problem that I'm having. So let's just use what I did here. I probably did what? On key down, I handle. Wait, what do I do here? Stop propagation on key down. Yeah. Wait, handle submit though. No, it's on. Oh, what is it called? On change password. Yeah, what? How did I? Yeah, I must have to do handle key down. But that handles input submit. Weird. Yeah, okay, well, whatever. Guess we're going to do this. So on botbay, we say on key down equals this dot handle key down dot bind this. Let me just put an opening brace there. And then write what this thing should be. Key down. This only exists to stop propagation so that you don't end up controlling, say, the camera. All right. Use an applet or Flash. So the original Botland, the very first one, this is something I've shown on stream enough times before, Python Botland. The very first one was a Python script that I whipped up in like, I don't know, a couple weeks. And it's not supposed to be good or anything. It was just supposed to be like, hey, how is this thing? Is it fun? Is it worth pursuing? And so you could move around and you could type things and move right, move down, save. Anyway, that was the very first one. The next one was Java and was supposed to be an applet that you'd load on a browser. It took me like a month to figure out self-signing for that because it's nothing I'd ever done before. But yeah, this was the original Botland. Look at how great this is. Look at this coding. You could say if x is greater than 3, then move left. Otherwise, move up. Save. Oh my God! Look at that. Look at that. Look at what it's doing. Let's speed it up. Whoops. Nope. Up. Up. That. Oh, it moved into it. It moved into these very realistic looking trees. Well, that's it. It's over. You can pick up a tree though. Now we're stuck forever. Welcome to Botland. No offense if this looks bad. Yeah, no, wait, I know it looks bad. Only thing you need to adjust in this config is the entry file. Alright, I'll have to take a look at this. Boilerplate config. Thank you, Brandon Pierce. Oh, hang on a second. There's a bug on my wall. Oh. I just smushed it into the wall. Bug from wall. Okay. I'll take care of that later. Oh, wait, Walshy, were you talking about Botland or were you talking about the config? Because I think you're talking about Botland, well, the old version, which, yes, definitely looked bad. Okay, so this should have been fixed. Let's try this out, and then let's move on with this stuff. I want to actually get this contacting the server. So if what was I even doing? Oh, WASD, yeah, okay, so that's fixed. This one's not fixed because this is disabled, so it can't take key input anymore. But that's actually a good thing so that you know that, hey, I'm not typing here. I should probably make it like red or I don't know what. But yeah, then this doesn't do anything either. Wall is kind of buggy. Okay, so that's done. Done, done, done. Then make it so that you can do this stuff. All right, yeah, cool. Yeah, so then the UI is, as far as I'm concerned, pretty much finished. I know this looks horrible, but what are you going to do? Actually, it's not done. Botland app, I need to do something else. Let's do this. So temp.js is showing we need to set to false. Is that thing still moving? No. Okay. How do you create to-dos in Sublime? It's a thing called Plain Tasks. It's a plugin called Plain Tasks. Once you've done that, once you've installed Plain Tasks, just go to New Document, and you'll have a new thing. You can hit Control-Enter, make an item. You can make a header by just doing that. Items, cancel me, cancel, mark as finished. You can say when you've started things. You can say when you created them. You can give them importance, which I think is really stupid. This one's critical. This one's high priority. I don't know why you'd get that serious about your to-do list, but maybe. Debug the wall. Okay, so final thing is that if that thing is set to false, we need to set it to true, and we set it to true right when you connect to the server. In fact, there should be an action for that. Fine, there's going to be an action for it. Action temp, let's say set bot phase visible. Okay, and this action, why, this is the very best action. Set bot phase visible. Unfortunately, I called this is showing and not is visible, so there's that to consider, but we can get this to work nonetheless. Set chat visible. Where did I even do this? I apparently didn't do this anywhere in here. Set blockly is showing. Oh, come on. Fine, I'll set this to is showing instead of is visible, and then in the actions we'll change that. Come on, there we go. Is showing can be deleted. Bot base is visible. Okay, but wait, I haven't exported this correctly, have I? Oh, they've all been exported. Well. Would you fancy that? So authenticate to REST server. When this is done, we get an auth token. I guess we also need to say store.dispatch set is showing to true. And then in botland app, what is this doing? Yeah, that's the problem right here. So here's where we say, well, we need to import this. So let's go get set, what's it called? Set bot base is showing. So in that case, we'll just set is showing to action.isShowing. Done. Waiting for Void Dreamer. Void Dreamer is 3 hours ahead of me. So for Void Dreamer, it's 6:46 right now, which means he probably headed home. And you haven't committed as much today. You need to maintain that 15 times a day. All right. What was I doing? I guess I was refreshing this page. What did I just change? Why did I forget immediately? Oh yeah, that's right. When you connect now it'll show you your bot base. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh, the server's offline. We got to fix this. It's not offline. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, what? Is that what that said? The server's offline? I hit connect. The account server appears to be offline. Okay, this can only mean one thing. I put a bug in the code that I have, and it's not obvious that it's where I think it is. It's not even called client. It's called main. We go into main. We go into whatever that code is I just typed. Dispatch set bot base showing. Yeah, here. This is whoops. How do you make a breakpoint? Darn it. That's not how. It's Control B. I forgot what the shortcut was for a second. Import React from React. What? Unexpected token import. Weird. Okay, let's just refresh this. The bug broke it. A wizard did it. Alright, breakpoint. And now we try this out. We hit connect, it should break in, perfect. And now why is this failing? The store exists. Set bot base, that's our problem. We're trying to call a function that doesn't exist. But why? Pourquoi dear code? I must be exporting this wrong. Set bot base is showing. Action temp. Set bot base is showing. Huh, I did screw this up. I said is show. Wow. is show is not the same as is showing for anyone who is still lagging behind there. Connect. Oh, here goes. We just hit play. Oh, that worked. All right, we got to play fanfare music now. All right, so then we just got to check this in, and then we can hook up the front end to the back end. So that looks perfect. What about this? Also perfect. We're 2 for 2 so far. This is a totally unrelated commit, so get rid of that. This is also unrelated, so get rid of that. 4 for 4. Keep them coming. Oh, this one actually needs changes. 5 for 5. That one's super easy. And this, we're not using number of bays right now, so I guess get rid of that, because we should only have the things that we're going to use. And also, we should comment what some of this stuff is. So let's go to here. Do I really want to comment this? I guess so. Type boolean whether or not the UI is showing, and then an array of serialized bot bays empty / unconfigured ones. Actually, unconfigured ones have to be null. Empty ones have to be an empty string. Otherwise, we can't differentiate between the two. But what? It wouldn't make any sense for you to commit a bay without. Okay, yeah, here's what I gotta say. So empty bays are null. No, oh, this is bad. Unconfigured bays are null. And configured but empty bays are empty strings. He's gonna forget about removing number of bays. Wait, what? There's nothing else to do though. I already removed it. And I remember that I removed it. It doesn't exist anywhere else in the code. Unless you're saying later I'm going to want to use it and then forget that I've removed it, in which case I guess that's possible. But that's it. I'm done. Like I don't need to remember it anymore. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna need to do. Unconfigured bays are null. That is not what I did in hardware slot config. So I need to change that expectation. A null. No, that shouldn't validate. I don't know what to do here. So make sure my assertion from this code is still valid. This code in where reducers temp.js is still valid. I might as well just paste this whole thing in there. There. Okay, what's missing now? Yeah, it looks good. This is an array of question mark strings. Yeah. It'd be easy to check if they were just strings. Yeah. That's why I put it to Droid in there, because I haven't made a decision about this yet. I don't know how the backend is going to handle this yet. So the bot bay reducer is done. All it lets you do is, yeah, to see if something's showing or not. This only exists to stop propagation. Oh, these files are both completely new. So this contains all of the bot bays that you can edit, and this represents a single bot bay. This represents a single bot bay that you can edit. So is floating bay, returns a boolean, but it's lowercase. True if this bay represents a floating bay. One that can be modified without needing to commit it. Returns true. This bay has nothing in it. For now, that's actually, yeah, I need to change this logic. Whether or not the above changes, also go verify that botbay.js is still valid, or at least the comment is valid. So I don't need this open anymore. This stuff I still want to edit. Actually, it's the same thing as this. All right. Hey everyone. I don't know. It's the whole rule 1 of being a mod, which is you can't ask to be a mod. I don't know. Whenever it strikes me, I think this is it. This is the feeling. I need to go figure out how to mod someone. That's when it happens. So this boolean is, this is true if you can edit the, it is stupid. I'm not gonna, whatever, that's fine. Handle change, update bay. These are all placeholders for right now. Which, yeah, that's fine, whatever. Render action button. This is the button that shows to the right of the bay input. It returns JSX. Actually, I don't know what to say for this. JSX? Yeah, that'll work. Just please keep advertising my deprecated plugin. Plain task is pretty cool. Yeah, it's nice. And I think moderating in most channels would probably be a pain. I don't really think any moderators have to do anything in this channel. Like 2 people have been banned by my moderators in the entire time I've been streaming. So, and there's like 1 moderator command, and it's this, has pre-beta. So I can write this, and I guess now Walshy can write this, but no one else can do that. You should get a sub button. Thanks, bot lad. All right, great. I think I'm done with this. So the very basic bot bay UI is now showing. They they did get reset, but actually they got reset for a really good reason. Oh, hey, Sir Crashed. They got reset because it's now on a totally different server. So check this out. I now have api.bot.land up and running. So here it is. So this is a totally different VM from play.bot.land. And that's what I worked on. I also, well, that's it. Okay. So yes, shoulders. Oh God. This is like the greatest thing for me to have ever written it, in the perfect place for me to have written it, since I always start at the top and I'm like, oh, right, gotta say correctly, and then I scroll down. I think it's more than just that though. Probably like, whatever. Make a serialized button in the bot bay UI. I did that. It's more a serialized key. I'll just say button / key hotkey. Does api.bot.land have a request limit? No, it doesn't. I'm going to eventually put it behind an HA proxy config, So that will take care of the request limit, or at least I hope. What is that? Dead code equals true. That was what, oh God, I can only think of Brandon now. Purple Flurple. That was what Purple Flurple has written for me for the boilerplate Webpack config. Adam, one day we should have a discussion on Discord about how to map out your infrastructure of servers. I feel like it could help a lot. Did you hear that, everyone? Everyone has just promised to help me. What is Discord? That's just chatting, right? I was going to say we could talk on Skype. My Little Pony Friendship Magic Wiki. I actually know who this is. Oh, because at my old job, someone had a Discord character on their desk, and I said, "Is this Trogdor?" And then they told me, "No, that's not Trogdor." And then I asked him 5 more times if it was Trogdor. See? Aha! I know a very little bit about My Little Ponies. I don't know what that says about me. Okay. Well, chat seems happy now. Anyway, everyone, chat app. I'm talking about My Little Pony. Okay, good. He means My Little Pony. Well, those are the kinds of things I just don't expect when I search for things. So make it so that you can create and fetch bays that you've made. This is something that we got to take a look at the migration file to figure out what do we have right now. Well, bot bays are in their own entire table. So I guess we need to do a select from bot bays where, oh, we can just join when we select the user. Or get their bays. I don't know. Tommy says, what is he doing right now? I am working on, so here's what I've done so far. When you connect to a server, you're just looking at a title screen. You got to type in your credentials in order to connect. When you finally hit connect, here are the bots that you've configured so far. And I know this UI is really terrible right now. It eventually won't be. But what I need to do is make sure that these things get pulled in from the database correctly. So I'm just trying to think of what's the best way to do that. I think it should be a separate fetch step. Yeah, I think it should be. All right, let's go take a look at server.js. So we have the routes, and we have bays, bay ID. How would you, via good REST practices, fetch all of the bays for a particular user? I don't know. Let's go take a look at REST practices. All right, so fetching all of the, yeah, so my question right now is question if /user/ID fetches a particular user, how do you fetch all of the bots for a particular user? And the answer is something about a naming convention. And I just don't know what the naming convention is. Adam, are you going to get these in a JSON format? Yes. Yes, I am. And that's actually already what's happening right now. I have a way of getting a bot bay. In fact, check this out. So let's do this. I'm going to create a token for myself. So I'm going to create a token for Adam, send. Good, here's a token. So I can use this now to do anything else that Adam is allowed to do. So let me do create bot bay. So I'm going to create a bay for user 1, send. Okay, so now I have bay ID 1. So now what I could do is I could get this particular bay ID 1, and I can see it's got missiles, lasers, its name is unnamed. But yeah, I just want to know what the API convention, user:ID, is that a slash? Bots? Oh, okay, cool. Well, that's a bunch of points for those people. Flurple. And who's the last person? Mr. Mark. Everyone is trying to hop on the points train again. Look at that. It's like 4 a.m.'s late. I just can't believe it. The gall, the audacity. So the answer that people gave is this. So thank you very much. I am going to do that. Actually, yeah, this makes a lot of sense now. All right, so let's try that out. Get bots for user. How can you work full time on it? Don't you have a job? I'm just wondering, not trying to offend you or anything. Oh, no, don't worry about offending me. I think I'm debating on whether to talk about offense or not, or just answer the question. I'll just answer the question. So I saved up some money before starting this, and also my wife has a job, so that's how. But yeah, I'm making no money right now. I'm not even making money off of like ads or anything. There's no money incoming. In fact, there's lots of money outgoing. And now that it's January, I got to file my taxes, which is going to cost money too. Is that really like a database, or is it just a structure saved in a file? It's a database. It's definitely a database. I didn't give a point. Oh, whoops. Yeah, you're right. Whoops. I did it again. Okay. Sorry. Times 3. Yeah, so the database is specified by the schema that I've defined here. So like users, for example, contains an ID, an auth token, a name, a password, is valid, num logins, inventory, and bot bays are here. So this is a real database. And if I were to go examine the database, which, well, I could pop up a UI for it. I'm not going to do that. But anyway, yeah, it's a real database. Okay, so get bots for user. This is not something that I have done before. I have get bot bay. I guess that's the most similar thing. So we're going to say fetches all bot bays for a given user ID. All right. So we get the user ID, not the bay ID. So let's go set a bookmark there and say get user. Yep, this. So we need this, we need the auth token, we need all that. Okay, great. Fetching all bots for user ID equals user ID. Okay, so this needs to authenticate the token first. That's this. So after authorizing the token, what do we do next? Next, there needs to be something in the database wrapper that gets all bots for a given user. Let's go figure out how to even do that, because I don't know. I'm pretty sure we just join on the table. Select star from bot base. No database selected. Use botland. So there's one. Let's go make another bot bay first of all. Let's take this. Create bot bay. Let's make a bot bay with artillery and cloaking and fun and Discord. Okay, so now we have 2 bot bays, and they're both owned by that player. So now let's add a bot bay owned by a totally different player. So to do this, we need to make a different player first. So let's do create user Adam2 with this token, send. Good, we have user 2. Now we create a bot bay for user 2, which is not this bay. Done. So now when we select from this, now we have 3 bays in here, but only 2 are owned by myself. And 1 is owned by Adam2, my evil twin. So when I want to fetch these, I want to, okay, I guess there are a couple ways I could do this. I don't think it needs to even be a join. Instead of throwing that auth token stuff in each route, you can make middleware. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. And then I need to learn how to use middleware correctly. So let's do this. Everyone suggests that instead of throwing auth token stuff into each route, I could just make middleware. If I'm going to do this, I need to learn how best to use next. I think it would need to appear in the here at the end of the promise chain. Where's my point for recommending middleware? You know, Americans don't say the word cheeky a whole lot. Everyone's being pretty cheeky right now. Does cheeky have a really negative connotation in cultures that do use it? Oh, see ya, Pro Sam. I didn't see that until just now. Did you learn all this stuff yourself? Looks pretty complicated. No, I actually had a lot of help with some of this stuff from chat. Like, I don't know if you saw I don't know how long you've been in chat for, but like 3 minutes ago, I just asked chat, what's the convention for doing this? Does it need to be a join? What about select star from? Yeah, that's what I'm about to do. And I think I hinted at that briefly. I just haven't typed it out yet. Auth middleware JS module exports equals app.use. Yeah, Pastebin or a gist. Well, anyway, since I've got this for right now, let's do this. So I have this API. We're going to just do this. Select star from bot base where user ID equals 1. Yeah, so that works. So have I indexed based on this? I think in order to figure that out, I need to say describe bot base key mul. Yeah, that should mean that fetching on this is quick, right? Because it's indexed. I think so. You know, I've gained a lot of appreciation for Node and just the concept of middleware. This is stuff I didn't know as of a year ago. Actually, yeah, almost to the day. I don't think before 2015, January, I don't think I'd ever used Node.js. I didn't know what middleware was. I didn't know anything about it. Just started using it. And middleware took me some time to wrap my head around. But I think I understand it more now. I just obviously I'm not inclined to use it, apparently. So I think we should do this at some point. Hey, you can also chain middleware. That I'm aware of too. I feel like I'm going to get banned from this channel eventually. I just feel it. Yeah, you have to do a lot to get banned from the channel. Okay, so we want to authorize the token. Then we want to call into, we have the database wrapper. So let's write this in here. We're going to say get bot base for user ID. And that's it. Return this dot connects bot base dot where user ID, is that what it's called? User ID, yes, user ID is equal to user ID. That's it. That's all I need to do. That was super easy. Okay. So let's do this. Resp. So we should have a token now. Let me take a look at this. Dot then. Wait, no, we had a token. We just authorized it. So there's nothing coming from this function. Yeah. So get rid of this. So we want to do this. This dot database wrapper dot get bot base for user ID. And we don't actually need any of this stuff. We can just say this. No, that's fine. Then we do a dot then here with the response from that. Now this response, what could this be? Could be that there was nothing. Could be that there was not that user ID. Excuse me. Need 979 more. Actually, I have information on who has the most points here. It is Tenbroya with 2580. Wait a second. Wasn't it 2580 earlier today? That means Tenbroya is not here. That's not right. Tenbroya is here. Is this correct? Oh my god. It didn't tab complete Tenbroya's name. Oh, it is correct. Huh. Entire and roving eye, yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking through chat for a sec. I just froze, so I can't really even do this. Yeah, okay. Okay. That actually just reminded me. Last scene. I don't know if that even works correctly. But I had that written up here. Maybe also last scene. BRB as well. I spent all my points on lunch BRB. So everyone, Monetic Bind suggested the other day that I make it cost a lot more. Oh, last seen at $2. Maybe I'll just get rid of that command. You just get rid of this command. Yeah, that I make, so lunch BRB costs 25 points right now. What if I made it cost, let's say, 1,000 points, and then you were in my lunch screen forever? And what would be nice about this, and this is what Monetic Bind suggested, is that you'd be able to see the lunch screen grow with supporters over the course of time. Of course, people would also have spent a lot of points to get that. Okay, what was I going to do next? So we got this. This is our response. This should be all the bot bays. And we want to send all of these back. So rest.send 200, and we say bot bays resp. Otherwise, catch error. This actually probably should be catch resp. I don't do that anywhere, do I? Interesting. I do not. Because this is where I just send, strange. 500. What do I include here? Error message? That seems silly. I'm probably leaking information I should not be leaking. And could I get a small loan? I didn't realize for the longest time that there were better Twitch TV specific emotes. So I'd be watching a streamer and they'd start using all these emotes. Well, presumably that they were emotes. And I thought for some reason I had to like spend money or something to get them. Just never realized. Let's run a giveaway. There. Wraithy wins. Good job, Wraithy. Alright, I think this is it. We have GitBots for user. Let's test it out now. Yeah, cool. Let's go try it. Restart the central server. I'm going to copy paste. Let's see, there's git user ID. Let's duplicate this, put it all the way up here, and call this GitBots for user. Also, at some point, I should probably save all this stuff. Is there a way to export this? Probably is. I should look into doing that too. Export my Postman setup. Stream dead. Is it? Crasheroni. Still up on my end. Another bug. No one can probably even hear me laughing. Oh, that's too bad. So GitBots for user, I think this is done. I restarted the server. Let's try it out. Whoever's still even here. So save this. Then use the super token that I have. And put it into GitBots for user. Undefined is not a function. Well, that was worth a shot. I forgot to save this file. I should probably print that out here. In fact, I never do that, do I? Huh. I don't do that. Logger.error. Error in GitBots for user. Goodness. Do people leave the chat open even when you're not streaming so they can earn a lot of points? I think so. I think they do. Adam, you better not be using some math.random or else giveaway has been rigged and we need to redo them all. There actually was a time when it was rigged. I didn't even mean to rig it. I forgot what I did. It was some bug where it would only pick from the same like 4 people every time. It was pretty funny. It was certainly great for those 3 or 4 people who kept winning. Oh, check it out. It worked. You got all the bot bays. Okay, so what if we try getting this for user 2? Hey, that worked too. Okay, now let's make sure that it requires the right level of authorization. So when we say create a token for user 1, and then we try getting user 2, get bots for user. This should work. This should not work. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, cool. All right, that's done. This returns not authorized. This returns the stuff. Oh, let's try one other thing. Let's create a user who doesn't have any bot bays. So create user, send, get bots for user 3, send, not authorized. Get bots for user. Let's try this again. Oh, whoops, I gotta change this to a 3. Bot base is just an empty array. Yeah, this should actually send more information than it does. I need to keep track of how many you've unlocked. Where would I even do that? Probably in your user table, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna write that down on the other section here. Allow for purchasing new bot bays. I need to keep track of how many bays you've purchased in the users table. It should pick from online moderators and not pick the bot. So now if you would open a user ID with 5, what does it do? Let's find out. It says that they have no bots. It's actually probably not what I'd expect. Although that is technically correct. User 5 doesn't have any bots, but it's because user 5 doesn't exist. So what I could do is I could check to see whether that user exists first. I don't know if there's a point to doing that. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave this as is. I'll just say, no, if you specify a user that doesn't exist, this will not... This will still return an empty array. Okay. Now, in practice, what's going to happen is this. When you connect to a server, you're going to figure out what your bot bays are. You'll be able to edit them. You're never going to request them for another user. And if you did, and you weren't authorized to do that, so for example, if I do this, this works. If I say get number 2, oh, whoops, I have to create a token just for me. Hang on a second. That was using that. Whoa, what? Params, neat. Okay, let's try this again. Get bots for user. So I specify here, this is going to work. Great. User 2, it doesn't not authorized. And user 5, it says not authorized. So as far as you know, user 5 could exist. It might not exist. But at the very least, it doesn't crash. All right, so when you connect, download all bay information for your player object. Just hard code something in the database for now. Well, let's have it download all your bay information, I guess. This is something that the server is going to have to do too. Did I write that next? Did I join a game? Okay, so the game server needs to fetch your bays when you join. Should probably do this during the auth step, actually. What stops someone like me from just making a post and creating a bunch of players? What stops you is you need a super token to create a player. That's the only way. And the password is not password. So you need to guess what this password is, and it's some like ridiculously long randomly generated string that even I don't know. So on my local machine, it's just password because I want to be able to test things, obviously. So, but yeah, the password's stopping you. And eventually, it's going to be probably even more than that. There probably won't even be a password. It'll just be SSL. And TLS. And if you don't have the right certificate, can't access that API. Actually, I take that back. That's not true. Eventually, creating an account is going to be just type in an email address and then go verify your email. So anyone will be able to make an account, but that's kind of the point of account creation. Like if you go sign up on Facebook.com, anyone can make an account there too, but you have to jump through some hoops to do it. Do you really think it's a good idea to request data using during auth process? Oh, what I mean by during is this. I do something like this dot auth user whatever details dot then fetch their data. This is what I mean, and I know I said this the wrong way. Ooh, Java next. Yeah, so this is what I mean. I mean, like, we authenticate them, and then if that worked, then we can go fetch their data. Oh, maybe you're talking about the to-do item I just wrote, actually. Okay, yeah, no. I should say, it should probably do this right after authenticating them so that it's still async, but it's all one logical set of actions. That's what I mean to say. Verify email, implying I won't use a throwaway. Well, so stopping throwaway accounts is going to be pretty hard. I mean, there are certain domains like Mailinator that you can just cut out completely, and you can say, sorry, I just don't allow those. But yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do about that stuff. See, what I could do, I could link it to other IDs. So I could make you use a Google ID or a Facebook ID or something like that. I don't like that idea because then someone who doesn't have those, they're just not going to play the game. They're just never going to play. Anyway, we're not down there yet. We're here. So when you connect, download all Bay information for your player. Did I even commit this? Apparently I did not. Oh wait, that's what I'm working on. That's why I didn't commit it. Download all Bay information for your player object. So yeah, client main. Let's go to authenticate. So here we have this stuff. Now we need to download your Bay information as well. So what I could do is I could say .then. Well, actually, I don't need to use here. I could say return this.rest client.fetch bays, this.auth token. In fact, the REST client could store your auth token. There's no reason why I couldn't do that. And the client's REST client should store the auth token. There's no reason I should have to pass that around everywhere. Yeah, that's silly. We're going to get rid of that. We do need to pass it other places, right? This needs to get passed to join game, which is only called afterward. So we do need to save that off, but that's to a totally different place. So yeah, let's also save it in the REST client. Yeah, I think CAPTCHAs are not very effective. So actually my wiki has a CAPTCHA, and the CAPTCHA is one of those question and answer ones where the answers are something that all of you would know, but no bots would know. And it's been pretty effective so far. I had like 200 spammers or something on the wiki at first, and there haven't been any since. So, Flux just kicked in. Disable for an hour. Okay, so this auth token needs to be saved somewhere, and then this needs to be written, and this is currently not written. So let's go write the first part of this. Fetch token. So when we have a token, we're going to save this in here too. We're going to say this.auth token equals null. The first time this is saved when you fetch your auth token. This is a string. It is a JWT. Great. So then down here, when you fetch it, we say this dot auth token equals resp.body.token, return this dot auth token. All right, there's that. So then when we say fetch Bayes, we don't need an auth token, but we probably need to assert that it exists. Oh, whoops. I don't know if my phone is visible on screen. It's actually someone asking about the stream. In the absolute worst case, you can get third worlders to solving your captures for pennies. Yeah, that's true. I wonder how they'd solve these captchas, the one on my wiki. I guess they just go to the stream and find out the answers. And yeah, Scotland, it's I actually had a friend back in college who wrote something like that. It took an image from a CAPTCHA page and it just displayed him images. So all he had to do was type in the text to them, and then he could sign up for tons of accounts by just typing in the CAPTCHA text and not worrying about anything else. And it was like, it was super easy. Okay, so yeah, fetch Bayes. I don't have this written yet. I need to have it written. So this requires that your auth token is set. So do we have assert? Yes, we do. So let's just do assert dot, no, let's do util.exist this dot auth token. This dot auth token fetch Bayes this dot auth token is not set. I keep screwing that up. Okay, let me retype that. I'm gonna get in the habit of not doing that. So I should instead hit end semicolon. That's gonna probably be a little bit annoying. Okay, so you need the auth token in order to do this. Next, we need to request this in a certain way. So request, let's get the URL. So const get bot Bayes URL equals this dot get server URL. This is users slash, what's your user ID? Do we even have that information? We need to save that off too. Oh man, I never thought to do that. I guess your token could give that information to you. Yeah, your token has that, and there's something that'll read the token for you. This JWT will do that. But then we have to assume that that's always there. Yeah, it is though. All right, fine. Do get the user ID out of the token. The only way to do this is with JWT. All right, let's go use JWT. BLCL package JSON. Do we have JWT in there? Of course not. But we have it in here, right? JSON web. Oh, it's called JSON web token. I didn't search for that. It's not there anyway, though. Okay, well, we need JSON web token in here now. So npm install save JSON web token. There. Now we have it. Now we can use it. So const JWT equals required JSON web token. Oh, screwed that up. JSON web token and semicolon. But this is probably not how I do things on the central server, right? Central server.js. There's JWT, and I have a promiseified version of this stuff. Now, if I were to put this in a shared code, it would all of a sudden need me to require JWT from npm. How do I want to do this then? I don't want to make this synchronous. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, goodness. I think I've got to move this to shared code. Does everything use JSON web token at this point? Does the game server use it? It doesn't? Is that even possible? I guess it's possible for now, but it won't be. Promiseified JWT verify. I mean, this is the thing that I need. It's a very simple function. It calls JWT verify, and if you got a result, it resolves the promise. Otherwise, in both other cases, it rejects it. Oh, wait. Wait. This is verify. We don't need to verify it. We just need to read out of it. Yeah, how do we do that? JSON web token. No, this has to be way simpler than that. Where's the... Oh, C's gone. Good luck on the exam. Usage, sign, don't care about that. Verify. I don't want it to even verify it really. I just want to get the payload out of it. Decode, here we go. Returns the decoded payload without verifying if the signature is valid. Warning, this will not verify whether the signature is valid. You should not use this for untrusted messages. You most likely want to use JWT to verify. No, I don't. So let's take this. Force JSON.parse on the payload even if the header doesn't contain type JWT. Complete, return an object with the decoded payload and header. What? Oh, complete as in full, not complete as in a callback. Okay. Yeah, so just jwt.decode. Okay, so we don't need this function. So problem solved just by looking at this a little bit longer. That's pretty good. So after we've gotten this, let's store your this.userid equals null. This is saved when you fetch your auth token. However, it should be updated every time you fetch a new auth token. But anyway, for now, this is fine. So fetch base, fetch auth token. Here we go. So we have the auth token. Now what we're going to do here is this.userid equals jwt.decode. Actually, we can't do it that way. We have to say this. Const payload equals jwt.decode this.auth token. And then userid equals payload.userid. Okay, great. Now let's save this off. We're going to say, what do we have, logger here? Logger.log. Your user ID is this.userid. Yep. All right. Where is the client watch? So we just saved REST client. I think that's it for fetch token. I haven't written this code yet. So this is going to fail. In fact, this is going to fail fantastically. But we should at least see your user ID print out on here. So let's go try that out. Viewers are dropping down again. People are going to bed. Oh yeah, it's pretty late in the UK, right? All right. By the way, something I didn't address earlier, Walshy, that I don't know if this even needs addressing, but the reason I made you a moderator and didn't ask if you wanted to be a moderator is because I don't really think it's any responsibility. If I had any expectations, really, I would probably have asked you. But it's really just give someone a sword icon right now and then don't abuse your power. Those are the expectations. It's not even really moderate chat because I can do that myself. Although if you want to do that, that's great. Okay, so what did I do? This should have printed out. Please print 1. Your user ID is 1. Look at that. It works. The system works. Cool. Actually, we should probably keep that in the console. Got your user ID from your token. Can I be a mod? I have points. Yeah, you need to pay me in fake magic points, which I assign for free to people. Because that's the currency that I care about the most. So definitely. All right, so time to code fetch bays. Now we finally have your user ID. So now we can do this.userid, and then we get bots. And there, bay URL finished. Next up, we do .get bot bays URL. Why did I call it the get bot bays URL? This is the bot bays URL. Okay, so get that dot set BL token this dot auth token. Is that how I want to do this? Is that how this is even done? Get bots for user BL token. Yeah, that's correct. You'll take Bing money as payment too. No, skilled ball, don't try giving me your points. Please. Can I pay in FPS? Do you mean frame rate or first person shooters? I mean, you could pay them both. How about that? So when we get your bot bay, actually that's kind of all we want to do here, right? Do we even want to catch here? Throw response as error? Yeah, sure. I think this is fine. Oh, we need to extract the bays out of here. So const bot bays equals resp dot bot bays, return bot bays. Yeah, there we go. So this is now an error in fetch bays. Okay, cool. So now we should have this. Now authenticate returns that. Then we don't do anything with that. Console.log. Let's just stringify this. I just want to make sure that the data is flowing from the server. And if this didn't take very long to do, which is nice because it means that we're going to start making a little bit faster progress. I feel like it's been just a kind of a slump on the stream for the last month. It's not like progress has been bad. It was a lot of like, hey Adam, what are you working on? And I said, yeah, the back end again. You know it. Just kept working on it. Might consider clicking on your Amazon affiliate link for a mere 1,000 points. Okay. So I connect. Oh, there's an error. That's too bad. What did this say? Cannot load users/1/bot. Response to pre-flight request doesn't pass access control check. Wait a second, I already set this in the header though. Oh, I never restarted the server, did I? No, I did though. I don't actually know what's going wrong here. All right, let's put a breakpoint in this. Yeah. All right. So we're going to go into here. Fetch bays is going to hit this URL. This should be correct, right? Localhost 8080 users 1 bots. Is that correct? Localhost 8080 users 1 bots. Yes, good. All right, so we say get the bot. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do any of that. What's the auth token? Good. Okay, cool. So we hit the play button now, and everything broke. Well. Request has been terminated. Yeah, I don't understand why that happened. Why would one API work and another wouldn't? Unless I need to set cores somewhere else in this thing. Restify cores allow headers dot push. Access control allow origin. This does hurt. I use restify.cores. What have I screwed up? I know for sure this thing works from here. I hit send and it tells me my bot base and it gives me a response code of what, 200, right? Yeah. But then it doesn't work from here. I'm doing something wrong. That's my conclusion. Let's find out. Is that even true? What about the other REST client? .set BL token .send is valid false. Do I need that? Request patch get. No, this stuff should be fine. I'm getting this URL. I'm setting my Balan token to the auth token. I shouldn't need to send anything in this. That's it. That's the only thing I do is this. Huh, so what's wrong here? Do the tokens match? Well, I guess I didn't take too close of a look at it, but let me see. It should be fine. I hit connect. Now I go into the REST client. This should have this .auth token. Yep, let's see if this works. So I'm gonna just paste this into Postman, get bots for user. I'm gonna paste this in, hit send, and that works. So we know that that token works. In fact, we could verify it by going to jwt.io, and then I can show everyone that this is user ID 1 and it's signed correctly. So there, user ID 1, and we can check the signature by typing in password here. No, what is the password? Chickens? Ah, darn it. I don't remember what this is. Doesn't really matter. What is it? JWC. Oh, it's bots. All right, there. Signature verified. So this token is totally fine. And I call into this. BotBay's URL is set correctly. Like, I know for sure that this is right because I just verified it. Users 1 bots. But then it hits this catch here with an error. What's the... There is no response here. Status? Yeah, that doesn't exist. Huh. I wonder why. Like how, okay, here's the part that doesn't make sense to me. Fetch token is working totally fine. Oh, maybe because that's a post? Oh. Maybe that's why. Okay, let's try something really fast. What if I just change this to a post? I didn't change anything else. I just want to see, is that the problem right now? So if we change this to a post and this to a post, I restarted the server. Does this just work all of a sudden? Because if so, I don't know if I know how to fix this. Well, we're about to find out. I hit connect. And then the play button here. No, it failed again? What happened? It didn't even fail the message. Oh, there it is. Request has been terminated. And it was trying to post to that, right? Yeah, it is. Whoa, what? Okay, well, this can't be that hard to figure out then. Fetch token is working, I know for sure, because I got a token back. Fetch Bays is not working, which I know for sure because there's a bunch of red text on my screen. Weird. Request.post.send. Yeah, weird. Code's just a filthy liar. Well, okay, let's change these things back to gets because I want it to be a get because it's not changing the state, and that's how this stuff should work eventually. Get bots for user.bind. Shouldn't you set before post? I don't need to do that. I think it's trying to resolve the promise that we'll finally kick this off. Because this is how I've been doing things, everything before. I mean, I could try it. It's worth a shot. I have nothing else to go off of, so I might as well try it. If it works, then I guess my code's been wrong in a lot of different places, which good to figure that out. So let's take a look. I'm waiting for it to finish building. Okay, here. So hit connect. Breaks in just like before. That part's fine. And then what? What happened here? When nothing happened? What? I don't think you can do it that way. Just based on that nothing even printed out. That was kind of weird. Oops. Yeah, so connect. It should hit that request here. And then it has to go into one of these two things. Yeah, it's not going into either one. Yeah, I think it needs to be the other way around. Anyway, it was worth a shot. Okay, well, I'm not sure what to do. Let's look up the error. How much longer until you get sick of that Pixie.js banner? I don't even notice it, so I don't know. Because I ignore all of this stuff at the top here. But yeah, I guess I could get rid of it. So you pointed it out to me. Alright, let's just go get rid of this. Wow, they form like an entire huge thing here. Say hello. Where does this get called from? System renderer, WebGL renderer. So this is what does it in the system renderer. Where is Pixie running from? I don't have system renderer right now. I have just Pixie.js. Ah, this takes a long time to load. Say hello. Just comment this out. There, done. Well, that's that. Now we'll never see that again. But I still am not any closer to figuring out this problem. This .auth token is not set. No, but it is. Pape's URL. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why I can post to it and then not do anything else after that. Let's just see. I mean, this has to be working, right? Let's refresh this page. This function, I mean, got your user ID from token. We know because we'll see that print out. So yeah, there goes the Pixie stuff. Did it print out? Oh, it doesn't print until I hit connect. Did it print? Did it? Yeah, it printed. Yep. All right. Well, I don't know. Color me surprised. Localhost 8081 bots. I mean, this won't do anything because I don't have the auth token. Bots does not exist. Oh, users. Git is not allowed. Oh, I never restarted the server. Oh my god. I thought I did. So what now? Yeah, you do not have an auth token in your header. But even if I... What's different between Postman and this? I just don't understand this. Request has been terminated. All right, let me look it up. I don't know. Strange. The response had HTTP status code 405. Is this thing printing anything? Let me log something else on the server. I'm pretty sure this is actually hitting the server and is not doing anything about it. Logger.info fetching bots for user ID equals user ID. Yeah, let me restart this. We'll get to the bottom of this. Wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? Connect. Checking. Successfully generated a token for them. Maybe this isn't even hitting the server. User ID and a BL token. Oh, what's this? rec.params.userid. Am I doing this right? Yeah, I think I am. All right, I don't know. Do you not need to also allow access origin in there? Let me see. So I have the core stuff set up in here. Access control allow origin. What is this thing complaining about? Access control allow origin header is present on the requested resource. Is there a way to take a look at the headers that are returned? Headers. No, that's not the kind of headers I need to look at apparently. Or maybe it is, and just that's not where I do this thing. Maybe it's in here. Oh, yeah, it is in there. Oh, weird. So this only exists on that API. So it really is an issue, but it's... Where's this coming from then? It's there. Is it on Git user? It's not on Git user. JWT expired. Oh, so then this probably is an issue with Git versus post, and I just need to figure that out. So wait, let's try this out. Git user. Headers. Yeah, it doesn't have it. Oh, wow. It's different ports, so Google identifies them as different domains, potentially. You can try and add a star in your course header for now to allow Chrome to send it. Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, strange. But then why did posting not fix this? Anyway, Restify. Header as best Restify. I could probably, yeah, just set this in my header, I guess. Like you were saying. Just do this. Cores is set per request. Because it's sending from a different port of the peer. Okay. Well, let's try this out. Okay, that did not seem to help. Whoops. Response to preflight. Okay, wait, so this is still not making it outside of Chrome, right? Yeah, it's not. Wait, the response had HTTP status code 405. That's the part I don't understand, though. How is there a response if it doesn't even... It tries loading this? Okay, I'm going to keep looking through Google here. By Google, I mean Bing. And... Where did I guess it was that I loaded? Yeah, it was. Problems faced because of Restify has internal cores module who manage cores logic. This module, you can find a list. By default, it's this stuff. As I say in the question, I use bearer token auth, so I send my request with authorization header. Okay, I need to do this even on a client? No. Wait, what am I trying to do? So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to call this from Chrome, from inside my code. And what it's saying is, I'll paste this into Sublime. Cannot load. Response to pre-flight request doesn't pass access control check. No access control allow origin header is present on the requested resource. So, and I do see that that's the case, because if I fetch this from Postman and look at the headers, I don't see that header in there. But if I fetch something like create super token, then I do see it in the header. Access allowed, access control allow origin. So, yeah, I don't know what to do here. Just add the header to that route, probably through middleware, but not on the server. Yeah, okay. Yeah, what's weird though is I would have expected this, given that... Oh, I think I know what's happening. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm really stupid. This needs to return... Okay, hang on, let me try something. I don't know if this is the case or not. Well, there's no return here, I guess, right? It's just next. Let me try this out. This might have been what the problem was. Let's take a look. No, that didn't fix it. Yeah, I wonder if this just wasn't running through my middleware. Or I wonder... yeah, what do I do here? This is in the finally. So no, something would have already been sent here, right? Rest.send, and then I call next. Did I screw something up? Yeah, maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. Alright, let's get rid of this. Let me try that out. What is that? program? Postman? It's a Chrome extension, or it's a Chrome app. Why does that request want this? No other one. Oh, so this wants it because it's from Chrome and I'm doing a git. You need to add a star to the header. Well, wait, first I want to see, was my middleware just not getting run? Yeah, okay, it doesn't seem like that's the case. I just wanted to check that out first because I wasn't sure about how this was supposed to work. So anyway, there's that. Next, I'll try adding just this thing to the header. So rest.send, I can do this somewhere in here. I just don't know how. Let me find out how. All right, header. Oh, rest.set header. Okay, here we go. Yeah, let's try this out. So access control, oh, whoops. Allow origin, we'll set to star. And we'll rerun this, and then I'll try this out again. All right, there it is. There's the star. So then this will probably start working in the browser. And then I just need to figure out why my middleware wasn't working, I guess. Is that what was even happening? Oh wait, this still failed. No access control allow origin headers present on the requested resource. No. Remove that access control header you added to your request. Oh yeah. I meant to get rid of that too. Where did that go? Oh, and REST client. Yeah, here we go. Do you have any middleware firing before the route request? I do, actually. It's the CORS one, and it's because of how I coded this stupidly. And I'm actually not totally sure where I'm supposed to do this if I'm doing this in a promise. And this is what I had written as a to-do item here. I wasn't sure, should I put this in the finally here? Should I think the way they want you to do this, if I look through their API here, they call next after they send something. So since they call next after it, I should be able to do a finally in here with next. So that should work. But either way, what I see happening here is when I get this from Postman, I do see that it says access control allow origin is set to star. But then doing this through the browser doesn't work. I don't know why. Add cache control headers to your API routes. I will probably need to do that. Everyone suggests adding cache control headers to my API routes. Next is only used for middleware. Right, but what I'm asking is, suppose I had a lot of different middleware, when should I be calling that? It should happen at some point. I just don't know, should it happen? Actually, when does this finally get triggered? Because you should be able to call as many finallys on a promise as you want, right? Anyway, I'm not sure what's going on right now. Yeah, so when I try connecting over here, it's going to give me that same error. When I try connecting from over here, it shows that I have that header in my response. Finally is not used in your example case. What do you mean? My example case? Next basically means go to the next middleware route. Yeah, so it would mean when I'm fully finished processing this, which I guess would mean, yeah, once I've sent the response, which in this case would be in next because, or in finally, because I do it either in then or catch. Yeah. Okay, so then the part I still don't understand is why I'm getting this. Cannot load, responsive pre-flight request doesn't pass access. Control check. And what is status code 405? Method not allowed. A response was made of a resource, or a request was made of a resource using a request method not supported by that resource. Oh, what? Oh yeah, that's the CORS thing though, right? Because Gitbots for user is doing Git bot base for user. This isn't even the right code. It's this request.get. And that's what my thing is trying to do over here, right? If I go into REST client, .get bot base URL, yeah, this. Huh. Disable web security. Oh, you can do finally next to? Yeah, that's a better way of writing that code. Where did I even write that code? Oh, that was in the server. Oh, allow methods get post push. Yeah, let me see. Where did I set this here? Allow methods. Let's just say get, because that's all I'm using right here. Then this should be finished. Yeah, it is. Good. Alright, so now I should see that new header appear here. I do. And now I should be able to do this from here. Huh. Let's try that out. No. Yeah, what did I screw up? If I want some reference, let's see. One thing's for sure, I still don't understand how I'm supposed to use this. Okay. Site A tries to fetch content from Site B. Site B can send an access control allow origin response header to tell the browser that the content of this page is accessible to certain origins. An origin is a domain plus a scheme and port number. By default, Site B's pages are not accessible to any other origin. Using the access control allow origin header opens a door for cross-origin access by specific requesting origins. For each resource and page that Site B wants to make accessible to Site A, Site B should serve pages with allow, yeah, okay, so I put a star there. Modern browsers will not block cross-domain requests outright. The browser will actually fetch the requested page on the network level and check if the response headers list Site A as a permitted requester domain. If Site B has not indicated it's allowed, then it'll trigger a request error. Yes, good. That's what we're seeing happen. So non-simple request. What happens on the network level can be slightly more complex than explained above. If the request is a non-simple request, what does this link to? Oh, put and delete. Oh yeah, mine is non-simple because it's failing at pre-flight. Verify the server will accept the request. A request is non-simple when either using it other than get or post, but I am using get, or using non-simple request headers. Okay. Server responds to the options pre-flight with appropriate response headers. So let me make sure I didn't totally botch this. I set this to a get, and on the client I set it to a get also, right? Yeah, I did that at least. It could be that well, okay, so yeah, let me try this. Although the reason I'd added this is so that other APIs work. Without this, maybe now auth tokens will fail too. I don't know, let's go find out. So get super token, I send this. Yeah, now this no longer has the header access control allow origin. So who knows what's gonna happen here. Well, apparently I still got the token. Oh, no, I didn't. No, so that middleware is working for some of these. You need to add a star there. Hey Vish, I don't actually share where I'm from. Are you setting these cores on the API or on the client view route? I'm setting it on the server itself. I need to. It's setting the header. I don't know, because this is something where this allow headers is just, this is just an array. I mean, maybe I could push an object like this. Although, I don't know. I mean, like I said, that route has now started failing, whereas before it was not failing. And now, whoa, okay, cool. So that apparently works. And then this. What are we doing here? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Adam, can you please invest in a community team viewer license so we can literally hop on and fix this for you? Can you imagine? All right, well, I'll have to look into this some more. I might take a look tonight. I might continue this tomorrow. In fact, I should write down where I left off here. So where I left off, I believe I wrote the APIs on the REST server and REST client failing to get a response due to CORS. All right, yeah, I'll take a look at this, I think, tomorrow. I'm going to call it quits for today. I think I've been online for more than 8 hours, and I need to go take a break. What's my restify.cors options? All I set was the allow headers. And now I've pushed an object, although this never used to be an object. I guess it could also say the allow methods, right? So where was that? In git bots, allow methods git. I don't even know if that's a thing I can have access to, but allow methods dot push git. Restify, Control F CORS. Man, that's not the first time you've asked me to do this. Defaults to star. So origins should be set to star by default. Credentials defaults to false. Headers set to expose headers. Oh, what? Pre-flight requests are automatically handled by the router, and you can override the default behavior on a per URL basis with server.opt to fully specify this plugin. A sample implication is. Wait, I don't understand. I don't understand how this helps. So maybe I'm just super dense. So I'm doing server.use rectify CORS here, and then here was where I was specifying the different pieces of CORS. All right, well, let's try this then. Let's do things this way. Let's say origins is going to be star, and headers. I don't think I should need. I don't know. See, this is what I'm not sure about. Headers. Can these be objects? Can I say something like access control allow origin star? Yeah. And then access control allow method is an array of what, like get, put, and whatever else there is. No, stop. What are you doing? I know. Okay, so here's the thing. I had this in here, well, not with the origins, although that's the default. I had just this in there, I think, a while ago. And then, I don't know. Okay, so if I run this right now, what happens here? Nope, I just crashed the server. Options.origin string required. What? String required? I gave it a string. Oh, it's an array. Oh, whoops. Okay, cool. Oh, wait. That's new, isn't it? Wait a second. Is that all I need to do? How did I ever come to this conclusion before, though? No, this still doesn't work. Oh, what's going on? Let me just paste spin it. I hope everyone is actually laughing in real life. Otherwise, I feel gypped. So I had origins, well, I had the star inside an array here. Well, I also tried it this way, and apparently it didn't like it when I did that. But I'm very curious to see this paste spin. Yeah, that's what I had. Yeah. Right? How is this? Okay, let me cut out the cruft here. Let's do this. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna just get rid of that, so you don't even need to look at any of that gray text. And this is it. This is exactly what I was supposed to do, right? I'm gonna just take this from here. Watch. And I'm gonna show you that this doesn't work. Doop. Yeah, right? This is exactly the same code. Yeah, it is. Alright, but anyway, we have everyone's code in here now. I'm saving this. I'm going to restart this. Hit run. And now when I try connecting from Chrome, it's still giving me that same error. Let me reset my cache. See if that was the problem this whole time. No, that's not the problem. Yeah, so I don't know how to fix this. I don't know what to do. But I don't think I'm going to keep looking at this right now. I think I just reached my saturation point. That's okay. Still in good spirits. What's the headers of the request? That's a good question. Let's go find out. Where is the request of this thing? Holy cow, I've never used this. Oh, bots, here it is. Okay, wait, let me just make sure nothing's showing on here that I don't want showing. Okay, no, I think we're fine. Okay, yeah, so here we go. We have the response headers are here, so the request headers are here. Accept encoding, all this other stuff. Yeah. See you, Purple Flurple. Thanks for joining. And thanks for your help. I'm not gonna go to bed. I just need to probably take a break. Oh wow. Okay, cool, Purple Flurple. Remember to remove the wall bug. I don't think I can forget about that. We need the response headers. Oh, I thought you said request headers. Yeah. Oh, so this doesn't have the header, which I find strange because when I get it from here, it says that it's got get and it's got the star here. So how is this thing returning something and the other thing's returning something else? You minimize the one useful thing. Okay, I'm going to paste this into Sublime, and then I'm going to do something here, and then I'm going to do something else, and then I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to close this, and I'm going to show you what it is that I showed you the first time. I don't have an options route. Wait, what? Request method options? What? Do I need an options route? I've never even heard of an options route. I don't know what that is. Okay, I'm gonna look up options. What is an options route? That's another HTTP verb? Oh, it apparently is. Well, what's that used for? Look, I only just learned about REST servers like 2 weeks ago, so I think this is fair. Learning about... Yeah, but okay. So, all right. Like, I understand that I read about these options, but these I thought were like just JavaScript options that you pass to something. Or have I read something else? This is probably just end of the day. Options is for pre-flighting AJAX requests. Oh, cool. Okay, well that's what I should have done then, huh? Ooh. So then, if I wonder how you do this then. Yeah, I don't know. I'll need to look this up because, yeah, I've failed at this. All right, I am pretty sure I need to return access control allow origin of star via the options verb in HTTP. Okay. All right. Sorry, everyone. This is the kind of thing where it's like, it's been a lot of new information at the end of a day. Node restify issues. What is this? Automatic options responses were removed, but this was closed. This was closed like 3 years ago. All right, I'll read through this afterward. I'm not going to do this right now. But yeah, I'll try to fix this up after the stream. Fix my options issue. How long did it take you to learn programming? I'm 10 and want to learn. It'll take a long time, but I think you could start to learn it very quickly. So Eshin, what I'd suggest is go to this site and just start this. Just start it right now. I'm not even going to intro it anymore because I got to get going. All right. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow, about 18 hours from now. So catch you later. Thanks again. Take care and bye.